Hi! How are you doing? Hopefully my voice doesn't sound weird or off, because I was going through all of my clips and I realized, hey, wait a second. Actually, I should probably tell a story. Your nose is bleeding like hell. Oh. Help. Tissues, and if it's really, really bad, go to the emergency room. Stop stopping. Okay. That's called go to a doctor. Please. Self-care. Wait. Hold on. Did it stop? So I'm gonna say, I changed the delay on my microphone. I took it away. It stopped, yay. And there's a very good reason for that. I sat down, I was looking through clips. When I first started using this model, I noticed that my voice was delayed from the model itself. And I think that was like a little bit of lag on my computer's end. And then I was looking through clips and I'm like, oh, the voice is desynced again. And I'm like, maybe my computer's running better now. Haha! So I turned off all the delay on my microphone and I'm hoping it doesn't look weird. Because if it looks weird, that means I'm gonna have to turn the delay back on. I don't want to turn the delay back on. Without delay on my microphone, I can sing along with music. I had to delay it like half a second. I'm hoping I don't need to anymore. Anyways, how's everyone doing? How's it doing? How are you doing? Hopefully you're having a good day. Do I mind if you make a music for me just for fun? I do not mind at all. Go ahead. I cannot pay you money for it. So, you know, yeah, you're doing good. Yay! I figured before I go through, no, it's just for fun. Okay, cool. I figured before we go in and we do Limbus Company, I need to actually, don't even think about, I don't have the money to pay you. Okay, fine. Before we start Limbus Company today, we need to go through and hash out the character that Kaneko went through. You like making music? Yay! The new circus character that Kaneko opened the portal and I have been delaying it. So you do it for free. Yay! So here's the idea of the character. A Nekomimi Lion Tamer. Yay! Nekomimi Lion Tamer is much shorter, so I'm gonna write that down right now. Is much shorter. A much shorter Nekomimi Lion Tamer. So in other words, has like cat ears, cat tail, right? Try to figure out a character before I fully start, just to give more time for people to show up, and also trying to figure out lore and like a character before I go through and start drawing him. Let's see. Homeworld people treat him as lesser. Don't want to care for him. Has a full mane, so lion attributes. named Wesker. So, any attributes you want to have for this character? Shorter Warum. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. I am uncultured clown. Warum is Y in German. Shorter. The entire idea of this character is going to be that, he's much different from everyone in his homeworld, namely that he's remarkably shorter from the rest of the people there. The people in his homeworld are like 8 feet tall or taller, and he's like just a little under 5 foot, despite being fully grown. And so they all treat him as if like he's an annoyance. And as if they can't possibly go through and like accommodate his height, just despite the fact that he's perfectly able to. Basically trying to figure out a character, because I've been putting this off for a little bit because this character got redeemed while I was in the middle of a collab. And then I was programming a lot and I didn't, I should have sat down and done this. Regardless, it has been 10 minutes since I started stream. So I'm just going to get to the game now. And I will inquire more people about like, what do you want to see of this character as we continue? Also, Warum is Y in German. I did not know that. Thank you for letting me know. No one knew. Yeah. Oh, right, I put you at the bottom there. Well. Make sure this goes well. You love having your PC and pad. That way, you can have me in your headphones and still have your pad for composing. Frick. Okay, we're downloading things first. Not a lot of data, but you know, whatever.
사무직분들은 사이좋게 모여서 식사를 하시는 것 같아요.
Right, they're doing an event currently.
저희 지휘팀 관리직은 특별히 그룹을 지어 식사하지.
Which is fine. It is time for us to go through the freaking 4.5. Last time while playing Limbus Company, we went through Chapter 4. It is time for us to go and start the in-between chapter. Also, if you notice with my energy, I made sure to level up before stream today, so I have extra energy. Is this one as silly as 3.5? It's silly. It's silly. It's not as silly. Not a lot can go the full breadth of 3.5. But it is somewhat silly. It's been about 2 weeks since we took care of the job at K-Corp. and the immense dullness of traveling through a nest by car was just starting to sink in. Pretty sure I saw a road that looked exactly like this one 30 minutes ago.
둥지와 뒷골목의 도로를
The way
비교해서
roads are built in the nest and back streets is rather dissimilar.
뒷골목에서는 통하는
If we were navigating the back streets, we would have been able to find a shortcut through the alleyways and corners.
보통 둥지 안에서
But navigating a nest in an automobile means driving through this absolutely abominable traffic congestion. I guess that's why people with cash to spare spend it on W Corp's warp trains and such. The warp trains, they are... The bus fell silent, as though everyone seemed to simultaneously recall the warp train they saw in the mirror worlds. Right, the mirror dungeons.
전 역시
I think I prefer riding the bus.
나은 것 같네요.
동의한다.
D'accord. Why don't we all take a nice little nap like he? I'm bored to death just staring out the window. So we spent days upon days of boredom on the bus, making very little progress. Toward a tunnel that seemed to lead somewhere.
거의 다 왔군요.
We're almost there. The road will free up once we exit this tunnel. Just as Faust said, the traffic jam appeared to visibly improve, allowing us to make actual progress. That's good. I can't see much yet, but I'm glad we're almost there. Lurkin. Welcome to the stream for the first time, Cassiopeia. The command is exclamation mark lurk. But I'm glad to see you lurking here. I hope you enjoy your time. Yes, indeed. Once again we were being blindly led along by the odds of words. Words. Why am I weird? Don't you think it's about time you started telling us where we're going?
단테 씨가 목적지를
Dante is asking where our destination is. I was asking if he could start telling us where we're headed before we leave, but I thought better of it.
이번 목적지는
Our current destination is...
최종 목적지.
Our final destination
공사에 위치한
is a Lobotomy Corp branch located at U Corp. Hey Ishmael! You're up next! How was that, Ishi? You up? You spooked me! Oh,
죄송해요.
sorry. I wasn't sure why Ishmael suddenly jolted, but I decided to carry on with our conversation for now. Wait, so by our final destination, you mean
지금 우리는
we are currently headed
목적지를
to a temporary stop? Just as Vergilius finished his sentence, the bus emerged from the lengthy tunnel. I don't need to read that one out.
저건
That's... I looked to the window, which had suddenly turned bright. And the cleanest sandy beach and the most turquoise blue ocean I had ever seen graced my eyes. Do I behold the great lake yonder? With Don Quixote's enthusiastic exclamation, sinners began waking up from their naps one by one. Whoa. Now that's a sight I've not seen in a long time.
너만해 보는 광경이야.
Oh, Craig, darling, you've been here before. I've only ever heard of this place, never been myself. The sinners each began excitedly chattering about the sea, and we take a break real quick. Dark Links, you. Right before we reveal, we have to play a quick FNF song. Get ready. And a headphone check as well. Thank you, Dark Links. Okay, let's see. Everyone prepare. Make sure you're wearing your headphones. There we go. Let's see. That is grabbing you. Why am I moaning? That's what the headphone check means. That's what headphone check means. Anyways, this picture of the game is playing. Yeah, it is. Okay. You thought the other clown was sus. I'm just me. What are you talking about? I'm a lot of things. I'm not spooky.
3, 2, 1, go!
Ah! No! No! Ah! Huh. I am alive! Look at that! I survived! Ah! Hi. Oh, look at that, I failed. Okay, now turn the game audio back on. Kobo! Darklings, you're really just exploring everything. Hi, Princess Lydia! Okay.
아니, 잠깐.
Wait! It can't be Kobo's turn already! Hello, Princess Lydia, how are you doing today? Except for one, that is...
다들
Kobo!
안 됐는데.
No! We are still not ready for this! Ishmael, you good?
아니,
No! Give Kobo a moment! Kobo needs some time to think!
생각을 좀 할 게 있어서.
Okay, that's all the lines is Kobo. You're good. Am I alright? I am doing a little bit better. Every time I stream, I feel a little bit better. But, my life, to be honest, hasn't been the best. But, I'm emotionally preparing myself to be able to handle it. While I was still worried about Ishmael's sudden gloominess, I had faith that she would be okay. She was always on top of things, after all. Besides, my attention was drawn to the bubbling enthusiasm that seemed to have possessed the sinners.
그러면은
So,
대호수로 가는
we are journeying toward the Great Lake?
대호수는
Hi, Wayward.
보고 실제로 본 적은 없어.
I've only heard of the Great Lake, but never saw it myself. So this is what it looks like, huh? It's the beach episode! Yay!
우리의 여정 속에서
Woo! Perhaps our trying journey shall finally be rewarded with a seaside picnic!
이런 곳에서
Huh.
시간을 즐겨보는
I suppose spending a nice vacation here could be a fun experience.
쉴수 있게
If we were permitted to rest,
따뜻한 모래에서
I wish to lie upon the summery sand and gaze up at the skies.
나는 기다란
I could use some nice tanning on a long bench.
본인은
I wish to try the game of beach volleyball with everyone, that is.
그거 재밌다.
Sounds like the crake. The sinners were all eagerly chatting about things they wanted to do. It was nice to see them excited for once, but...
이봐 안내장 봐.
Hey, guide bud,
정말 쉬는
are
거야?
we really stopping at the beach? Everyone seemed to be conveniently forgetting the fact that Vergilius never mentioned if we were stopping at the beach.
그럴 리가.
What do you think?
그런
Charon?
바퀴를 도랑에 걸칠 거야.
Gonna hitch wheels in a ditch. Screech. The formerly on-track bus suddenly swerved, and everyone was thrown around the bus, as is often the case. Ow, 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 ow.
뭔가
What treachery is this? An ambush? No.
그저
This is our stop.
경지에 도착한 것뿐이다.
The sinners got to their feet one by one, groaning with pain.
이게
What the? What in the name of the wings? Welcome to the beach episode. Only the despairing cries of sinners echoed in the dark and damp view outside the windows. The beach episode. This cannot be! How art we to enjoy our vacations at a locale such as this? Beach episode does what me? I just dark lakes. Oh my gosh, that. Oh my god, that animated. The freaking animated boob emotes that are all over the way out there always get me. Why are they so? Oh my gosh. Okay. Look away from jiggling and look at the beach episode. This cannot be. How are we to enjoy our vacations at a locale such as this?
놀랍게도 돈키호테.
This may come as a surprise to you, Don Quixote, but Vergilius never mentioned that we're here on a vacation. Blame Cosmin, you've been hanging out with her too much? Cosmin's not that lewd. Like, in my opinion, she and I are on a similar-ish level of lewdness, which isn't that high. Granted, I've been spending time with SolarHawk77, so my level of lewdness is a little bit higher, but it's not bad. Well, it is rather quaint. NB. Hello, Rias. How are you doing? Ah, what was the point of showing us that beautiful beach earlier then?
그러게요. 차라리 모르고
Right.
기대도
I wish I never even saw the beach. Then I wouldn't be so disappointed. Hark! Right thither is the aforesaid beach! But for out, we're not generating in that direction. Its air appears pristine, its sky is clear.
이번 목적지가
Because that's not a destination. This cannot be. The sinner's faces grew dark with disappointment. Can't say that I wasn't a little excited to have some proper rest myself, but I had a feeling this was going to happen. So where is this exactly? It'd be in everyone's interest to focus on what's next.
이곳은
This is
21구.
District 21, Backstreets of U Corp. Damn it, we're really not ready for this.
아직 안 되는데.
Da 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 da.
맞습니다.
Yes. So Ryan, how's this for slightly silly? It's not chicken silly, but it is beach episode. Technically. So that's why there hasn't been congestion since the tunnel, because we're not in a nest.
그건 둥지마다
That depends on the nest and the back streets. So such generalizations are not encouraged.
하지만 이번의 경우
That seems to be the case this time, however. Seems fun so far. Yay! I'd also like to ask everybody something since people are filtering in. How does my voice match up with my model moving? Because I've had a delay on my voice ever since I got this model because my model lags a little bit behind when my voice was speaking. And then I noticed that in recent clips, my voice was playing a little bit after the model, and so I just turned the delay off. If it doesn't seem good, or if it seems like a little bit off, I will spend the time to adjust the delay so it sounds good. I'm hoping it's fine though.
저 옆은 개인 소유의 해변.
Beside a private beach over there, the water,
완전히
its colors are very different from this side's. I see. A boundary as though hewn by a blade. Those are telltale signs of the place's nature.
네, 여기
Indeed, this is
대호수죠. 여긴 원래
the Great Lake. That's just how it has always been.
쉬기 좋게
You can assume that a well-maintained vacation spot like that is usually nest territory.
설명의 기회가
My explanations keep getting hijacked. Val's just not happy. Does this place count as the back streets when it's so open?
뒷골목은
The definition of back streets isn't limited to literal streets between buildings. It refers to all territories within districts not embraced by the nests. Right.
뭐 이런 쓰레기 같은 것들이 너저런 걸 보면
Look at all this minging rubbish. The place is in shambles. I'd be gobsmacked if this weren't the back streets. Oh, behold! Here there is a rather useful...
뭐야? 왜 말을 하다 말
What? Finish your sentence. It moved.
뭐가?
What? This radio! It's moved! Did the radios of District 21 scamper about?
뭐
What?
정말?
What are you on about? Whoa! At Heathcliff's cry, everyone turned towards a certain pile of trash. And there it was. I got to the summer event. Yeah. Although on my personal time, I haven't started playing chapter 5.5 yet. I wanted to save my energy for this stream, and then I'd go do, yeah, good times, yeah. And there it was, all of a sudden, a monster. The summer event is so... it's silly. Because, for the summer event, the way they advertised it was the, they advertised it as the Magic Hell Bus. No, this wasn't the... this was the one. Yeah, this is one. The first Limbus controversy. Yeah. I suppose I'll talk about that. Just as a quick aside, I want to talk about this. During... Okay, let me just check real quick. Yeah, 1, 3, 4... How does go 1, 3, 4, 6, and then... Yeah.
손맛이
의뢰가 들어왔나요?
So how do I like the newest event? I haven't started playing the newest event. Limbus. I haven't started playing the newest event since I was saving the energy I got from a recent level up for this stream, so that I could play it as far as possible. While also trying to conserve the amount of energy I use.
썰어볼까?
But yeah. Welcome to the beach.
저기 썰고
This game distinctly avoids like a lot of fan service.
이런 상황은 어떻게 끝이 보이네요. 조금만 더 보고
이리로
쓸만해져.
빨리 해치우고 그냥 가자. 어려울 것도 없었어. 침착하게.
Yeah. So I'll explain a little bit of the controversy. what happened is kind of dumb. You're about to hop on Pal World. Do you think you're gonna move your base city to a new location that's more open so your pals don't get stuck on so many things? Oh, that's good. Or try going to places the quarters where they can't reach. Ah, yeah, absolutely worth it. I wish you luck, Rias, in doing that. Getting in that paralysis, yay. What was I gonna say? Oh, right, the controversy. It's a really dumb one. Thankies. It's gonna be a lot of fun, but it'll be worth it in the long run. Yeah, it's not gonna be a lot of fun. It's gotta be a lot, but be worth it in the long run, yeah. So, the Limbus Company summer event controversy. Doing things in the temple we start at is torture trying to get pals to do. Yeah. So, I already talked about this real quick. Just gotta go to teams. The main brunt of the controversy focuses around, who was it? I think it was an Ishmael identity? Yeah, it was an Ishmael identity. This identity is the unique summer event identity. And as you can see, very little fan service. The most you can do with fan service here is like, it's a bodysuit, there's hair, you see a little booba, and like, everything's compressed and in a fighting pose. It makes sense. It makes sense for what this, game does. In Korea, a bunch of very, very, very bad fans got extremely angry at the game for not doing fan service for the summer event. And started attacking on social media an employee at Project Moon. Not even the one who drew this art. Just a female employee they blamed. Everything went weird. The controversy went all sorts of directions. Project Moon and the employee eventually came to an agreement that the employee would leave. And I don't know exactly why, but then there was like a lot of people who just jumped to conclusions about that and got angry at Project Moon, and it was all just giant kerfuffle over the fact that this game avoided the fan service option. My opinion on that stays where it was, which is that a lot of people were jumping to conclusions, and everyone who went like, no, you shouldn't, like, the employee shouldn't have been forced to leave, and started protesting the game because of that, had the opposite effect they intended. Their protest just kind of adding to the idea that this all happened because Project Moon didn't have overt fan service at this point. Which is just so dumb. I love this art. Ishmael looks absolutely amazing here. It is very appealing to me as a lesbian, to be honest. That is the controversy that happened around chapter 4.5. It's not a fun one. So anyway, let's go through with the story, and I'm just gonna try to fight battles that aren't the same over and over again. And thank you for following, Gravitio.
그래서 이 벌레 개딱지 같은 것들은 뭔데?
So what are these bug crab things?
저기
Hey now.
자꾸
What are you looking at me for?
내가 알
What makes you think I'd know?
덱 안 봤어 아저씨.
I wasn't even gawking at you. You're paranoid, that's what.
벌레 이야기만
Can't even talk about bugs around this guy. Ugh.
크랩게네요.
They're trash crabs. They're what? Ishmael interjected all of a sudden.
크랩게요.
Trash crabs. They collect trash or scrap like that on their shelves and use them as their homes and weapons.
지긋지긋한 놈들이 좀
They're a tiresome lot.
물가에서 이런
They ambush people working by the waters, attack those wandering in the area, and the numbers grow by the day.
개체하지만
But they're just one of the innumerable small fries of the Great Lake. What's more important and more treacherous is Ishmael? I was about to check in with Ishmael, as I probably shouldn't let this go on for any longer, but
저기 벌써부터 그것들을 잡고 있는 건데.
hey guys, already hard at work, huh? A couple of people in work overalls seem to be approaching from a distance. Mika, they're our valued customers. Watch your manners. Oh, okay, I guess.
저뭐
What are these R and T's?
저것들은 뭐냐고.
I think she's calling them rags and tags.
레인, 이 사람들.
Rain,
저것이라고
they're calling us
하는데
rag tags.
예의를 지켜야
Do I really have to watch my manners? They could be enemies. You two, identify yourselves.
정의에 대한 얘기를 전달받지
Have you not been informed about us at all? No, not at all. That's why I'm suspicious of you two. Coming up with seemingly plausible yet unverifiable identities, like spies.
저기요.
I'm sorry, wouldn't real spies come up with a more structured approach?
그렇겠죠.
Indeed.
오티스 씨.
Otis, they are our cooperators who will be assisting us this time. Let's speak sooner next time. They did.
반갑습니다.
Pleased to meet you, Mika, Rain. We are LCB, also known as the Limbus Company Bus Department.
버스. 맞네요.
Bus.
그때
Right,
그분도
that's what that person said, too. You guys are the bus blokes.
LCC 비포 팀이 이미
I was informed that the LCC before team was here first. By that person, do you mean...
잠시 명함 좀.
Sorry, let me check the business card again.
네,
LCCB.
맞네요.
Right, all accounted for.
확인은 끝난 것 같으니까.
Now that we're clear,
그대로 돌아가서
why don't we continue this conversation back at the shop?
그런 것도 좀-
Let's take a look at that bus, too.
여기 계속 서서
This is an
대화하면
awkward
좀
place to
그렇잖아요?
talk, you know? We're their customers.
아니.
Okay,
여긴 왜 들른 거야?
care to tell us what we're doing here?
간단히 말하자면
Our destination, U-Corp, is a nest composed of various nautical structures. Therefore, Mephistopheles in his current form cannot reach there.
그리고
And
대호수
the Great Lakes environs
환경이
are
변할 때
unpredictable.
그 호수에서
You're going to need a ship
배가
that can withstand such capriciousness.
그래서
That's right.
적합한
Which is why we sought out a contract with an adequate shop to modify the bus.
이게
Huh.
적합한
Adequate, you say? Oh.
이만
Let's go in.
가지.
지난번 회식 때문에 예산 타격이 컸나?
Did our staff dinner really hit the budget that hard? I thought we were allowed to eat as much as we wanted. Like Rhodia said, looking at the somewhat dilapidated shop made me curious about the company's finances. But nothing good could ever come out of this conversation, so I decided to table the thought. So I want to say something funny. Between Chapter 4 and Chapter 4.5 coming out, the surprisingly, like, heartfelt scene of like freaking Dongring getting rejected by the cow and having the cow walk away, and Dongring like basically being like, oh right, the cow wouldn't remember me, the cow wouldn't ever remember me, right? And having to freak out over that. At that point in the game, whenever you went through the mirror dungeon, it would have as a loading screen, and it still does, of whatever the last few like cutscene art you had seen. Which means that for multiple weeks, every single time I went in to fight a mirror dungeon, I was constantly seeing Dongring cow rejection. And it's amazingly emotional and poignant. And ruined by repetitiveness. I find it funny. And then this came out, and then it was no longer Dongring like cow rejection.
레인, 나는 이 버스 좀 살펴볼 테니까.
Hey, I'm gonna take a look at this bus.
아니,
So why don't you get them to entertain the guests?
알았어.
Okay. The sinners were led into what appeared to be a workshop packed with tools and various mechanical apparatus. It seems to me that this workshop is capable of making more sophisticated modifications than it initially appeared.
알아보시나요?
Do you recognize these? During the war, it was of utmost importance to have a general understanding of arms and gear workshops. The Sako conversation was cut short by sudden and deafening noise.
무슨 소리죠?
What's that sound?
메피스토펠레스의 비명.
That was Mephistopheles' scream. Or the alarm, rather.
죄송해요. 잘못 건드렸어요.
I'm sorry, I think I did something wrong.
지금 쿵쿵대는 소리도.
Are those stomping noises also you, Mika?
저기요.
Look, outside!
방금 마주쳤던 게
They appear to be of the same species as the one we encountered earlier. They do look pretty similar. They are not pretty similar. They are indeed of the same species. Everyone, outside, now! Outside, a giant enemy crab with a massive shipping container on his back loomed over us. Well, at least for a brief moment. We were soon overwhelmed by the sound of heavy metal scraping against the floor. Men, spread out! Where do we have to get cracking this time? Just as we were all collectively losing our minds. It's Noggin! Of course. A dark figure leapt down from somewhere onto the creature's head. Sit still. Quit struggling! A blinding light and a deafening explosion assaults the crab shell.
도망가는 건가요?
Is it fleeing? The figure leaped gracefully from the back of the fleeing creature and slowly approached us. She squelched over the depressing mudflat in her swim fins and stood before us, a colossal harpoon resting on her shoulder. Right, so you lot are the bus people that fella mentioned? After some time passed,
올가씨까지 포함해.
allow me to formally introduce them. With Olga this time.
이번 메피스토펠레스의
They are from
기술을
the
도울
Roller
것이
Boat Works, here to help us with modifications for Mephistopheles. Whoa. We're getting a whole intro and everything? Color me flattered.
누님, 그래도
Big
분명
sis,
고객분들인데
they're still our dear customers. We should watch her.
어, 내가 뭘
Ah, come on. I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Bugger, I didn't even do anything yet.
아직이라는 게 문제죠.
Yet being the key word here.
개업한 지 얼마 되지도 않았는데
Our business is opened,
조심해서
so
나쁠
there's
것
nothing wrong with being a little careful. I'd imagine the sudden switching to career path couldn't have been easy. Was it manageable? Olga, grade 5 fixer.
뭐
Well, fixer? What?
해결사셨어?
Thou art a fixer? I thought I kept scent of a noble one. Wherefore hast thou strayed from the path of a fixer? The life of a fixer must have been a grueling one, surely. Where was thy most prolific district? Which association? At which test hast thou taken to rise to become a grade 5 fixer? A workshop exam? At Trace Association, indeed? Give me a second. Dog is done. Dawn is too excitable for. Give me a second. Water. Don Quixote. Similar to her namesake in the story, The Man of La Mancha, is obsessed with the idea of the noble hero. And where in The Man of La Mancha, the idea of the noble hero is a knight, in this game, the idea of the noble hero is a fixer. So hearing someone was formerly a fixer... yeah. Fine. Yes, I understand. I apologize, Olga. Soon, there will be peace and quiet.
붉은 시선.
The red gaze.
고맙습니다.
Greetings, I guess?
아, 존재를 한
Blimey.
너무 오랜만에.
It's been so long since I had to be so polite. Well, that's polite enough. It seems that people have been returning, one by one, from the books since the incident at the library. How was it for you?
우리도 뭐 다르지
Same story
않았어.
here. One moment I was like,
나
huh?
죽었나?
Am I dead?
싶었더니
And next, I'm suddenly waking up somewhere around here.
미카도 레인도 없어.
No Mika, no
당장
rain,
배는 고프니까
stomach hankering.
뭐라도
Thought I
먹어야
should grab myself a
싶어.
nosh, so...
어떤
And,
거라?
how'd it go again?
크랩개가 튀어나와서
A trash crab appeared, he fashioned a few things around you into a weapon, smashed his head in, turned it into a barbecue. Bob's your uncle.
맞아. 칠할맞게 맛없기는.
And Fanny's their aunt. Tasted like arse, though.
그러다가 개 붙은
Then he started
제품으로
selling scrap metal from the back of those crabs.
오케이.
Okay, Rain.
네가 설명하는 게
How
나아.
about I leave the storytelling to you, yeah?
저 올가라는 사람이
That Olga lady's got a pretty
대충
flippant
스타일인
personality, huh? Yeah, Rhodia. Like someone else I know. Ah!
거거든. 어머? 무슨
Oh,
말하는지 모르겠네.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
엄마? 이건 또 뭐라?
Oh ho ho! What's this? That's a
의체인.
prosthetic head, isn't it?
누님
Big
자꾸
sis,
그러시면
we'll be here all day if you keep
않아요.
derailing.
알았어. 알았어.
Okay, I gotcha. The woman they called Olga fell back, clicking her tongue. And the man they called Rain came forward, bringing us up to speed. He was a fixer, working alongside Olga and Mika until they were all sucked into the library, getting wrapped up in these things called receptions. And just when he thought he was a goner, he suddenly came to, began wandering, and found Olga. They began collecting scrap metal together, with Mika joining along the way, and ended up running a workshop almost like they used to run the office back in the old days. So there wasn't any particular order in which they were returned from the book. The patterns have yet to reveal themselves to me. Vergilius muttered something to himself, looking at Faust, who stood near him. Faust nodded silently. Ishmael's not okay. I knew that there was something between the two of them, but it was always about something apocryphal that I couldn't even begin to understand. Besides, I was starting to get worried about Ishmael, who was growing increasingly distraught. It was about time I talked to her about her sudden change. Ishmael, so you've been here before? It looked like you recognized the crabs from earlier. Yes. Is that a problem? Huh? No, not really. I'm just wondering how they taste. It sounds like people eat those crabs. I can see plain as day what you're trying to do with that inane question, but I'll entertain it anyway. Yes, I've had it more than a few times as crab chowder. It was a pretty digestible flavor once I got past the vomit traveling back up my esophagus. Does that answer your question? Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I didn't think that was the best question I could have come up with, but her reception was much colder than I'd expected. So, that thing is edible, huh? Ugh. It almost looks like an abnormality or distortion. Ha! Thank you, Ryan, for lurking. Now you are judging silently. Ha 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 ha! But thank you for lurking. No, I don't think that's an abnormality or distortion. Really? Then, since Dante can distinguish between an abnormality and a distortion, they were able to tell without me explaining. They are living organisms, mutants, if you will. Theoretically speaking, there shouldn't be any problem with ingesting them. Grandmother used to collect mutated animals too. I've never seen anything like this one, though. What a priceless experience.
그런 덕분에 저희가 밥도 먹고 정비 일도 할 수 있는 거죠.
I am drinking a lot of water. Yep, so they're pretty much our daily grub. They stole color. They stole color. Hi, Neko. Who stole what color? The woman they called Mika was walking over from inside the boat workshop, an inscrutable look on her face.
미카, 어때? 견적은 좀 나와?
Mika, so how much of it do we gotta work on here?
공방에서 일하시던 아버지께서는
You know, there's this thing that my father, who worked in a workshop, used to say. These guys had no color and now they do. Obviously stolen. Obviously stolen. Oh no!
싹 다 뜯어 고쳐야겠다.
The whole shebang.
뭐 엔진을 다 털어내야 한다더라.
What, all the way down to the engines or something like that?
아니요. 그
No,
부분까지는
not that
만들
far.
필요 없어요.
I won't dare go tinkering with that thing either.
버스 내부를 잠깐
I saw the
봤는데
internals of the bus and
한 것도 정보가
it's on a whole nother
필요한
level of
생각이더라고요.
complexity.
하지만
But yeah,
그것 외에는
pretty much everything else
전부
has to be changed.
부력 발사
No
장치와
flotation device, no propellers, no
프로그램도
steering gear,
가져갈 수
nothing.
없고요.
So, what do we do now?
그건 예상했습니다.
This was to be expected.
제시하시죠.
Please present us with a solution.
방금 저 관리자라는
Did the manager
분과
say
말하신 것
something?
같은데
Or do they just tick-tock sometimes? Well,
뭐 중요한 건
anyway,
아니고. 방법은 우리한테
we do
있어요.
have a plan to fix it.
그것만 있으면
What we lack
어떻게든
are the
만들 수 있죠.
parts.
기계를 개조할 재료로
Parts for the
만들어놓은
bus.
뭐지?
What? Do you need us to collect scrap or something?
잘 아시네요. 그리고
Yep, exactly.
잘하실 수 있을 거라고
And from
보고요.
what I've seen so far, I'm certain you and your company
잘하실 것
are
같던데.
cut out for the job. With that, Mika pointed away, toward where the trash crabs were.
크랩개들을 처리하면
Defeat the trash crabs, and you should be able to collect the scrap they're carrying.
몇 마리?
How many do we need to kill?
아주
A lot?
그럼
Of course.
이런
That's what we're here for, is it?
그치.
정확해.
Precisely.
이번 경유지
Your job at the stop is to collect parts to modify the bus. It's a far simpler and easier job than retrieving a golden bow.
간편한 일이지.
If I make breathing go Z. No, I'm streaming. Ah! And also, Ryan just unlurked. Welcome back, Ryan. Sleeping. No! I refuse! Ah! I've just been having a hard time, like, staying fully focused. I should be able to have, my ADHD meds back tomorrow. And that should help me be able to, like, focus and not sound as tired. I need to go sleep. No, I refuse. I already slept. I took like a 20-minute nap before stream just to make sure. Lacking ADD meds will make you pass out. Yeah, but I'm keeping myself going, and I have, like, caffeine as, like, a quick able to pick me up and help me keep going. Ordered Baja Blast Mountain Dew. Yeah. You once slept 21 hours when you forgot them. Oh, dang. Oof. Yeah, it can get hard. I've been having some nasty nightmares. That's much more sugar than caffeine. True enough. But it's been helping a little bit.
자, 그럼
Now then,
나는
while I converse
이
with our
협력
cooperators,
제품들과 담소라도 나누고 있을 테니 전원
everyone, to the beach.
저런 거 바다가 아니.
That is no beach!
아니,
Yes,
맞아요.
it is.
저 모습.
Even that mudflat is a part of the Great Lake,
바다라고
also
부르면
known as the
하는
sea.
모습이니까.
Ishmael's not having a good time. Ishmael's not having a good time, Frank. So as you can probably see, this one has a circle icon. Actually, hang on. It might be better if I had... Yeah. As you can see, this one is repeatable. Because for this particular event, you had to collect a lot of scrap. And so you would go into these repeatable missions, frequently costing a module, do them over and over again to collect a lot of scrap. I'm only gonna do this repeatable mission once.
맛있는 경험을
Because we don't need to collect scrap. And we are not at chapter 5.5, which is the current event, which
맞서보죠. 우리
probably also requires collecting a lot of stuff.
별것도 아니잖아.
썰어볼까?
I'm really hoping that our current team can make it through chapter 5.
우리
I'd be super happy.
하도 별것도 아니잖아.
But because chapter 5 focuses around Ishmael, I'm going to have to, like, pick an Ishmael identity that has
힘은 확실히
lust resonance to be able to build on top of this team.
어려울 것이 없었어. 기회가 왔군.
좋다. 좋아. 계속 집중하지. 행보다. 아, 옛날 버릇.
Oh, look at that lust resonance. Ah! So delicious.
썰어볼까?
Da. No, come on, please. Ah! Yeah, there we go. Ba-da-da-ba.
너 맛. 취.
Oh, frick. Ah. I wonder what Ishmael identity I'm gonna use, though.
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제1 사냥감이겠네요. 가서 끝장내죠.
I could use the controversial one, but I don't think so. I need to find one with the right resonances.
어려울 것도 없었어. 적확한 한압이었어.
바나나나나나나.
귀찮게 끌지 말지. 빨리 해치우고 그냥
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
따라라라라.
이런
따라.
상황인데도 어떻게 끝이 보이나요?
Yeah, look at that. Not full, but that's very far, and it's very good.
빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠.
Okay, I'm gonna quickly see if I could change the because I should be bringing Ishmael in for this particular chapter.
계속 이대.
So let's see. You are not, so I'm gonna have to replace you with someone who does resonate. I could do this. No. See Captain Ishmael, not... Do I have any that have lost resonance? Oh, yes I do. She Association has lost resonance. Is that it? And Liu Association has lost resonance. Okay. Bringing you in, you only have one level difference between the Sloshing Eagle that we were using already. Let's see what skills you have. Passive. Plus 10% blunt damage for every 3 burn count on targets. Doesn't synergize too well with the current team, aside from the Lust Resonance, but I'm gonna take it anyways. We're gonna it's going to have to do. We've been at it for about 2 days, perhaps. We were able to defeat a considerable number of trash crabs and collect enough scrap to fill a whole wagon and then some.
네, 이 정도면
Right?
해볼
I
수
think this will be
있겠네.
enough for us to get started.
휴, 그럼 이제 쉬는 거지?
Can we rest now? Listen, I can hear my shoulders creaking with every move.
로자 씨.
Rodion,
그러니까
can you stop that?
그런 것 같잖아요.
It looks like you're flexing at them.
뭐
Well,
개조를 하는
it'll
데
take some
좀
time to
시간이
modify the
있어서
bus,
적어도 몇
so at
주
least have a
지속해서.
few days to enjoy.
물론
Though,
여전히 휴양
this place
가고
doesn't exactly resemble a tourist attraction. The sinners were all busy, stretching and chattering, relieved that the work was finally over. But I had a terrible feeling that this was probably not the end of our toil.
네? 쉬기는 뭘 쉬어요?
Enjoy what?
어?
Huh? Of course, I knew it.
제가 말한 건 이제
I said it was enough to
해볼 수
get
있겠다는
started.
거예요.
Which
것은
means...
당연히 더
Which means you
주워오셔야죠.
have to go collect more scrap, of course.
참고
How much
그야
more, to be exact?
지금의 한
About 5 times the amount you've collected so far?
미카!
Mikael, we're going to have to work on the rear wheels too.
7번
Sorry,
방금
7
말했어요.
times.
지금까지 효율을 고려하면
Considering our current productivity rate,
취하지 못하게
it seems that we will not be provided with adequate rest.
기존보다
Perhaps reducing the time dedicated to sleep will be contributive to our collective effort. No! This cannot be! We simply cannot! Don Quixote looked as though she was about to collapse, a woeful look on her face.
아니, 있잖아.
Hang on the sec though. How does collecting these pieces of scrap even help modify the bus? Of course, if you were simply bolting these scraps onto the bus willy-nilly, it wouldn't amount to much. By using U-Corp Singularity to fuse the parts, we can make them work as though they were tailor-made for this bus. U-Corp Singularity Union Corp. It fuses things together. U-Corp? I thought their deal was some kind of food packaging tech. You know, stuff that stops the contents inside from spoiling or changing in any way until you open the packaging. I used to eat a bunch of their canned food. Funny. Big Sis said the exact same thing. Some nets have more than one way of using their singularity, in case you didn't know. If the working principle is the same, one can always utilize the singularity's fundamentals to patent a singularity-based technology at A-Corp. U-Corp is not only known for its stasis preservation packaging, but also for its resonance tuning fork. Resonance tuning fork. Just like that bastard. Entwined. Fused with things. And eventually, devour them all. As though they've never even existed. Ishmael, what's the problem? Dante, you have to tell Vergilius immediately. Tell him that we have to collect the golden bells of other branches first. Give me a moment, Ishmael. Are you okay? No. We are not ready. We're inexperienced. We don't know enough about the Great Lake, nor about the well. I know. I'll help you out. I'll help you make Vergilius understand. We shouldn't go there. Not yet. I'm telling you, that place is... Blimey. What's gotten into you, eh? What, get an indigestion from the crab chowder or something? We all scraped through the same crab guts, but I'm totally fine. So what's got you throwing a fit? This ain't the first time we're going in not knowing a nit about what we're doing. We've been dead enough times to get used to it. Dying your way through a mission isn't really something to be proud of, Heathcliff. If we were your average fixers, we would have been dead and gone on our very first mission. Our names scraped clean from whatever association's registry. Do you think we daft? I've had enough years tolling and brushing with death for the syndicates of the backstreets to know that I've got but one life. But it's different now. Clockface is here to bring us back every time. Don't you think we've simply been lucky that Dante was able to bring us back intact? What's up with this attitude? If an abnormality cracks my skull, turn the clock and I'll let it crack my leg next time. We can keep crawling back until they smash us to pieces, no? Oh. So you think we've seen everything there is to see at this point? You know that's not true. In the worst case scenario, Dante could turn the clock all day and not be able to bring us back. What if we encounter something we can never come back right from? You like her hair? Yeah, I love her hair. Her hair is wonderful. Especially that monstrous well. Never mind. Oh, don't do that. Like I won't understand a thing. It narks me when you shoot me like a stupid sod. Even though she's like 60% hair. Yeah, she's so much hair. Look at that freaking hair. That man is 40% baseball bat. Fair enough. You! Now, if you allow me to inquire. It was perhaps because he was never the type to do such a thing. But the crowd immediately fell silent when you sang suddenly, loudly, and uncharacteristically intruded upon their argument. Let us call to mind the various desires of ours that we so enthusiastically proclaimed on our journey here.
과업이 남은 것은
It is true. There is still significant toil to be had. Yet it can also be said that we have accomplished a certain milestone.
수 있을 거라 보만.
Perhaps a momentary respite is warranted.
단테.
Isn't that
이
true,
정도는 괜찮지 않겠어.
Dante? Yiseng. This is the first time Yiseng appeared so dependable since we started our bus journey. Yes, we just finished his chapter and he's developed, so of course. I nodded emphatically. Yeah, I agree with Yiseng. I think we can slow down for a bit and do some team building activities together. How's that sound?
네, 조금 쉬고 계셔도
Sure.
될 것 같네요.
I think you guys can take some time off.
저희 쪽에서 준비가 되면
We'll let you know once we're ready.
저기 그렇다면
Excelsior! In that case, I say that we partake in a game of beach volleyball! With Don Quixote's well-timed assist, the almost icy mood seemed to defrost slightly. Ishmael's not doing alright. Heathcliff does not respond to people going through and bemoaning themselves and such.
본인이 똑똑히 보았다는
I have witnessed it myself!
분명 밀려
There was, and I speak with certainty, what hath appeared to be a ball of sorts amongst the stranded trash.
공도 있고
'Twould be no puffery to say that 'tis true and justice to deny ourselves merriment when a ball, able bodies, and beach all await us.
이걸
Had we
해변이라고
really call this a beach? Oh,
돈키호테.
Don Quixote,
아니라니까?
I told you. We're not here for a vacation.
본인도 아우
That I'm well aware, dear Gregor. I appreciate that advice, yet I simply do not have it within mine heart to deny such a proposal when an opportunity to bring us together presents itself.
그래.
Yeah, okay.
앞으로는
At least hold back that big grin next time. Why don't you?
아니,
Yes,
나도 동의해.
I am in agreement with Don Quixote.
이상수?
Yiseng?
돌이켜 보면
Upon reflection, I have no memory of engaging in such a sport with my fellows.
거기 종목에
I cannot say that I am particularly talented in games of the ball variety,
귀중할 테지.
but this appears to be as good a time as any to experience it for once.
그러니
So let us partake in this game of volleyed balls. In this game of volleyed balls. Sheesh. We're so not ready. This isn't the time to play ball games. We've been slacking too much as of late. Yeah, we were too lucky last time.
저번에
Ishmael was starting to practically ooze all over with an ominous aura. It might be a good idea to divert her attention for a bit. Let's play beach volleyball.
현명한 선택이
A wise decision! I shall retrieve El Balion!
아, 그렇지.
Oh boy.
관리자께서 결정하신 유희
This is the downtime activity designated by none other than our executive manager. Everyone, quit grimacing and accept it with gratitude.
아, 알았다고.
Okay, okay. I just hope I don't pull my back in this game.
경기 규칙과 규격은
I am aware of the rules and the specifications of this game. Allow me to draw the arena. There were grumbling sinners, beaming sinners, reticent sinners. Their reactions were all varied, but everyone eventually moseyed out to an empty lot to play beach volleyball. I stretched, hoping that this activity would help break up the tense atmosphere. Sometime later,
자, 그럼 가게.
now, let us commence! The field was drawn over a squelchy mudflat. The worn ball rocketed into the air with Don Quixote's serve.
이렇게 하는
Is this how the game is played? With Yiseng's nice receive, it was starting to look like we had a proper game going.
그렇지.
Yup. You're pretty good. Huh.
어이구야.
Oof.
쓸데없는 짓이
Meaningless. All of this. Otis, I think that serve would have killed me if I hadn't dodged it in time.
죽을 뻔했을 것 같은데.
훈련의 일종이다.
Consider this a part of our training. Ryoshu, you're not supposed to hit the ball with your sword. Aha! Forsooth, I have received thy ball. Hop!
그럴 시간에
We're wasting time we could be using to study the whale's characteristics.
호수를 건너가
We don't even have a compass to guide us through the Great Lake. Damn it. And that bastard has still got to be alive. Somehow. Here's a funny thing. For various reasons, I'm not going to be able to show Ishmael's ego until much, much later. But this is the line she gives during her ego attack. That bastard has still got to be alive somehow.
아이씨 진짜.
For fuck's sake, woman! Heathcliff, unable to stand Ishmael's attitude any longer, kicked the ball with enough force that it just might burst. And the ball flew way over the mark and toward the boundary, separating us from the pristine beach we saw a few days ago. Did the ball just pop?
네, 가시되지 않는
It most certainly has.
형성되어
There
있는
appears to be a field of plasma invisible to our eyes. Field of plasma? Who put a field of plasma on a beach?
동지와 뒷골목을
A barrier of sorts, installed to separate the nest from the back sheets. Along the borders of every nest are installations that serve the same function, though their specific methods may vary.
뻔하지.
Of course, there are always fences and whatnot to stop backsheet residents from crawling into their precious nests.
그런데 말이야.
But with that technology, they could have simply made the ball disappear without a trace,
저런다는
instead of leaving the torn mess, which gotta mean
보란 듯이 터뜨려 버렸어.
they want to enjoy watching clueless souls be ripped to pieces, I bet.
부자들은
Glad the rich folk are having so much fun with our lives.
기술의 구체적인 의도나
I have no comment to make regarding the device's particular purpose or its sadistic nature. It took me a whole hour of my time to procure us the ball.
다들 정신 차려.
Brace yourselves. The sound of the ball popping attracted the trash crabs. We'll have a chat after this. I really thought that this could be the activity to dramatically bring us all together. It's all gone to hell. Why does this keep happening? Isn't it about time you got used to this, manager bud? Come on. Let's first take care of business. Ah! It's not... It's not a happy time. They are not happy. Okay, but who do I replace for now? I replace... let's see, Mueller office fixer. No comment on this sadistic nature. Isn't exactly not a comment on said nature. Yeah, true enough.
함께하죠.
저주를 끼얹을
There we go.
때나
I
좋은
think
경험을
this particular layout should be good. But yeah. She definitely commented on it being sadistic in nature.
우리들에게 이깟 파도
Boink.
별것도 아니잖아요.
Da 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 da. Afric! Afric! Ow. Frick. Yay!
이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요. 사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
I just wonder if our weird, like, team of, like, based off of Lust Resonance can make it through chapter. Can make it through the next chapter, because if so, yay! If not, then, aw, that's too bad.
참, 이런 상황인데도
we might be approaching the point where I'm no longer able to pull off the weird synergy we built up. Like, next chapter might be the point, like chapter 5 might be the point where I can't pull it off anymore. Which makes sense, because we're almost fully caught up with where the game is. There we go.
확실히 빼는 편이 좋지.
다소 유리하구려. 그대로 멈춰라.
Although, I might be able to pull in, like, some of my sinners from my main team.
적확한 하나비였어.
Might be able to.
이제 쓸만해졌고.
Dun, dun, da, da, da. Wonderful! You were surpassed by my skill, though only by a little. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see, this is just gonna be Crabs 2, right? Yeah, this is just Crabs 2, so we can just look at the story here. Hey, Ishmael. Yes. Can we talk at least for a bit? I called over to Ishmael once the battle was over. Right, I've never done anything like this before. I don't even know if this is the right thing to do, or what kind of results this conversation is going to yield, but I can't just sit here and watch. Yeah, whatever. It looks to me like you've been preoccupied with something ever since we got here. You know, you're not really participating in group activities and things like that.
당연하죠.
Isn't it obvious?
따로 있는데.
There's something more important at hand, but they're all busy enjoying themselves playing this stupid game. Something more important. Is this about the Great Lake?
네.
Yes. That we, in our current state, shouldn't go there?
네.
No. Right. So why do you think that we don't have a chance against whatever is there?
말씀드렸잖아요.
I told you,
아직 준비가
we're not
안
ready.
됐어요. 적어도
We're going to need at least half a year to acclimate to the Great Lake and the things that are there.
아니면
Or
그에 상응하는
we could try to gain more
상황을
experience,
건가요?
enough to overwhelm our disadvantages.
적어도
And that goes to say for you,
자신의
Dante,
힘을 지킬
you need to be strong enough to at least take care of yourself.
아,
Which I could help with. And Altus, I'm sure she can help with your training too.
오티스 씨도 분명 관리자님을 돕는 것에는 협조하겠죠. 그럴 만한
If push comes to shove, yes. Wait. Half a year, Ishmael? We just don't have that much time to spare.
허비?
Really?
허비라고
Is that why we were playing beach volleyball?
지금
Because we don't have the time to spare?
더 허비 같은데요? 그리고
Ah, she's not doing good.
놀고 있자고
And
말씀드린 게 아니잖아요.
It's not like I'm saying that we should just sit on our butts and do nothing for half a year. I'm saying that we should visit other destinations first before coming back here.
그건 불가능합니다.
That is impossible. Not every location of golden bells in the nest has been identified, and the before team hasn't completed their preliminary surveys yet. Excuses.
다른 잘난 이유가
I've known for a while that you've had some fancy ulterior motive. And whatever that
그리고
is,
뭐가 됐든
this is a mistake
이번엔 그
you
생각이
won't
틀렸다는
ever forget.
뼈저리게 느끼시게 될 테죠.
This feels like an anime filler episode being called down on it. Yeah! I mean, this in between is very important for setting up, like, Ishmael's thoughts and feelings going in. It's slightly silly, but it's mostly, like, serious, like, character setting. it sets the characters up for where they are going into the next chapter.
그럴지도요.
Perhaps. Look at that. Filler can help define characters and relationships, yeah. God, what a mess.
그러면
In that case, we should at least map a detailed selling route and plan out a combat strategy. Prattling on and on and on. Just when I thought our discussion was reaching a stalemate, Heathcliff butted in.
당신은 또 뭔데요?
What's your problem?
닥쳐.
Shut your gob.
너무 고생해?
Think you're the only one struggling here? We've all died more times than we could count. Every single one of us.
이번에도
So I'm telling you that it'll work out again, somehow. I've had multiple members of the community go through and talk about Heathcliff being like, oh, how, like, not liking Heathcliff. I would just like to point out that here is kind of like a perfect encapsulation of Heathcliff's character. Shut your gob. Think you're the only one struggling here. We've all died more times than we can count, every single one of us. So I'm telling you that it'll work out again somehow. This is Heathcliff being extraordinarily brash and abrasive. And yet if you take a look at everything he's saying, strangely optimistic and trying to be helpful. He's not a bad guy, but he picks fights. Which is part of why when other people are like, I can't deal with Heathcliff, I'm just like, I know too much about his character at this point to actually say he's a really bad character, because he does stuff like this. In chapter 3, he's the only one to go through and talk to the manager and say, hey, stop letting them treat you like an object. You're not, you're a person. In chapter 4, he's trying to get along with people. In chapter 5, well, in chapter 4.5, he's doing this. It's great. Confrontational people can be amazing people, but not people you want to be friends with, or at least close friends. Yeah, yeah. In chapter 3.5, he was a chicken. And I'm telling you that the Great Lake is different. What if the manager drowns? What if that thing eats us and our bodies can't be recovered? Do you understand? This isn't anything like we've been through so far. This could be the end of us. And honestly, I love Ishmael. Ishmael's a great character. She's being way too much right now. Then I won't have the chance to kill that bastard. And if you're paying attention, she has an obsession that she's going over. And that obsession is what's fueling all this anger and this we need to be prepared and stuff.
좋아.
Okay,
네 말이 맞다.
let's say that you're right.
이대로 가면 우린 다
If we
돼지고
go now,
나도 캐.
we're all going to bite it.
아니.
And I won't be able to get Kath,
될 거라고 치자고.
I mean, get back up.
그래서
So what's wrong with faffing about for a little
그
while?
망할 고래 새끼들이 더
What?
세져?
Are those wells working out or something?
분위기를 계속
You've been mucking up the mood ever since we got here. So how about you use some bloody common sense to not bring everyone else down with you? That's rich coming from you, Heathcliff. What common sense do you have of the Great Lake? Have you ever seen a well? Since when were you such a know-it-all? What do you even know about a sailor's life? How would you? All day, you're whining about your girlfriend or something, dozing off in the bus or throwing a hissy fit once in a while. She also suggested that they leave for a while. Is that her avoiding the actual confrontation? Yes, it is. I choose to interpret it that way. Quit it. It's kill or be killed by everything from the depths of the waters to the heights of the skies, crawling and falling onto the deck. Innumerable natural disasters like acid typhoons, tuna tsunamis, cerebral storms, and a multitude of other terrors of the lake I can't even recall the names of. And from the storms, high waves as tall as mountains. Following that, those fucking monsters that wash up on the deck. Look away for a moment, and your mate, who you've trusted with your life, is slain. Everyone and every goddamn thing goes mad and is transformed into something else entirely on that abominable lake. Ishmael is not okay. Like, she was able to semi-hide it fairly well after this point, but this line just kind of, yeah, she's not okay. It's something that a pathetic, lovey-dovey tenderfoot like you. And now she's directly insulting Heathcliff. Won't ever understand. Not after dying 100 deaths. Ishmael is following a fairly... I find this fascinating, but also very frustrating. What Ishmael is doing right now is that it's something a lot of people do, automatically assuming that because you've had it hard, no one else can understand, no one else have had it hard either in their own ways. And yes, we all go through different things. We all go through different difficult things. That does not mean you've had it worse. And automatically assuming better or worse is not healthy in the slightest. I told you to quit! Before anyone could even step in, Heathcliff swung wildly at Ishmael. Yep. Yep. You don't know shite about me, a prick like you! I do not blame Heathcliff. Like, I blame Heathcliff for losing his cool. But, my gosh, Ishmael is not doing okay. Fellows, the tussle was such a blitz that no one could even attempt to intervene. Yiseng almost looked pitiful as he stood there bewildered. For a moment, it appeared as though Heathcliff had the upper hand as his fist struck Ishmael right in her jaw. Just as Ishmael appeared to throw a punch, she kicked Heathcliff's leg, throwing him to the ground. Ishmael, wait! In the blink of an eye, Ishmael took up her mace. She raises it high as though she could strike it down at any moment. Her arm trembles with uncontrollable fury. Yeah? What do? Bash my head in, like I did you before. Fine. Kill me. No matter. I'll be right as rain in a minute. They're also both being complete idiots right now. I was a fool to think you'd be any different from me. Poor Heathcliff. Everyone's the same, after all. That freaking reflection! The look in her eyes. I wasn't sure what caused her sudden change of heart, but it was a relief of sorts, at least. She looked at Heathcliff with her eyes wide open, and dropped the mace to the ground. I wish that I would not have to again be witness to such belligerency amongst friends. Yet, such quarrels among fellows is but an ineluctability. perhaps.
쟤네
Yeah.
보니까 우리 옛날 생각나지
Now
않아?
that brings me back.
저렇게
Watching them
주고받고
fight.
싸울 때가
We used to
있었는데.
tussle just like they do now. Big sis. Shh, shh.
단테,
Dante, I neglected to mention this to you since we have not had a dispute like this since our first mission.
수감자들의 업무 불안.
But you could be held responsible in the future for management failure should a similar workplace conflict arise. What the hell was I supposed to do about this? Was what I wanted to say, but I managed to hold my metaphorical tongue. How does the fault lie with the executive manager, Faust? It's those two fools who got into the senseless altercation. Preventing senseless altercations between co-workers is a job of a manager. You... Stop it, everyone. Indeed! Such behavior ill-fits the heroic nature of Limbus Company. They were not heroic. Sinclair's hesitance, Don Quixote's attempts to diffuse, Faust's impassive voice, and Altus's increasingly rising voice in my defense. All of that combined was starting to get incredibly irritating. Stop. Guys, enough. I had no other recourse left at this moment. Ishmael? Heathcliff?
뭐
What? The two of you, stop working together for a while. Distance yourselves. At least until I can think of a way to deal with you two.
나라고 저 면상.
It's not like I enjoy looking at her mug. Okay. Thus the mood fell into a pit, as depressing as this mudflat. Okay. We have an approximate quota now, so feel free to go collecting those scraps. We spent the next few days collecting scraps with the rest of the sinners. They are not good. And you can play through collecting the scraps. Difficulty level 35. We are not near that level. We have level 36, 28, 30, 29, 30. I'm worried. I've done a lot of EXP excavations though, so I can level these people up fairly fast.
방금 벌레 말은 듣지 않다는 사람 누구야?
그대로 멈춰라.
반복하겠는가?
저들이 추풍과 같이 흔들려 보다 유리하지 않겠어? 착하게.
I'm so excited for Chapter 6. Chapter 6 is not out yet, and that is Heathcliff's chapter, and I'm like, ah! It's just like Chapter 6 is gonna be like, oh!
이런 상황인데도 어떻게 끝이 보이네요.
So yeah, I'm also playing more stages than necessary right now. Partially because I want to make sure that I'm able to, that this team is able to beat them. Because if not, we are going to be in trouble. They seem to be doing pretty well. And that's considering that we are under-leveled. Yeah, frick. Ah, it's so close to full resonance. Nah, I'm gonna go for it anyways. It's close enough. Probably going to win this turn anyways. Ah! There we go.
No, not.
freaking counters.
너 말.
There we go, got the stagger. Yay!
보냈고.
Victory! Victory!
보람차군. 그대들도 뛰어났네만 내가 조금 더 나았군.
The days were as suffocating for them as it was for me. Well, save for Altus, maybe.
어이. 그렇게 연결.
You there, connecting those parts will cause an issue with the intake fan.
그러면 어떻게 해요?
What do we do then? That's like 3 separate wires. Amateurish. Allow me to demonstrate. This is nothing compared to what I had to do back in the day when I worked with the engineering cores. Autists, who appeared to be rather knowledgeable in engineering, continued to support Moeller Boatworks' bus modifications. Miss Faust, do you by any chance possess any documentation of items that the sinners may be partial to, or have preferences for in their personal information forms?
그런 것까지 작성해두지는
We do not keep
않습니다.
records of such details.
이상 씨,
You say, as I've informed you repeatedly, it is the best policy as a sinner to leave the decisions to the managers.
에헤이, 싸운 거
Aye!
그만한 게 없다니까.
There's nothing like booze and getting right sloshed to mend a broken friendship. What? Maybe you could try my secret weapon.
설마 지난번에
No way.
계속 말한
You mean the king trash crab brain wine that you've been talking about? Oh, color me interested, actually. No, no, I don't think I will. I shall inquire them myself. Thank you, still.
안될 것 같은데.
Doubt it'll work. Yusing was trying to come up with various ways to bring Heathcliff and Ishmael's feud to a close.
뭐 분.
S-Y-N-C.
아니, 여기서는
No. S-I-L-O would be preferable here. Ah, yes.
그래.
Perhaps doing so, while they're still alive, would be a way of pursuing a new direction in art in the vein of an avant-garde spirit. I don't know. I don't know what they're saying. S-Y-N-C or S-I-L-O. What the frick? Like, slice in... Oh my god, I don't know. And they're wearing the chef's outfits. Look at that. My suggestion was not to inflict them further pain. Simply a more appropriate method of engaging in the culinary arts.
저기
I'm sorry, but
언제 저녁 먹을
when's
수
dinner?
있어요?
You've been having the same conversation for the last 30 minutes. Rain, I'm dying here. I can hear the trash crabs going at it in my belly.
누님
Big sis,
정신 차리세요.
please get a hold of yourself. It seemed that Ryoshu and Mersault were trying to come up with a way to make the trash crabs more palatable. Not that I had any taste buds or a mouth, but it was starting to resemble actual food, at least in its presentation.
꼬맹이들 그리로 튄다.
Kiddos, they're going that way.
꼬맹이
A child?
아니요.
I am not. Now, young Sinclair, I'll go with the Gracia.
그레고르 씨, 저는
Gregor,
쪽 따라할게요.
I'll take its left leg.
알았다고.
Gotcha. Oh. Most other sinners were busying themselves with hunting trash crabs and collecting scrap. They say that practice makes perfect, and everyone was already performing rather well-coordinated attacks, even without my input. As for Heathcliff...
와, 그레고르 씨.
Whoa, Gregor!
보여주시는 건가요?
Are you showing off your rotisserie skills?
씨,
Insipid.
화려하게
Your
휘어간
flames lack flair.
아니,
Wait!
그냥 타는
He's just
거잖아요.
cremating it!
빼내었다.
It has been
이미
extracted.
음식의 기능은
However,
상실한 것
this
같아.
can no longer serve its function as a proper source of nutrients.
나 주시오.
Give it hither! I have consumed not but 3 legs so far! Oh my gosh.
히스클리프군.
Heathcliff. Heathcliff?
뭐야?
Oi, that's,
길잡이
the guide and I had a chat. I'm
이제
okay now.
면담
Was it
맞지?
really just a chat? Ugh.
아무튼
Just drop it.
은 안 일으키도록
I won't trouble you a lot. No more.
그것뿐이야.
That's all.
그러니까
So,
나도 하나만.
spare me some nosh? The dude's trying. The dude's really trying. I don't know if Vergilius really had just a talk with Heathcliff, but I'm glad that, unlike most other times, he was here to at least get Heathcliff to calm down. But Ishmael,
잠깐
a moment,
참겠습니다.
Dante.
뭐
Huh, well,
하는 대화가
as one-sided as this chat is going to be.
이미
As I'm sure you've already been told in brief. I conducted a little meeting with the 2 problem individuals. You will see that the discipline has proven effective with Heathcliff, while Ishmael's case hasn't quite been resolved. Or to be more precise, there is no reason to resolve it. What are you talking about? You must be asking what I'm talking about. I hope you aren't expecting me to kindly explain everything to you. You will realize it on your own soon enough. After all, this babysitting and fostering nonsense is not a part of my work, Manager Dante. I know you're putting in extra work, and I appreciate it. I'd like it if I didn't have to intervene anymore. You may consider the talk I voluntarily had with the 2 a small favor from me for your decent performance recently. Now, I have remaining business with the fixers of Molar office. What? What? Lynx, did you find those emotes just to come back and... Okay, you had them for a while, you just shared them here. Okay. I just yep. Why? Okay. Like that, Ishmael's left alone with little progress to speak of. According to the people from the boatworks, she apparently snuck out alone at night to make various preparations. Even when I visited her, when I found her hanging about and called over to her, she didn't respond to me at all. She wasn't ignoring me, rather, she seemed too deeply fixated on what she was doing. What should I do about her? No. What was I supposed to do then? Well, clear answer still eluded me. Mephistopheles' Midsummer was entering its final stages. Ba ba da 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 da. Pre-battle. Yay! All the sinners, save for Ishmael, gathered to behold the finished product. Aha! Do I behold with mine eyes a transformed bus?
이것은
Would one call this a bus boat
버스요.
or a boat bus? I think I'll go with bus boat. Limbus boat. Ah! Limbusy boaty. Limbusy McBoat face. Where did the wheels go? We'll need them again once we're done with U-Corp's district. A needless concern. Of course it has been modified to be amphibious, with both a boat form and a bus form. What is this? Some kind of magic bus? Here's the funny thing about this chapter. I want to share this. Chapter 4.5 Limbus McBoat Bussy. Chapter 4.5 in all of the advertising leading up to it and in the game was called the Magic Hell Bus. Clearly a riff on the Magic School Bus, but it was called the Magic Hell Bus. The myriad of possibilities Mephistopheles holds means it has always been capable of various functions. Hasn't Faust expounded upon this detail once? Now, that's enough of that. Let's start it up. As Mika fiddled with its controls, the bus boat, Limbus McBoat Bussy, shuddered awake. Huh? And sputtered off with the odd screeching noise we heard earlier. I think we're missing something. Maybe it's the form transmogrifier that's messing up. Oh, I thought the eardrums were going to burst. What could possibly be causing that noise? Mika, I think it's that one part where we had to make do with what we had. What was that? Did you just say, make do? What? We didn't have a choice. There weren't enough parts in stock. There's this one thing that was supposed to be irreplaceable, but the problem is... This wasn't the sound of its engine, was it? It's a gigantic mutant we've encountered before. It's headed this way. It is likely drawn here by the same clamor as before. That's good news. That big boy has the exact part we're missing on his back, don't it? It does, I guess. Big sis, are you really... I am really. It's that one expensive and tricky to manufacture part, isn't it? Don't you remember the way it killed the employees of other boat workshops? Well, that's because it crashed into us, not because we were hunting the bastard for parts. But now, I have these lads and lassies to help us. Besides, it killed the people that helped us start Moeller Boatworks from our Bond days, didn't it? Looks like this is just the time to give it a right smashing down its noggin. And make me some more wine out of its brain juice, too. Big sis? Can we get some, too? What do you mean, we? This king trash crab is supposed to be a few years old, so it has to be the same one from earlier. Anyway, all we need to do is catch and kill that prick, innit? Right on! You heard her, Clockface! Heathcliff turned to me, visibly eager to go up and crush some shells. That's not. Isn't this better for us? Ishmael? Gee, Ishi, where have you been all this time?
당연히 대호수에서
I was making preparations for our survival on the Great Lake, obviously.
고래에 대한 가이드를
The least I can do is make an exhaustive guide on where else you can study up on, right?
나 그런 거 안
You
읽는
know
거
I don't read that kind of stuff.
그럼 읽을 수밖에 없.
Then I'll keep reminding you until you have no choice but to read it.
관리자님, 보셨죠?
See, manager? We
저희에게는
still need more
아직도
time.
시간이 필요해요.
There's so much more to
준비해야 할
prepare.
게 훨씬 많고요. 저 킹크립게는 쫓아낼
That
수
king
없는
trash
거잖아요.
crab can be repelled, can't it? Then let's do that and finish modifying the bus later, with more time on our hands. Ishmael, I'm not sure. My lack of memory doesn't help, of course, but I don't get what you're so scared of, or what we're supposed to be preparing for. As much as I want to respect your opinions and reflect them, I don't think this is the best for all of us, so
모두는 무슨
there is no
말인지도
all of us. Huh?
솔직해지죠, 저희.
Let's be honest here.
지금 여기에
Is any
정말
one of us
모두를
devoting
위해서
themselves for the
희생하는
sake of this
사람이 있나요?
all of us?
다들 자신만의
With
목표를
all,
이루기 위해
we all
림부스
signed a contract with
컴퍼니를
Limbus Company
기억했죠.
for our own goals. I did, you sang did as we saw last time, and all the other sinners did.
결국 자신이 이루고
Aren't we
싶은
only
걸
in
이루고
this
있는 거
together
아니에요?
to achieve our personal aims?
그리고 당신도
And you too.
기억을 되찾기 위해서
You're forcing yourself to look for those golden pals, things you probably never heard of once in your life, just so you can get your memories back.
누구보다 개인적인 동기를
You have a more
가지면서
selfish motive than anyone else here, so why do you pretend like you're doing anything for all of us?
너이
How
자식.
dare you raise your voice against...
그만.
Enough. Vergilius, who seemed to have been discreetly listening in on our conversation, joined as though he'd been a part of it from the start. Ishmael,
면담 때
I believe I made myself clear during our meeting.
계약을 지키는 것이
The contract comes first. Red gaze.
개야?
The contract, huh?
그래요.
Sure.
여기는 회사니까.
This is the company I'm working for. Of course it does. Ishmael glared at me with a face unlike anything she'd shown before. I sensed clear hostility in her eyes.
그래요.
Fine. I'll abide by the oh so honorable contract.
당신이 시키는
Manager, give me your orders and I'll follow them.
그러니까
So, if there's anything you want from me from now on, state it clearly.
앞으로 제가
I won't get out of line by
무언가를
providing
묻거나 설명하는
unsolicited
일은
help or
없어요.
explanations anymore. Ugh! Ishmael, stop!
뭐예요?
What are we waiting for? Weren't you going to order us to go kill that giant crustacean? I'll gladly obey as it is stipulated in the contract, Manager Dante. After Ishmael finished speaking, she blankly stared at me as if awaiting my order. To which I could only reply with, "Let's go." As soon as I finished, Ishmael turned around and left the shop as if on cue. All I could do was lead the other sinners and follow her. Just then, I heard vicious sounds of crashing waves and roars of an all-crushing storm. Visions of destruction passed before me. Limbs and bits of flesh tear off in the shredding storm that brings crashing waves. Ishmael clings to the ship for dear life. And a behemoth of an eye, its overwhelming and all-consuming size looming over the ship, watches her in silence. Perhaps this could be a clue to Ishmael's perplexing behavior. Yeah. Yeah. Yay! Bigger size limit! Boink, boink.
의뢰가 들어왔나요?
좋은 경험이 되기를.
Last residence party! Last residence party! Last residence party! Yeah, 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 yeah.
유감 없는 싸움을
Da
기대하겠어.
da da dun 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 da 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 ba ba ba. I've heard this music way too much. I bought this over and over and over again in order to go through and get all the scrap needed to finish out this chapter. Ah! Wasn't the most fun. Okay, who are you targeting? You were targeting you, so I should probably go for you. And then everyone else has their targets. Great. Let's have 2 focus on you.
침착하게.
Yay! Ah! Frick.
적확한 한압이었어.
Yeah.
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제1 사냥감이겠네요. 가서 끝장내죠.
They will attack each other, and that's why a common tactic in this particular fight is to just let them destroy each other. But sometimes I don't feel like it.
무슨 맛일까?
You had to hit. You had to hit both of those. Ah, frick. Frick. Well, at least you're attacking your own allies, so that's good.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Yep, and now they're just attacking each other. Of course, I'm going to interrupt because I want to finish this off a bit faster than just them attacking each other will give.
반복하겠는가?
Yeah.
다소 유리하구려.
Being careful to try to not waste.
이리로 와.
Despite the fact that I know I'm gonna win this turn.
빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠.
탱고더. 아, 옛날 버릇이. 적사살. 좋아.
There are 3 phases to this particular fight, so going to try to save the big, massive payoff until phase 3.
썰어볼까?
No! Frick, you had to hit heads on both? Nah. I am generally grooving to this music though. Ah!
아무튼 놀라운 한방이네요.
Get some extra bleed, count on you. Yeah, I want to block that one. Yeah, it seems like a good amount to just get you annihilated. These two are attacking each other. You are attacking my sinners, so gonna go and attack you. You're gonna get some counters off, which is not the best, but I could take them. Yeah! Boink. No, that didn't stagger. So close to a stagger there. Yeah. Am I French because Eiffel for me? Oh, wait, I get it, okay. Sorry, that took a little bit, but I got it. Oh, that's a good one, I like it. Da-da-da, 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 da-da-da. It's a joke you just heard. Yeah, that's a good one. Are you French? Because I fall for you. Ah! That's a good one.
참, 이런 상황인데도 어떻게 끝이 보이네요. 조금만 더 해보죠.
Did I accidentally spend all your lust brick? And the next one is also going to be sloth brick. Ah! Absolute sloth resistance is not a thing. Oh wait, it's not. Yes, absolute lust resonance. Yay! Okay, so have you and you target each other. Let's not worry about you because you are... Yeah, and you're gonna deal damage for me for having shields, so I don't care. Da, 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 la, la, da, da, da. Da, na, 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 na.
썰어볼까?
Yeah. Absolute lust resonance. Yay. Look at this damage level. Yeah.
너 말.
Okay, not the best because you endure it all, but hey, it's fine. Da, da, na, na. Yeah, I think this team should be fine at least. They're lightly under-leveled, but they're handling the battles fairly simply.
한 방 먹였네. 이 기세를 모습 뚫어보자고.
Despite the fact that they are lightly under-leveled. They're handling what the enemy is throwing at them.
그대로 멈춰라.
Besides which, I'm not having to care about a lot of attacks that are happening because the attacks are going at each other. Just like that, yeah, they try to heal by hitting each other. Yeah, I think we're winning this turn. So I could probably try Absolute Lust Resonance and shenagle some of the details here and there with Ego. more or less absolute less resonance. None. Frick! Yeah, I still won! Da-da-da-da-da-da. It's one thing you wonder about in certain kinds of RPGs. Is my party underleveled, or am I just not understanding something about the strategy? That is fair. This team is underleveled for where it says everything goes, but
계속 이대로 돈 모아서 더 좋은
I understand a lot of
있어요.
the mechanics to an extent where I think I could get by. Because if you notice, the difficulty says level 35, but the team we have are like 5 levels under that. Usually you just level up until it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's also a possibility. That's also something you can do. Just level up, and then you're good. According to Virgilius, the people at the boatworks have been saving up for a trip back to V Corp's backstreets, where their fixer office used to be. After experiencing a warp train malfunction, they apparently decided they'd rather take the car. Having an official recommended level does help to clarify. Yeah, it does. I considered telling them the truth I learned from a number of identities, but I figured ignorance is bliss and kept my figurative mouth shut. Maybe I feared that the things I said could bring bad results again. Like how Ishmael has fallen out with me. Come on, get working. Oh, we've got him now.
이걸로 완성이네요.
Looks like our job's done.
마침 밀물 때는
And lucky
지금
you,
출발하실 수 있을
the
거예요.
tide is in. You should be able to set off now.
자, 그럼
Now,
그 형태로
switch to boat mode.
이렇게 변하는군.
Oh, it transforms thusly then.
이 차량을 설계한 분이
I've got to say, I have great admiration for whoever designed this vehicle.
실제로 이렇게
I had
작동하는
stories of
걸
it,
처음 봐서.
but to see it in motion firsthand.
아마 이 차량의 핵심만
If you tried,
변화하면
it could most
다른
certainly
형태로
change into
바꿀
other
수
forms, as long as the
있을까요?
core is intact.
어떻게 이런
How can such a core be real? I'm just
정말
amazed, for lack of a better term.
나오지가 않네요.
Plain boat win! Plain boat win! Ah!
네.
Indeed.
대단합니다.
Faust is amazing.
자, 그럼
Alright,
다들
now,
탑승하세요.
get in your vehicle.
배로 다시
You can switch the
전환하면
boat
될
again once you're in the water. Aboard the now boat-shaped Mephistopheles, we forged ahead into the ever-rising waters. My relationship with Ishmael was still precarious, which is something I still wasn't sure what to do about. But since some of the sinners were also trying to be supportive towards Ishmael, I decided that it would be best if I tried to come up with a solution in the meantime. Maybe I'll find out more the further we get from the shores of the Great Lake.
잘 나아가네요.
It's selling, alright. Okay, what is that one, Dark Links? Yay. Okay.
그럼 우리 이제 돈 받아서 왜
Does that mean we can get paid and go out for a meal now?
돈이라면 아까 받았어요.
We actually got our money a minute ago, as soon as we fulfilled our end of the contract. A delivery fixer from the Devyat Association came by and paid us the remainder. Ojama Yellow. Ah!
오, 생각보다
Oh! Our contractor turned out to be a pretty big deal, huh?
좋아. 잔뜩 벌었으니
Hot damn! Now that's the catch. How about we take a break from trash crabs and splurge for some pork? Pork belly barbecue.
좋죠, 누님.
Sounds good, big sis. By the way,
그런데 미카,
Mika,
네?
yes?
이번 개조 목록에
What if we add a submersible mode to the modifications?
그럴
We-
리가요?
Didn't?
저거 기운.
The ship looks like it's listing.
야, 빨리.
Oi! Get the water out, quick! So, there were a few weeks between this chapter, between chapter 4.5 and chapter 5. And during that, whenever I went to Mirror Dungeons, the loading screen was constantly And the ship is still like, oh no, it's sinking! Constantly. Okay, why all the licks? Why all the licks, Darklings? Why all the licks? Buckets! Where are the buckets? I found a hole. This must be T D.
출발할게.
For off. Glub glub.
구명보트
I'll get the lifeboat.
위약금
Guess we should also prepare to pony up penalty fees.
조졌군.
We're so screwed. Finn! With our frantic attempts to drain the bus and carry on skillful rowing, we managed to get back to the boatworks and have the bus repaired. With that, our voyage on the Great Lake began somehow in earnest. Yay! That's chapter 4.5. Bum 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 dum bum bum dun 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 dun. Okay. So I gotta go on break for a little bit. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. For everyone who is gonna be waiting. Well, once we get back from the break, it's gonna be on to the rest of the in-between chapter stuff and then chapter 5. So I'm gonna change the title to chapter 5. For everyone else, make sure to use this opportunity to eat, drink, and use the restroom. I'll be running ads during the break. And as long as you're back here in 5 minutes, regardless of whether I'm here sooner than expected or later, you should be fine. Have a good break. I'll see you afterwards. ba da ba 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 da ba. Ba ba da ba ba. Ba ba da na 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 na. Hi. Right, I forgot to change the title to Chapter 5. Yeah. Welcome back. Yay! Thank you, Ocean Wave, for following. Yay! It's great to see you here. I hope you enjoy your stay. So now that we got the majority of 4.5 done, we're gonna go cover a couple of minis, and then and be on to Chapter 5. I hereby confirm today's close of business for the sinners. Whether we're riding the bus through a forest or navigating the bus boat over a vast lake, our daily routine changes very little. Thank you kindly. Starting now, you all will be given a maximum of 12 hours to partake in sleep and rest. The duration is subject to change. Have a good night. The usual hubbub, followed by the usual leisurely idleness. I guess I'm not the only one starting to enjoy these normal routine days. It wasn't by our choice, though. By now, I thought we'd be sailing vigorously across the waters toward the Lobotomy Corp branch located somewhere within U-Corp. But here we are, unable to leave the coastal side of the Great Lake, dawdling and twiddling our thumbs. Well, it's not like there's been an accident. While Faust didn't elaborate, she explained that we had to wait for now. If I were to hazard a guess, we were waiting here to complete some kind of an entry procedure like we did at K-Corp. Either that or waiting for someone, probably the Before team, to get in touch with us. Which brings us here, surrounded by nothing but endless, endless water. The sinners chattered about inane subjects before complaining about this immense boredom. But deep down, we were all exhausted from the unending onslaught of physically and emotionally draining happenings. Deep down, we all knew these leisurely days would not last. So we each elected to enjoy this brief maritime respite in our own ways. Sorry, I get distracted again because I like my mouth fancy. Sorry. Sometimes I'm just like, I really love having to be Tubados. Great. Okay. If thou needest mine assistance, as I have repeatedly made myself clear, I am quite alright. Thy countenance, returning the contents within thy stomach to the lake with such vigor, saith otherwise. Except for Yiseng, who had a surprisingly low tolerance for seasickness. This voyage was proving to be rather uneventful. Yiseng, the day's over. You can go back to your room now. Oh, shall I finally be freed from this suffering? Seriously, I told you that you could rest in your room if you wanted. Our fellows must also have their share of suffering. I cannot, in good faith, seek comfort only for myself. You're the one with the biggest share of suffering right now. Well, I wished that he'd be more reasonable with himself. I could see where he was coming from. I thought better of it than to try to convince him otherwise. I instead chose to help Yiseng to his room. I thank you, Dante. Then, until later. I waved at him and watched until he stumbled into his room and closed the door behind him. Then I shall seek myself respite as well, Manager Esquire. Yeah, rest well. Don Quixote walked into the same door that Yiseng had walked into, I could get a blurry glimpse into her room over her shoulder. I couldn't get a good look at it, but it was certainly not the same room Yusing had walked into. I see these doors every day, but I still don't get it. I should probably be used to this by now, but it's still pretty fascinating how the rooms changed based on who opened the doors. I turned, leaving the shut door behind, ready to return to my room. There's a door immediately to the right side of that demarcation of the corridor we're not allowed to cross. Within that door is a space somewhat different from the sinner's rooms. In there were the wooden door to my room and the metal door leading into the mirror dungeons. The doors leading to the Luxcavation dungeons and the recently opened door to the Refraction Railway also come into view. So to give a quick explanation to people, around this point in time during the game, the Refraction Railway, which is the challenge mode for each season, basically, was just barely released for the first time, I think. Either that or it's the second time, but anyways, the mirror dungeons are basically just like the weekly thing you can go through to challenge yourself. Refraction Railway are the ultimate challenge mode, and the Luxcavation dungeons are grinding up for experience and materials. No new doors yet. For no reason in particular, I creak those doors open and take a quick peek inside to see if anything changed. Well, I've never actually managed to catch any changes myself, but who knows? Maybe I'll notice something worth keeping to myself. Which I should probably report to Faust. Something must have caught wind of my rather mischievous thought. An ear-splitting siren blares all the way here from the other end of the bus. Blimey, what the hell is... Oh boy, this again? M.E. Kill the volume. I spun around to face the other side of the corridor. The sinners, alarmed by the noise, were one by one peeking out of their rooms. They were used to the siren by now, but that didn't change the unpleasant fact that their sweet private hours were disturbed. Well met, Dante. Let us observe this disturbance together. Okay. I accompanied Faust to the helm. She fiddled with a few buttons and shut off the alarm. Incomprehensible, complicated-looking letters began to fill the round screen. Is that a new room? Even Faust needs a moment to decipher. Right. The siren always comes without warning. And with it appeared the mirror dungeons, the Luxcavation dungeons, and the Refraction Railways. I don't know if it's relevant, but I didn't see anything that would indicate activity when I checked the railway door earlier. It is unlikely that anything new would appear from that entrance. I find it difficult to believe that the next line would arrive so soon when the glow of the door leading to line 2 has yet to go out. Oh right, this is the second Refraction Railway, not the first. Right, so the first Refraction Railway happened chapters 1 to 3, and then the second one during season 2, and the third one is currently open still, I think? Yeah. I guess you're right. The first railway really took me by surprise when it appeared. A new door had appeared before us, its edges shimmering with a blue glow, and when we entered it, a mysterious vehicle was just sitting there, waiting for us. Its appearance somewhat resembled that of Mephistopheles, but it was also patently clear that I'd never seen anything like it before. An odd feeling. I see that your first encounter with the train has left a strong impression, Dante. Well, I recall that you had a rather violent reaction when I entered the train to observe its interiors. Come on, I wasn't the only one that freaked out. Everyone did. What if that thing left the station before the rest of us got on? Was what I wanted to say if Faust hadn't already turned around from the screen, to which her eyes had been metaphorically glued for a while, and walked away. This wasn't it yet, then? No, this particular volatility is not something we can utilize. Right. I thought it was an awkward time for a new door to appear. Too soon, too soon. The dungeons and the railways appeared at awkward times as well, Dante. I recommend that you refrain from settling into a premature conclusion. A new variable may present itself at any moment. Moreover, if this volatility has triggered an alarm in Mephistopheles' engine, then it naturally follows that a new door has appeared at an indeterminate location down the corridor. This may reveal a space from which one could never return. It is best that we keep track of these incidents. Even Heathcliff won't do anything like that again. Probably. As per my last advice to you, a premature conclusion is... Regardless, no serious issues have been detected at this moment. It would be most apt that we enjoy our remaining rest period. Now, if you will excuse me, rest well, Dante. With those as her parting words, Faust disappeared into her room in her usual manner. Left alone again on this boat, I looked at the numerous letters displayed on the screen. Numbers, unintelligible letters, drawings and symbols depicting something. I had to shake my clock head after staring at that dizzying sight for a while. I wonder if this is how Yi Sang felt earlier. I'm starting to feel nauseous. I was barely able to hold back the vertigo from setting in. Time to saunter back to my room. Let's turn in early tonight. So what's interesting is that after this event started playing, I don't think I've been able to show it on stream. But occasionally, on this main screen, whenever you log in, it would say volatility detected, flashing across the screen randomly when you log in. Which would happen. I have yet to determine why. But before chapter 5.5 came out, it was happening a lot. Another day, another prolonged and dreary period of waiting, and some more waiting for something to happen. Of course, our bus boat was still floating on the coastal Great Lake. Voices of discontent among the sinners started small, but they have been growing increasingly incessant as of late. God! Holy crap! All of a sudden, an ear-splitting siren echoes throughout the cabins. It's that alarm again, warning us of a volatility in Mephistopheles, but it was much louder, much more painful than the ones we've heard before. And this time, it wasn't the only thing that assaulted our senses. Yeah. It happens when an event starts. We had the Christmas, Walpurgis, and Railway in short succession. Yeah, we did. Also, Bugga's first time, Medvin. I don't know if it was a glitch or something on my end, but it would just randomly happen for some reason. Not even when an event starts, but just randomly, for me. Huh? You've never had flashing lights like this before, right? What is it this time? The hell did it feed this bloody rickety bus? Oh, this must be a signal that the long-awaited adventure is finally nigh! Is this what we've been waiting for this whole time? No. Vergilius frowned as though he sensed that something was off. He turned to Faust. It was one of those rare occasions when I could sense the slightest hint of confusion from him. Wee-woo, wee-woo. Mephi's blaring and crying. Mephi's sick. What is this, Miss Faust? I wasn't informed about a siren like this before. First, a correction of falsehoods is in order. Mephistopheles is not bloody rickety, and eating is not a part of its behaviors. You might be farming shards at the moment. Ah! That's a perfectly reasonable thing to do. It does make infrequent use of the encapsulant supply gear installed in the engine for fuel, but that is no negative consequence, even if it was. Whatever issues that may arise can handily be repaired after a proper total disassembly. That was just a figure of speech! So what's this now? Sounds like the bus is about to explode. You really want that new Faust? Dang! I should probably do some polls, actually. To label Mephistopheles as some bloody, rickety bus completely disregards the amount of pain and effort Faust dedicated to designing and... Heathcliff, if you don't take it back, I don't think she's ever going to stop. Seriously? Yeah, Heath, take it back. The bus might actually blow up before she explains anything. Ugh. I take back what I said earlier. I cannot comprehend what you are attempting to take back. Your rather abstract reference to this unknown concept that you supposedly mentioned earlier is hardly clarifying. Anyway, allow me to list the specifications of screws used in Mephistopheles' construction that make this creation so impressive. First, fine! I take back what I said about the bus. It's not bloody rickety, and it doesn't eat. I'm sorry, alright? The cabin briefly echoes with his cries, then a brief silence. I think I saw Faust flash the briefest grin of satisfaction. Good. All Blade lineage units do contribute to the event, though for new players you wouldn't recommend them since they only become good at type 4. Yeah, fair enough. I'm not a new player. I'm actually... Well, I haven't done anything with the Blade lineage effect, but... besides that, I've actually beaten Chapter 5. I'm just going through all of it again on stream. It's a clown show over. This juvenile, tedious exchange is testing my patience. Yeah, it's a bit different from the usual alarms. Don't think this one's for a new door. It is quite simple. The night is here. Yep! So, I did talk about this a little bit on a Solarhawk stream. I'll talk about it again here. The Walpurgis Night is an event that periodically happens in Limbus Company, where they will add identities and special events and battles, referencing older games in the franchise. One of the regular identities that we use in the stream team comes from a Walpurgis Night, actually. You got me all cute. It is quite simple. The night is here. WDYM. What do you mean? That's easy. TOISYNC. Talk or I snap your neck. Walpurgis Night is here, it seems. The night is not here. That is very apparent, at least in this coastal area. The name does not refer to the time of day in which the sun moves beyond our line of sight. Then it appears to me that by that designation you are referring to a certain phenomenon? You things seem to be doing a little better now that the waves had died down somewhat. I am. Indeed, I am certain that all of you are most familiar with the fact that extracting identities and ego from mirror worlds is one of the many functions of Mephistopheles' engine. But its reach is rather limited. Even as it has expanded over our journey, we have yet to reach mirror worlds that are too far from our own. Is this the Golden Bell's doing? I noticed that it was fishing up more and more new things the longer our journey went on. Broadly speaking, yes, you could say that. Dante and our collective experiences gradually expand our range of extractions. Normally, extractions require a certain resource, but there were times when the identity cards appeared out of nowhere. Did we call them Dante? Yeah, some of them just randomly popped out of the engine. Wait, slow down. The hell's an identity card? Heathcliff, you're a little bit behind. Oh, you still didn't know? I'm jealous of you, Heathcliff. You have a talent for ignoring anything you don't care about. You looking to get your head smashed in or what? Right. Knock it off, you guys. Guidebud's giving us the evil eye. They're, you know, the things Manager Bud pulls out of the engine from time to time. Those little rectangular objects with our alternate world. Wait, what was it? Mirror worlds? Anyways, it's those things with depictions of our other selves on them. Yes, the things that look like mahjong tiles. I thought they looked a bit like wafers. I believe their denomination comes from their appearance as cards that contain identities. Thus, it naturally follows that they're named identity cards. He's just skipping the story like most of the community. Ah! I love the story though so freaking much. Ah! So we're using those rectangular toys to transform into our alternate selves. I never used them before. You have. That's because I'm the one using them. On the device issued to Dante are indentations through which identity cards and ego can be inserted. They're reflected when we participate in a battle. Oh, so that's what they were fidgeting with before every fight. I could tell from his flabbergasted expression that none of it had ever even occurred to Heathcliff. On the other hand, Don Quixote wore a somewhat forlorn expression. What's wrong, Don Quixote? Well, is this not about time when Ishmael would intrude upon this conversation and denounce Heathcliff with biting words such as, "You still didn't know? That's just like you? This emptiness weighs heavily upon mine heart?" Oh, you're right. Something was missing from this whole convo. I knew it. You're right, daft bastards. Enough. We're not getting the information we need. Miss Faust, please explain the present situation. What are these green lights? Understood. If we take into account the case of identity cards Dante receives without spending any lunacy, we can draw a conclusion that the Mephistopheles extraction has an element of unpredictability tied to its uncertainty. The hell is she blathering about now? Yet this item is of your design. To say that it has an element of unpredictability would indicate that... Correct. Encapsulant fuels the engine, yes. However, extractions and reconstructions utilize chaos. Well, in easier terms, you could say that it uses the concept of possibilities itself as fuel. Our extractions range grows when we are able to clearly observe specific possibilities in the infinitely branching mirror worlds. During this period, however, the borders between the mirror realities are entirely shattered. Using the present as our anchoring point. Hi, Vici! Hi, how are you doing today? It could be said that our current extraction range is approximately 3 years to the past or future. During Walpurgis Night, however, that range grows to about 10 years or even more. What happens when frogs park illegally? I don't know. What happens when frogs park illegally? Oh, not bad at myself. I am doing alright. I love streaming. Streaming is how they get towed. Ow! I like that one. Ah. I am doing, well, practically speaking, fairly bad IRL. But streaming always makes me feel better, and I love being here. During Walpurgis Night, however, that range goes to about 10 years or even more. This is a bit meta. Because, this encapsulates the range of when Project Moon released their games. In that case, that means to say that identities of prominent fixers from times past may grace us with? Theoretically speaking, yes, but each Walpurgis Night has its own peculiarities. It will not let us reach into all potential possibilities. Then, does that mean that we may also be availed to our alternate selves? As the legendary fixer, the Archmagnificence, the one and only... Whose kneecap should I break, you kid? Yeah. We could get Callie from our prime. Yes, it does! Ah! That'd be amazing. Freaking red mist. Yeah! Also, Vichy, the kneecaps to break would be people from the passport office, because legally speaking, they shouldn't need my dead name at all. But I'm at the point where I'm gonna give up. I'm just gonna give them my dead name, just so they stop hounding me for it and actually give me my passport. And hope that they use my legal name on my passport and not my old dead name. Yeah. Anyways. Red Mist? That is extremely unlikely, but I will not completely dismiss the possibility. The extended range, I suppose, could be defined by worlds affected by entities that were indispensable to the formation of this current state of the world. An example of that would be the Lobotomy Corporation headquarters prior to White Nights and Dark Days incident. In other words, the first game. In some ways, your words sometimes find a roundabout way to the truth, Don Quixote. I didn't know who this Red Mist was, nor did I know what White Nights and Dark Days was. That's what happens at the end of the Lobotomy Corporation, keeping it vague though, just for people who haven't played the game yet. But I could hazard a guess that they both must have been pretty significant, considering that Vergilius' his face grew visibly tense as soon as they were mentioned. The sinners were unsettled too. We can conclude that the siren is no cause for any immediate concern, then. No, it isn't. Consider it a festival that arrives once in a while, for now. Festival. Festive times. Carolyn is festive too. It is a major plot point in Ruinous, so no spoilers yet. Generally, I will reiterate this again. My opinion is that people should be able to enjoy Limbus Company and even Library of Ruina without having played the other games in the series. There are details that you would know more about if you played other games, but they're not necessary. The primary reason I say this is because I think Lobotomy Corporation is a great game. Library of Ruina is a masterpiece, and the idea that you have to play Lobotomy Corporation to play Library of Ruina is a shame. I don't know if I got all that, but this isn't what we've been waiting for, is it? No, we will continue to wait. The sinners sighed and groaned with disappointment as the newfound anticipation fizzled. Well, something did happen, but it wasn't something that would get us moving. I can see what a disappointment this might be to them. Runa gives you a recap, and Limbus just gets better from all the recurring characters from yeah. So, how do we stop that green light from flashing? It will turn itself off when Dante extracts something from the engine. Do not worry. Right. Back to business, all. Dante, extract something and turn that alarm off. WAD. We'll just be running more dungeons through the back door with whatever new thing they pull anyway. Still, this leisureliness is a very rare opportunity, isn't it? Blessed be the patient ones, or so it is said. Every sinner says their piece before returning to their seats. Some of them walk out of the cabin to gaze at the lake. It's something they must be growing a tad tired of doing at this point. Maybe they're just going out for a long sigh. An autist walked up to me. Are you not worried, executive manager? Huh? About what that mad scientist said, for now. There has to be more to that statement. Should I investigate this matter further? Autist was right. While Faust did tell us to consider this nothing more than a festival that arrives once in a while, she definitely knew more than she was letting on. But if Faust speaks of something in a characteristically cryptic manner, it means that she'll never tell us until she wants to. Well, it does bother me a little, but right now we don't have a lot of options. Let's just put a pin in it for now. Autist nodded affirmatively, bowed, and returned to her seat. Well, let's get extracting like Faust said. Speaking of, yeah, I have over 3,000 lunacy. I could pull a couple of extractions. Let's just pull a couple of extractions for now. Oh, hey! I did not get a thing. I thought for a second that was a yellow glow. Oh wait, I got a thing. Yay! Well, I got the 2-star identity from the recent event. Yeah. Nothing! Faust is a crit master while Mersault is a poise creator. Yay. And I got nothing but the 2-star identity available. Ah! I'm curious though, am I close to Faust or Mersault? Actually, I'm fairly close to both of them. How many shard crates do I have?
사무직분들은 사이좋게 모여서 식사를 하시는 것 같네요.
140. Not quite enough to guarantee enough.
말쿠트님은 저런 것을 원했을까요?
Yeah, they are 400. On average, since they oscillate between 1 and 3, you're gonna get 2 from each crate, so that'll be an average of 280 shards. And the closest I could get is I can actually shoot for both of them now that I'm looking at it. Let's shoot for Faust, actually.
사이좋게 모여서 식사를 하시는
I'm curious. Good news, if it is in your dead name from what you are reading, if it is within 1 year, you can change it for free to your current name. Sorry I have to go through this in any way, shape, or form. All the hugs. If you like, I can message you the info, but again, all the hugs. Yeah, it's okay. How's your event shop going? I have not been doing it yet since I've saved my energy from a recent level up for this stream. I'm actually curious. Can I get this? 268! Ah! Oh, that hurts. That hurts. Look at that. 389. Oof. So freaking close. Dang.
사이좋게 모여서 식사를 하시는 것 같네요.
The event has boxes and tickets, I kind of figured.
특별히 그룹을 지어 식사하진 않는데. 말쿠트님은 저런 것을 원했을까요?
Anyways, we're not worrying about the event today. Unless if I manage to finish chapter 5 today. Yeah, we're not worrying about the event today. But the event has boxes and tickets, and that would be very useful for me! Oh, wait a second. I could probably pull some from the event. Because I have done some stuff. Oh, yep, here we go. Oh, it's a shop this time. You buy from it. Oh, I see. Oh, that's much different than I thought. 200 points is enough for 10 pulls and 500 is a new character who's quite cute. Ah, gotta save up for freaking 500 then. But I'm doing that later. I'm doing that later. Ah, I've told myself I gotta do it later. Because we're covering chapter 5 today. Not letting myself be distracted. Ah! Total cost is still the same for everything, yeah. It hasn't been so long since this bus boat was hounded by the sirens and the flashing green lights. The sinners were sitting uncomfortably, trying to get some shut-eye in the ship cabins, formerly known as the bus cabins. The thought of returning to their rooms didn't even seem to occur to them. After gazing out the window for a while, Faust came to her feet and approached the helm, formerly known as the wheel. Miss Faust.
네. 신호가 왔군요.
If you want, I can share my characters. You do have some... Yeah, I haven't quite worked with all the sharing on the friends and such yet. Besides which, I pulled a lot of characters. I'm mostly fine. Yes, we have received a signal. Faust? the long-awaited signal has arrived, then. Ah! Then shall our adventures in the Great Lake finally commence?
어떤 신호가 왔다는 거죠?
What signal?
알람 소리가
I don't hear or
들리는
see
것도
anything.
아니고
Not even an alarm.
적도 없는데요.
시야에는 잡히지 않지만
A smoke signal outside our visual range has been picked up by the Mephistopheles.
연기.
A smoke signal.
봉화를
The beacons
켜야
are lit,
하는
then.
그걸
I guess that's what we've been sitting on our butts for. Shared characters and characters on the bench still give the event points from any source. Oh! Oh! In which case... Okay. But later, though, I'm focusing on Chapter 5.
항해 시작.
Selling is a go. Splish splash.
슬슬
Soon,
연안구역에서 벗어나
we'll be moving away from the coastal area and draw closer to what one could call the Great Lake approach.
지금부터는 자동 항해
Activating the automatic navigation system now.
무엇이 지금까지
How? That means to say that what we have experienced so far was not the Great Lake?
정의를 말하자면
By strict definition,
지금껏
yes, it
그곳에
was.
있었다고 할수 있지만
We have been inside the Great Lake's borders for a while.
존재하지 않았기
Yet I
때문에
make the distinction based on the information available to you, as our path has so far lacked any real threats.
그런 일들이
No real
있었는데
threats, thou sayest.
것인가?
After all that,
저기에 있는 이상구는
lo, he saying there has hitherto been burying his face in that very bucket. I shall have thee know. Mind me not. Please.
처음엔 물을 퍼내려는
I had thought the bucket's purpose was to remove water from the ship in case of a flooding. Yet told hath his heretofore removed were contents of Yiseng's stomach.
그리고 그
And that,
윌스바
Mulberry Yisu not? That incident is still quite fresh in my mind.
트루기스의 밤입니다.
Walpurgis Night.
그리고 그 모든
And
일들이
not many of those threats could be attributed to the dangers of the Great Lake.
거짓 원인의 오류로군.
False cause fallacy.
어려운 말이
Quite the rush of daunting ideas thou hast thrown in my direction. I shall henceforth continue to slumber then.
아니
No, we have just entered a hostile environment. We must rouse ourselves from sleep and ready ourselves for what dangers there may be. Altus?
경계 배치
All hands to defensive stations! Altus suddenly leapt to her feet and began barking orders at the sinners. Gah!
뭐야?
What in the bloody... Oh, artboard. Ah, starry filled. Ah, starry shared like art in the artboard on this Discord. Yay! Ugh, my heart dropped for a sec there.
오티스
Altus, the ship is currently steered by an automated navigation system. As its name suggests, it will automatically avoid any threats the Great Lake may pose. Should a threat prove to be unavoidable, it will sound an alarm. Did you really expect me to trust that incomprehensible contraption? Besides, this automated navigation system is nothing but some slapdash last-minute installation by the Boatworks fixers. Indeed, Faust was not the one who installed the system. So, no, its reliability is not absolute. Well said! It is well-known wisdom that the path of a sailor is fraught with dangers unknown, which is to say that a human must handle it. Then shalt thou be the one to lead this vessel to victory? I must rise to the occasion, as executive manager unfortunately lacks any memories pertinent to selling. Luckily, I am quite experienced with the leadership position. Yeah, let's read the story first while waiting for the energy recovery. Here's my code if anyone chat wants it. Yeah, okay. Oh, Commander! I am no commander. I am your captain! Executive manager, allow me to briefly assume your authority so that I may lead this vessel as its temporary captain. She continued before I even had the chance to reply. Attention! Selling, that is to say, the act of traveling across bodies of water. After an indeterminate amount of time. And that concludes the fundamentals of selling. Have you been taking your notes, men?
후비죠, 후비죠.
Snore, snore. Oh, marvelous! Quite a considerable amount of new knowledge I have acquired. 'Tis akin to an adventure, is it not? 'Twas one of mine humble 863 old dreams to sail the Great Lake as an adventurer, like a challenger of storms, a queller of rogue waves. Such an exact number of aspirations you have.
오티스님
Otis, ma'am,
질문이 있어.
I have a good question. Yes, you're recognized.
저
Uh,
복잡하게
what's that
생긴
complicated
여자는
looking lever over there?
무엇인가요?
나도 궁금했다네.
Ah, it has been riddled in my head as well. What may be the function of that peculiar device? Whew, perchance it shall load and fire a volley of cannonballs at the press of a button. Ka-chow! Pow! A lever of transformative variety. It shall be an auspicious day in which we are availed sight of this contraption in action.
저 오티스 씨?
Altus?
요새 들어
I've been seeing more and more of these as of late.
제대로 되지 않은 것
These so-called bleeding edge technologies are hollow inventions that have nothing to show for it aside from their pretty exteriors. She doesn't know.
편리함만 줬다 보면
A blind pursuit of convenience breeds increased risk. There's nothing but ruin at the end of the road paved with over-reliance on these bleeding edge technologies. Altus, your old woman is showing.
기계의 피와 땀과 같은 나사와
Fervor fueled in the furnace of bolts and engine oil, the ship's blood and sweat.
그 속에서
A combined force of the commanding officer's decisive leadership and the subordinate's firm loyalty. Blood? What?
제대로 된 정통과
That is how proper workshops of tradition and history are supposed to be run. Now that is how true comrades are born.
탄생하는 순간이다.
이해는 안
I don't know what
가지만
she's talking about,
멋있어요.
but that was kind of cool.
가슴에 뭔가
I can feel something rising from deep within my chest. She's old, she doesn't know, and she's hiding the fact that she doesn't know behind fancy words. Commander! Captain! This bleeding edge technology is bleeding like a mule! Whatever shall we do?
이 오티스
I,
증명
Altus, shall prove it to the world. Oh no.
이따위 최신 기술 없이도
That I don't need this high-tech junk to sell! Oh no.
자
No! Sea Woman Don Quixote!
대로 개방
Set the power level to the maximum output!
손잡이 최대 개방
Power level to the maximum output! Aye, Captain!
싱클레어 선원
Seaman Sinclair! Set the helm to the neutral position and hit the switch! Set the helm to the neutral position. Set the helm to the neutral position and hit the switch!
가자
Let's go! The engine
완전히 침묵.
has fallen silent.
자동 항해 기능이 중지되어
The automatic navigation system has failed. It is an old model. Rebooting will be complete in approximately 5 hours. She just killed all her underlings by crashing the ship and getting lost. Yeah, fair enough.
운전수를 걸은 벌이야.
That's what you get for abandoning your bus driver. Wait. So we're just stuck here?
그럴 리가요.
Of course not.
자동 항해 기능은
While Mephistopheles' engine may be inoperable as it has melded with the automatic navigation system, the ship itself can still move.
움직일 수 있습니다. 수동으로 전환하면
We still have a manually activated backup power system on standby. In other words, Aldous just accidentally turned everything off. Yeah.
자 제군들
Now, men, clear orders, and solidarity are of paramount importance in times like these.
영 하면 오른발
Right leg on heave, left leg on hoe. Let's go.
영
Heave. Hoe. Heave.
차고 나발이고 너는 왜
Heave.
땀한
Ho.
방울
How is it fair that you get to stand there barking orders at us while we're peddling our buns off? Quick suppression could fix that. Maybe not. Anyways, hi, toasted wild wasteland lover. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy your stay here. A most dim-witted question. A captain must preserve her strength or risk putting her subordinates in danger. That is precisely why I am refraining from partaking in this collaborative effort myself. Since when were you our commander? Well, she did say she's the captain, not the commander. Those damn seagulls can flock off already. How about we kidnap them seagulls and train them to pedal the generator? Oi, Faust! Smart arse! I thought you were a genius. Make it so! That should be easy peasy for your brilliant intellect, no? I can make it happen, indeed. Yet I do not, as it is inefficient. Rudimentary toilet training will be the first step in making them viable as a consistent source of labor. Charon's bored. Charon wants to vroom vroom. I'm tagging out. You're the driver, so do your job. That should keep you occupied for a while. Oh, you sure about that? Virgie's not gonna let that slide. That's how you get yourself a consultation, you know? Vroom vroom. Vroom vroom. Wait, let's think about this for a hot minute. Let's think about the actual reason we're sweating, peddling the crap out of the generator. Huh? To nitpick and seek someone to take the fall for every little thing is a stinking thought. All that happens on the road to success is merely a part of the process. Look, I'm not saying that we should play the blame game. I'm just wondering why we're pedaling so damn hard to begin with. It's not like there's something coming after us. We're headed toward one of the largest ports of U-Corp, and we know exactly where that is and how to get there. It's not like the port's gonna sail away, right? Why all this urgency? I mean, am I wrong? The Great Lake has been very tranquil so far. It's not like some monster's going to randomly appear out of nowhere and attack us, right? It appears that your consolidated field experience has evolved into a form of intuition. Fascinating, Gregor.
Huh?
What? Faust finds this development optimistic. We must exit this area within the next 10 minutes. We are falling somewhat behind the forecast of my predictions. Okay. That was ominous. Why precisely 10 minutes? The laws of the Great Lake. Oh, I knew it. It's that darn law of the Great Lake again, huh? Your knowledge of the laws of the Great Lake is an unexpected development, Rodion. Quite difficult to believe that. Even with the consolidated experience, your intuition would... Sorry. I just wanted to look like I was in on it for once. Go gets tired of asking every time, you know. The Great Lake of U-Corp has laws that must never be broken. And yes, the port can and will sail away, Gregor. Okay, I'm distracted because my bottle moves. And I love seeing my bottle move occasionally. My ADHD has been going crazy, and I'm just like, my model moves. I love how it moves. I love it. Sorry, it's a lot of fun to me. And freaking, my artist did such a great job, even though it was almost a year ago. I still love it. Even though I've had this model for almost a year, I still love the heck out of it. Okay, it's Bloody Lake. What laws could it possibly have? What? Are the Lake Coppers going to come spank the bad boys with a stick for breaking class rules? I like to move a lot. I I love this model so much. It's all bouncy and it's fluid. Ah! 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 I just love doing that. I love doing that. If eventually the main model gets nose wiggle like Chibi, will I enjoy it even more? Absolutely. Oh my gosh, if the nose gets slight wiggle, I'm just like, I'm gonna have so much fun. There are some parts of my model that I'm just like, I kind of want Cosmin to like go over and fix up. Stuff like how there's a small cape behind that's supposed to be filled with stars, but you can never see it while I'm going around and using it. And I would love if that was a little bit more visible, right? Slightly bigger, a little more visible to see the stars twinkling. And the other thing is nose wiggle. Nose wiggle! Yeah, the cape is a bit short, yeah. But besides that, Cosmin did such an amazing job with everything. I love everything about this. Oh my gosh. 10 out of 10 would pay again. Going to spank the bad boys with a stick for breaking class rules. There better be a law that lets me SYNC, whiny brat. Slice your neck clean? My ears are starting to bleed. Guys, knock it off. I could almost hear a well-timed sigh, followed by honest but brutal piercing words. It was like someone recorded her sigh and played it in my head. But Ishmael was nowhere to be seen on the deck. So if there's anything you want from me from now on, state it clearly. She wasn't kidding. Ishmael remained in her room. Not a peep to be seen nor heard, despite the commotion. Hi, Kaneko. Oh, Kaneko, you're here. We went through and we began going through and like covering what the Nekomimi Lion Tamer is going to be, and I'm going to draw him in a little bit. Probably after stream today, and tomorrow I'm going to be like drawing him. Anyways. Not appearing once, though, through all that's happened since the incident. As much as I would like to provide you with an explanation, leaving this zone takes precedence. According to my calculations, our last conversation left us with 7 minutes. We are approximately 15 kilometers away from the edge of this zone as the crow flies. Each person must pedal to generate enough energy to travel at least 10 kilometers per hour if we are to escape in time. Wonderful. I love to see some proper teamwork for once. Yeah! Roshinante! Our destination is right! 9! Galabon! Where does that girl get her energy from? I think I'm done for. Just go on without me. Leave you where? We're on a ship. I love all the different personalities shining through here. Diaphragmatic breathing is conducive to maintaining consistent speed in an exercise of this intensity. Gregor's poor chain-smoking lungs. Along with Yoshu. Especially more so when each center is responsible for about 10 kilometers per hour of energy output. Any higher and it would have required hyperpnea to maintain that speed. Do you ever get tired, girl? No. 3 minutes remaining. Now, Faust is just like going easily.
무슨 일이 일어나는지도
We don't even know what
몰라서
happens in 3
이렇게 시작하는
minutes.
게 의미가 있어?
Why are we doing this? She said there's no time. Just step on it with your life.
칼은
Charon wants the vroom vroom.
이건
This
따름
is squeak squeak.
따름
Squeak squeak.
재미없어.
That's no fun. Charon misses the vroom vroom. It's only squeak squeak.
콧노래 부르면서 노동하는 것도 좋은
I didn't know how energizing work songs could be.
뭐야?
Huh?
왜 이렇게 안
How do you guys have so much energy left?
저희 집안에서 강제로
This is not even a warm-up compared to the training my family forced me to do. Ah, you lot! Shut your gobs and pedal! He's being like, I've given my all! He's a brash, abrasive, but he's right.
앞으로 남은 시간은 30초.
30 seconds remaining.
30
30,
30초
30 seconds.
박진감이 넘치는 걸. 이것이 바로
Gah!
모함이
What the thrill this is! Now this is true adventure. Sorry. I love this image so much. How there's this. It's like you have Don Quixote's like, yeah! His like, ah! Gregor's struggling. Sikar's like, oh, Yoshi's like, why? Mersal's just, tuh. Faustus is going. Altus is staying out of it. Rodion is tired. Dante's going at it. Honglu is like, ah. And then Siegel. Ah!
이렇게 거대한 적에게
Just like charging an overwhelmingly colossal enemy. Is it? No. And obviously Altus isn't peddling and instead making us do it, obviously.
말과 호흡을 낮게
Save your words. Your breathing. Remain in the flow. Breathe in. Out. Breathe in. Out. Breathe in. Out. Breathe in. Out. Breathe in. Out.
내쉬고
How much time?
얼마큼 남았지?
앞으로 10초.
10 seconds remaining.
4초.
4 seconds.
보통은
4?
타이밍에
Why you're not doing this by multiples of 5?
다들 입 다물고
Look alive, deckhands! Put your back into it! Toil, men, toil! Oh gosh. Somehow we managed to escape the zone before Faust counted down to 0. Some sinners immediately threw themselves to the deck of the ship like limp puppets, while some looked like they'd just taken a quick rest at a park bench. Love that. So, we made it somehow, but
규칙에 대한
I don't see any signs of those laws. Am I missing something?
못 본 건가?
Frau Faust.
파우스트 씨?
Ugh,
설마
I swear,
규칙이 뭐고
if all this law of the Great Lake drivel was some hogwash you made up,
그냥 개처럼
just to
부려먹은
make this journey go just a tad faster, I'm going to seriously... The tranquil lake surface we just pedaled through was gone, as though it was never even there. In its place was an immense something. Its innumerable legs, or tentacles, writhed, rising above the lake's surface. I couldn't even tell where the thing ended and where the lake began. So here's a fun detail I want to share. It is no secret that Ishmael is based off of the story of the White Whale, right? Moby Dick. Ishmael's identity that deals directly with the story that you can pull, as well as the other sinners, talk about an alternate version where instead of hunting down the white whale, they hunt down the crimson whale. This is just my personal theory, but I think that's the crimson whale right there, or at least part of it. But that's just my personal theory. Did it burst from the lake, or were we traveling unawares on its body this whole time? I couldn't even find the right word to describe the magnitude of that thing. Its appearance sent waves across the waters all the way to the zone we were in. Mephistopheles shook violently as though it was about to capsize. It need not be said that the sinners on the deck were given an untimely shower. Whoa, that was too close. We were almost pancaked. Just notice what Dawn has on her head. Yeah, fair enough. Well, no, adventures complete with an area of peril, of course. NB. Now this is more like it.
만일 저것이 우리를 한번
We have no chance of weathering a single strike from one of its limbs.
아니,
No.
저것은 이곳에서
But it will leave us alone as long as we are here.
그게 대후수의
That is the law of the Great Lake.
이제 미뤄뒀던
Now we have time for my explanations. She had a blobfish on her head. Ah!
유사 대우수의 규칙은
Though the laws of the Great Lake are numerous, I will relay only the pertinent information for now.
한 호수에서 일정 시간
Lingering
이상은
longer than a predetermined amount of time in a single lake will cause one to be struck by the waves of each lake.
보통
Waves?
저런 걸
That didn't look like any waves I've seen before.
호수와 호수 사이를
There are
넘어가는
also
곳은
laws governing the time and direction in which ships are permitted to cross the borders between the lakes. Wait up.
그러면
So,
어디에 멈추
if you ever just come to stop for a bit, that octopus tentacle-like thing will whack us?
그래서
Precisely.
당연하게도
Thus, it naturally follows that everything on the Great Lake is in a constant state of motion to position itself according to the laws.
그 목표를 향해 가는 방법
And the route toward a destination
우리를
will also change accordingly.
혹시 그 규칙이
Can I get, like, a written list of these laws?
제 방에는
My nanny used to stick a piece of paper with our family rules in my room. Not that I could follow them all, but... That's when I heard a door open. Whoever opened it did so with obvious irritation.
기어코 파도가
The waves finally hit, huh?
그렇죠.
Ishmael? After such a long period of isolation, Ishmael staggered out of her room at last.
대우수의 규칙은
You can't just scribble the laws of the Great Lake down on a notepad and call it a day. Each lake has wildly different sets of laws, even though the overarching laws governing the Great Lake are pretty straightforward. More importantly, you should know that unauthorized recording of their laws is one of U-Corp's better known taboos. Now my body will remember it. Tattooing them on your body, if that is what you're referring to, is also prohibited.
문제가 됩니다. 해당 사례로
Taboo hunters of U-Corp have been sent in pursuit of individuals who have attempted precisely that. It is best that we do not produce any written records of their laws. What have you been doing all this time, Ishmael?
작사를 갈고 있었어요.
Wetting my harpoon. Your harpoon? Why?
더 날카로워야 하니까요.
Because I need it to be sharper.
스치기만 해도 살아있다는
Because I'll give her the kind of pain that makes her wish she was dead. She'll feel it, even from the smallest cuts.
그냥 처박히게
Then why don't you spare us from your misery and crawl back into your hole?
그대로 처박혀 있다가
I'm afraid that if I did, I'd later emerge to a deck littered with your melted, unrecognizable flesh.
별로 유쾌하지 않고
And I'm not rearing to see a sight like that again.
그리고
Besides,
호수에 대해 뭣도 모르는
watching you landsmen waste time tinkering with a ship you don't even understand, wasting precious time, has been unbearable. Even though it's been a long time since the incident at the boatworks, her biting yet anxious lectures have not dulled at all. I was afraid that she might stir up trouble among the sinners again. Okay, fine. But she was out here with the rest of us, and I wanted to believe that that was more than enough. I decided not to question her further.
이럴 줄 알았죠.
I had a feeling this would happen. Ishmael walked up to the helm.
뭐 하는 거지?
What are you doing?
이 배는
We are smooth sailing at the moment. A northbound breeze is pushing us along.
더 속력이 빨라졌어.
그렇게 보일 수도 있겠네.
I guess it could look that way for some people. Simple, one-dimensional, predictable ground pounders like you.
이 새끼가
You little...
지금 이 오티스의
How dare you insult my... Aldous, let's hear her out.
운이
You
좋아서
got lucky, Swabby. Ishmael is pushing everyone's buttons. Okay, Ishmael, tell us. How are we not smooth sailing? We've got the wind at our backs.
바람 때문이 아니죠.
That's no wind.
우리는 끌려가고 있는
We're getting dragged. Dragged? By what?
저
Those
배들이
ships. Seagull! Ah! Just like Ishmael said, two massive vessels were approaching us not far from where we were. We're not exactly on a collision course with them, though. Ishmael didn't entertain me with an answer. Instead, she took the helm and threw it wildly in one direction. Whoa!
이 기술
This skill.
처음 본
Splashy drift? Didn't know ships could drift like a bus.
카론
Karan, impressed. Redhead, not bad.
신선해.
경쟁자가 생겼군. 가론.
You have competition, Karan.
아니, 잠깐만.
Hold up. Just used the blade and the hilt in the MD. Ah! The bear dungeon! Yay!
이상하군. 분명
That's
방향을
weird.
꺾었는데도
She turned home all the
왜
way.
저 배들 사이로 우리 배가 이동하지?
Why are we still headed between those two ships?
뱃머리가
It's like we're stuck on rails. Yay! Good job, Ned. Though Ishmael turned and Mephistopheles' helm around to the opposite direction of the two ships, we were getting dragged even faster by them. And there was nothing we can do about it. Do you know what those two do from the new update? No, I do not, but I'm gonna figure it out.
이수
Is she?
설마 전진 후진
Don't tell me you hit the reverse gear.
아니지?
엔진은 껐어요.
I turned the engine off.
뭐
What?
배들이 합쳐지는 거.
Whoa! Are those ships melding into one another?
야이 미친 새끼야!
You bloody loon! That's what you got to say? We're about to get squished like bugs!
어이 물개.
You, Swabby! What happened to all of that bravado from early-
좀 닥쳐요.
Shut up.
잡아당겨지고 있을
I'm
때를
going
최대한
to use the
이용해서
momentum of the pull when it's the strongest to get us out of here. And...
부딪힌다.
We're going to crash! Now. Immediately before the crash, Ishmael deftly revved the engine and adjusted several levers in a series of decisive motions before speeding us between and past the two vessels.
뒤쪽이
The back of our ship. You need to level up the ideas you got from the event. Ah, okay. They are both tier 3 items and come from events, but the blade is in starting poise gifts. Ah, okay. You really want to build a poise team? Well, consider we have a lot of new blade lineage stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. They're really good at poise.
이 정도라면
Mephistopheles' engine can reconstruct damage of this severity within the next few days.
자가 수복시키겠죠.
아니, 지금
Wait, this is more than just some damage.
정도가 아니라 통째로 뽑혀나가는
It's like they deleted a part of our ship.
마치 처음부터
Gone, as though it had never been a part of the ship's blueprint. They are, and if you get starting gifts, they could be even better. Yay! I took another look at where the stern used to be. It was as the sinner said. The stern wasn't crushed, it was effectively deleted as though it had never been there. It left a bizarre-looking cross-section behind.
유사의 특이점. 공명 국대
Seacorp singularity. the Resonance tuning fork.
이곳의 배들은 원래 하나의
Ships
군대처럼
operating in the
서로
Great
끌어당기며
Lake can
합체지를
merge
하고
and separate when
목적에
needed,
따라 언제
as
하나가
though
있는 것처럼
they've always
분리되어
been a
있다.
single vessel, or as though they've never been parts of the same ship.
저 정도 크기의 배를
Resonance
쓰는
tuning
공룡
forks
국제
used by vessels of that size are strong enough to pull in smaller boats without tuning forks like ours,
삼켜버리는 일이
or even
빈번하죠.
ones with tuning forks with mismatching wavelengths.
아, 이런.
Oh, right.
명령이 내려지지도
Apologies
않았는데
for taking the helm without your orders, manager.
관리자님.
No, don't. You'd have saved all of our lives.
뭐,
I wasn't
그런
trying
건
to,
아니긴 하지만요.
but thank you for understanding
이해해
anyway.
주시면 고맙네요.
Ah! Ishmael! Stop! You're a better person than this. Ugh.
아, 시키지
Oh,
않은 설명이
and please
나오는
accept my
것까지
apology for giving unsolicited advice. A certain somebody won't stop flapping her gums at me, so I had to. It's not like I could plug my ears in the middle of a voyage, right? Faust and Mersault are the best picks. Also, if you do have them, getting only 3 units from the lineage is better than more to fully use Mersault's effects, yeah?
전장에서 입을 걸은 사람은
I've heard my share of blunt, foul-mouthed talk during the war. She's not the first to do so.
실력만 뛰어나다면 그러는
Doesn't matter. As long as she can live up to her words. No need to get in the way, I suppose.
죄송합니다, 관리자.
I'm sorry, Executive Manager. I must take a short break.
휴식을 취하겠습니다.
어찌 풀이 죽은
Be not so crestfallen, Commander. I mean, Captain.
시끄럽다.
Silence.
처음부터
Executive Manager is a commanding officer. Always been. Downcast and shoulders slumped, Aldous made her way into the ship cabins, formerly the bus cabins.
목적지에 거의 다 왔군요.
Our destination is near.
내 항구지 화면.
Welcome to one of the 5 great ports of U-Corp, the Marlin Port. Faust's voice was dry and emotionless, as though what had just happened didn't affect her one bit.
와, 정말 크네요.
Wow, that's so big!
지금까지 제가 보았던
That has to be one of the biggest ships I'd ever seen! Hongdu was right. We were approaching a massive ship, so large that it could almost be mistaken for an island. Whichever was the case, it was clear that the port was a mega structure built from countless metal shipping containers.
안개가 거치니
Mist fades, and what was unseen before unveils itself. I scarcely did expect the pall to shroud a structure such as this. Ship? I don't know. Can we really call that a ship at this point? Can't help but agree there. Ishmael, does that count as a ship in the Great Lake?
대호수에서 자꾸 육지
Your
지식을
landsman
꺼내면
common
소용없어.
sense is useless at the Great Lake.
공명 굽세를 쓴다면
Ships that use resonance tuning forks like those are as common as crimes are in the back streets.
고래고기 먹듯이라고
Or,
해요.
I guess, as common as the whales are in the Great Lake. Na-na-na-na. Da-da-da-da. Na-na-na-na.
자, 그럼 여기서
Well then,
잠시
this is where we will go our separate ways for a short while.
나와 카로는
Charon and I have business to attend to here.
볼일?
Business?
네, 또
Why?
무슨데?
What is it this time?
에이너 향수나
I'm looking to buy some mermaid perfume. Let's leave it at that. Virgilius said, looking straight at an advertisement before us. The theater has dungeon stories well. Yep, I know. I had to do that for the chapter 3.5. Bottles of mermaid perfume extracted straight from their left fins. Special discount. Oh-ho! Art thou planning to procure some for us as well? Quite curious I am of that mermaid perfume. What are the curiosities the Great Lake await us, I wonder?
유사인은 고래와 인어를
A
이용해서
significant source of income for the people of U-Corp comes from selling whale and mermaid products.
인어는
Whale oil, mermaid tears, mermaid perfumes, whale cuisine, and more, to list a few examples. Oh! Lo! I spy a purvey of ice creams over yonder! Sardine, whale-flavored ice cream. How is that appetizing to you?
보기에는 이상해도
Sardines are quite the savory nosh, even if they do have a funny look to them. Alas, I am more keen to learn the flavors of the marlin whale ice cream.
길잡이께서는
Will you not accompany us to our destination, dear guide? I've done my job as your guide. I point you in the right direction. And that's where my responsibilities end. It's not my job to accompany you all the way there.
틀리지는
While you may be correct, your words also come across as rather impersonal. Then you heard me right, Yi sang. I don't intend to make friends with any of you, nor do I want to. Ha! Don't let these small talks give you the wrong impression. Now, Miss Faust.
저희를 기다리는 분들
Our allies are expecting us.
미리 파견 나온
The B4 team on the ground will relay us the location of the Lobotomy Corp branch housing the Golden Vow.
전달받기로 했습니다. 전달받은 마지막
According to our last communication, they should be waiting for us. There. This place is a bit spooky.
수상해요.
아무도 안 보이는데?
I don't see anyone here.
어떻게 된 거야?
What's up with that, Vow?
저를
I can tell from your tone that you doubt me. This is the location I was relayed.
이곳이 맞습니다.
Huh. So we got here first?
도착한 건가?
Bloody brilliant.
팀이라더니
Before team,
이름에
more like
어울리지
belated
않는
team, innit?
그런 거래.
정확히 정정하자면
Allow me to make a minor correction.
1시간 30분
We have arrived about 1 hour and 30 minutes behind schedule.
이상
Odd. LCCB agents we met back at J-Corp were already on the scene, and I'm sure that comment reminded everyone of the same duo. It did for me, too. Thinking about them, even for a brief moment, is... Here's something that I don't think a lot of the community has noticed. But the chapters do remark on the deaths pretty frequently. Even Yuri, who died in chapter 1, the game has gone through and made sure that it's just like, yeah, holy cow, the citizens do not feel good about any of them. Ow.
기다림의 끝.
It appears that they have selected to sleep in lieu of our appearance. Effie, so we didn't deserve you to. Ain't none of you gotta watch, eh? What the hell's wrong with you, Blot?
미안하오.
Oh, apologies.
급히 향하다.
In our hurry,
예상치
we happened
못했어.
upon an unforeseen mishap on our journey here. Ugh. Then why didn't you take that into account before you left? Ugh. Someone from the corner of the shipping container rises from their nap and stretches. They sound oddly aggressive.
어? 아이쿠 이런.
My. Honglu, wait.
명찰이 삐뚤어져 있잖아요.
Your badge is upside down. Remember to always keep your appearance tidy.
어라?
Huh?
명찰의 질.
What's this sticky red thing on your... On his chest hung an upside down LCCB agent badge. It was soaked in blood. Ugh. I hope that this badge would have a more dramatic effect. Let's see here. Limbus Company before team leader. The fool was loitering around in our territory. I've got to say that was bravely stupid. That sorry production was an insult to art. Get to the point before I slice your neck clean. Ugh, lad, so tardy, yet so impatient. Why don't you first give us a listen? You're looking for the golden... whatchamacallit, aren't you? Now I'm yawning too.
그자를 어떻게 한 거지?
What have you done to the team leader? Hold your horses now. Lad's alive and well.
인질 협상을 하자.
This is a hostage negotiation, then. This ain't me first ransom rodeo. if you know what I mean. Just simple. Give us the cash and we return your friend. We don't get the cash and we give your friend an impromptu burial in a shipping container right here. Kidnappers, eh? Pieces of shite. Whoa, whoa, I want to do that if I were ye, laddie. Think before ye act, eh? Anything goes wrong and your friend bites it. It's very straightforward if I do say so myself. Just do as we say, and you and that friend of yours continue on your merry adventure. Get back to finding your golden whatchamacallit. Hell, we'll even throw in a full-on gourmet tour guide for ye, just to sweeten the deal. You bloody maggot. Okay, gotcha. I see what's going on here. Give us some time to discuss this, why don't you? Look, there's no point in escalating this. It'll do nothing but draw unnecessary attention to us. And if our impulsive actions get that LCCB agent killed... True, they hold the upper hand in this negotiation. But I don't believe these fools know much about the Golden Bow. They likely kidnapped him by chance, thinking they could get a hefty ransom out of him. Though we have come across many men and women of evil nature in our adventure, such brazen villainy has heretofore not been encountered. How classless. It is grotesquerie without a cause. Charging them head-on will only stick their friends after us. Friends who may be involved with a powerful local syndicate. Our chance of victory is slim. Should such an event come to pass, we do not possess enough intel on U-Corp to effectively maneuver that situation. Yeah, we don't even know how big the syndicate behind this guy is. But from the way he said his lines, this probably isn't his first time doing this, right? Then there's also a chance that they're just small fries, isn't there? If they're small fries, let's crush them all. We'll hit them before they even have the chance to lay a finger on the hostage. No, it could mean that their syndicate may be so small and scattered that it is impossible to be traced. So we don't know anything. Great. Are they really going to... If we don't pay up... Blast it. I know they're kind. Scum like them are around every corner of the city. If this goes cock up, they'll kill the hostage and won't even leave a body for us to find. All kinds of awful images and ominous speculation begin to overwhelm us. The so-called kidnappers were crowding amongst themselves, giggling and chattering. They knew that our options were limited. Okay, then I'm going to start off by asking how much they want. We're out of our element here. The best I could do is to try to gather some information, at least. A short, exasperated sigh escaped Ishmael's lips. She had been standing here this whole time, arms crossed over the harpoon that rested upon her chest. You're going to pay them? Those bastards? Are you crazy? What else can we do? Even now, the hostage. I don't care about your excuses. I only care to know if this really is the best course of action you could come up with. Any doubts about the manager's decisions are unnecessary. Yeah, you're as predictable as always. Executive manager's decisions are orders. To doubt them is insubordination, Ishmael. Doesn't matter how competent of a sea dog you are. Huh. Okay, if you say so. But who cares? They've not given me an order. They didn't forbid me from doing anything. So what's your problem here? I just can't sit here and watch this play out. Ishmael strode toward the kidnappers. It was plain from her tone and expression that she did not care one bit what the other senators said. I'll gladly accept the consequences. She shot me a fleeting glance before raising her harpoon. For insubordination, manager. Then thrust her well-sharpened harpoon right into one of the kidnappers' forehead. The entire course of her action, from start to finish was so full of absolute confidence that no one even thought to stop her. I couldn't either.
대박.
O-O-F. Yoshi was right. The kidnapper suffered a total obliteration of forehead.
이스마일 씨,
Ishmael?
방금
What did you just...
무슨
What,
짓을 하신
what did you just do? Sinclair was the first to snap out of this stupefied silence.
이러면
The LCCB agent they took hostage. We just put him at risk. Because of us, he could... Sinclair was trembling hard. I couldn't tell if it was the welling tears he was holding back or an uncontrollable fury.
그때처럼
Just like then! Just like back then with Effie! With Sod!
불과
It was only a few months ago when...
몇달
Don't tell me you moved on already!
글쎄 잊은 건 아니시잖아요.
Oh dear. Sinclair's memories? I saw an image of Sod and Effie, both smiling. Both were excellent field agents. And because they were both excellent agents, they suffered to the last moments before our eyes, helplessly watching as they slowly expired in front of him, at his old home at that. Effie and Sod, yeah. And another one bites the PTSD. Yep. That day must have been scorched into his memories. I recalled Ishmael's vision that I witnessed back at the boatworks. Was that also a moment that was burned into her memories, I wonder? Ishmael didn't seem to find Sinclair's questions worth answering. She strode toward one of the closed shipping containers and kicked it open. A body that had been dead for so long that its complexion and consistency barely resembled that of a living human slumped to the floor.
이건 일주일 정도 됐네요.
This one's been dead for at least a week.
LCCB
And of course, isn't our LCCB agent. Ishmael kicks the body, tossing it on its back.
옷을 보아하니
From the looks of it, this one was a tourist visiting Marlin Port. Probably loaded too. If they could afford to travel to the Great Lake just for its sights, they would have been able to afford whatever ransom the pirates demanded.
납치,
Kidnap, extort, execute. These syndicates have been repeating these three steps for a good while at U-Corp. Even as their names and organizations changed with time, they're everywhere, like vermin.
오히려 여기서는
It would be more accurate to call them pirates here.
인지를 돌려줄 것처럼
They never return the hostages. They'll keep asking for more and more ransom until the money well dries up. Ishmael poked the body with her foot.
이런 식으로
Then they kill the hostages, like they did this one in. Quite numerous! The prevalence of such tragedies must be! How can this be? Wherefore doth no hero rise to the occasion and put a stop to these villains? I believe this to be a place of tourism, is it not?
이런 경우엔
Well, that usually means that there's a bigger fish looking out for these small fries. Nay, that matters not! To let such villains run rampant in the city is... it must be the case that the fixers of the city are yet unaware of this travesty. Mayhaps they were preoccupied tending to others in need. Indeed! Not else but that explains this. We were to send a missive to one of the just and honorable associations of the
제발 돈 키호테
Don Quixote. Please.
아직도 그 정의와
Isn't it about
악을
time you
필요하나요?
woke up from your
현실이 그렇게 안
delusions? I've had enough of your ramblings about justice. Your villains.
보이나요? 아니야.
You know what?
그냥 말하지
Never
마.
mind. It's like I'm talking to a brick wall. You're not going to listen to me anyway. It's so frustrating to have to sit here and just... Dawn's still not realizing that most of the city is evil and she's calling for a genocide. Yeah.
항상 이딴 식이니까.
The shabbiness is
일이 자꾸
why we can't get anything done in time.
지금쯤이면
By now, we should have been talking to the LCCB agent, getting the intel we need. Ishmael's eyes darted around with wrath, impatience, and anxiety. A metaphorical storm, an amalgamation of senses. She was billowing wildly and helplessly in the tempest. I could not even hope to hold her steady.
너희가 자초한 거야.
You have brought this on yourself!
이 근방은
This is our waters! Do you even know what syndicate you dogs just...
거면 그냥
Yeah,
빨리 오세요.
are for doing this. Then let's get it over with. And once again, Ishmael pushing everyone's buttons possible. That was Dawn. Oh, right, we have to get someone. Oh, wait, we pulled the new identity. Oh, yeah, we did the Kurakumo hand captain. Right.
좁은 곳이 좋겠어.
So, during chapter 5, guess what we have to deal with?
응원하는 게 도움이
Ishmael gets a unique
가까이 오지 마세요. 다치십니다.
thing. Compulsion. Starts encounter with negative 25 SP. At less than 0 SP at turn start, gains 3 attack power up. She is hard to work with during the chapter. Theoretically powerful, yes, but hard to work with.
끝내죠.
Oh, come on. Ah! I had lots of opportunities to win. Frick.
분해졌군요.
사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로
So, let me
사냥을
think.
끝내려가보죠.
I'm pretty sure chapter 5 is the chapter where the game tries to teach you about, like,
침착하게.
don't do every single clash. You have defensive options, and you could also, in focus battles at least, not attack certain clashes that you're not going to win.
분해졌군요.
한방 먹였네. 이 기세를 모아서 뚫어보자고.
And we're gonna see that a lot. At least I think that's what this chapter tries to teach you. Work around the clashes you cannot win.
분해졌군요.
Either that or that was chapter 4 and I'm thinking of something else.
쓸만해져.
그대로 멈춰.
Well, not like it taught me everything. You just steamrolled everyone. Fair, you can.
우수했어.
If you have a good enough team comp. Although I do suspect that by the end of this game, we are going to reach a point where that is no longer a possibility. Oh my gosh, that was really bad. But then again, Ishmael does not have good sanity during these. Dang. I do suspect that by the end of this game, it doesn't matter how much you can steamroll. You gotta stuffer.
좋아. 계속 집중하지.
That's how Project Moon games usually go by their end of it. By the end,
다소 유리하구려.
people did it in 35 turns. Dang! Oh, people have gotten that railway on lock. That's wonderful to hear.
멈춰라.
유쾌한 결투였네. 효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠. 어려울 것도 없었어. 저주 속에 가라앉는.
But I'm gonna say that's after, like, mastering the current refraction railway. That's not going to be first times.
침착하게만 해나간다면 이 정도 의뢰는 완벽하게 해결해 보일 수 있어.
Let's see. Just check. This is a post-battle. This is the same enemies, so I don't have to fight this. Resetting until all units got the right skills with the right speed so they can apply 9 fragile turn 1 to... Oh, right, yeah. There's also that. That is a certain kind of skill. But... okay, I'm gonna go on break soon, but I want to give my certain opinion on that. That is a certain kind of skill. But I think it's indicative of the difficulty that you would have to reset all the time in order to get that. Manufacturing your own luck. It's a different kind of skill than being able to build a team that would be able to do it no matter what luck they have. versus building a team that, with the exact right luck, can do it quickly. The fact that people can do it in 35 turns with an exact build, do an exact thing, doesn't mean that it's easy. It means that those people are good. Especially with team comp. A lot of this game is about team comp. That's how you did it. Just use the charge team for damage. Yeah, I like charge team. And something I especially love about Limbus Company and the way it's set up is that you're not guaranteed. I mean, if you're there since beginning, since me, you have a pretty good chance of having a very specific team comp for most situations, but you're not guaranteed. I want to say that it's not that the game is easy. You got 99% of units. Yeah, fair enough. It's not that the game is easy. It's that some people are good. Thank you for following! Ha! And besides which, the game is gonna get harder. But, yeah. I guess I will say this right now of Medmir. There's a tiny little bit of posturing going on right now that's like frustrating me a little bit. And I want to bring it up now just so it doesn't continue until like a lot of people are frustrated. I've had issues with people trying to be like, oh, I'm so good, I'm the best, with like other games I've played on stream, and I really don't want to extend to this game. I love this game and I love Project Moon games, and I don't want that kind of negativity and awful feeling to extend here. So yeah. So yeah, we don't want to dismiss the qualities of the game. We don't want to dismiss the qualities of other people. We don't want to talk about like, oh, it's so easy, or that kind of stuff. But meanwhile, it is at the 2-hour mark and I'm trying to do much better breaks to be more healthy about myself. Yep, and Nightbot is right. It is time to save everything. So, I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. As long as everyone in chat is back in about 5 minutes, then they should be fine. I might be sooner, I might be later, but regardless, if you're back in 5 minutes, you're good. So make sure to eat, drink, use the bathroom. The show will begin again momentarily. But meanwhile, I'm gonna run ads. Oh no! Beware the ads! Oh no, they're coming! Ah! I'll see you in a little bit. Zero Elf, Ryan. Oh my gosh, you love your numbers. Yes, yes indeed. Okay. Anyway, I think that was 5 minutes. Yay! You prefer oof. Oof! Let's see, so these are enemies we've already fought. So we get to see post-battle here. Ha ha ha!
우리 보스가 이 사실을 알면
The hardest part in this game will always be reading. I disagree. He bastards! When our boss hears of this, you're all finished!
그러니까 지금이라도
So if you bow down and beg for...
구하면
Well, not that far from Loof! Loof!
잠깐 왜
Oh, wait! I'm not finished! Get away! Get!
다가오지 마.
아,
Oh, that's convenient.
보스가 있으면
Nice.
여기서 지지부진하게
Now we know we can go up the chain and talk to their boss in charge. Let's stop wasting our time here.
이 컨테이너들은 셀 수
I don't
없지
want to have to
않고
crack open these
그걸
shipping
힘쓰고
containers
억지로
one
여러
by
번에
one
섞어가는
and go
시체
through
냄새를
mountains of
느끼고
rotting corpses.
한 손 정도는
You can still point, right? But please. Redmare, I did warn you a little bit. Hardest part of this game will always be reading. There are lots of people who struggle with the stages in this game. And I love the reading, and I love the text. Please stop going and, like, punching down at it. Mandatory reading! Ah! There is a skip button for people who don't want to read. Please do not go through and hit at it and say it's terrible. Please.
보스가 있는 곳, 이 지도에서
The location of your boss. Mark it on this map with your finger. I wasn't sure when she picked it up, but Ishmael was carrying a travel brochure of Marlin Port. She shoved it in the pirate's face, who struggled for a moment before pointing to a location on the map. Just passives? Okay, fine. Why do dragons sleep all day? They fight nights. Ah! That's a good one, Vici. As soon as a trembling finger reached the paper. Ishmael, wait.
갈 곳
Well,
나오면
we have our next stop. What are we waiting for? Ishmael walked out, leaving nothing but shipping containers full of both old and fresh bodies behind. What are the odds that the LCCB agent we were supposed to meet is still alive?
저들이 우리에게 가지고
Depends
있는
on how
것에
rich they
대한
think we
비밀에
are.
따르겠죠.
He could already be dead then.
죄악의 경우
Even if the worst comes to pass,
뭐라도
we should
남기는
still find his body. That'll at least give us something.
이렇게 해서 결국 마주하는
If that's all we find at the end of this, his corpse. Ishmael,
처음에
I
용서
don't think I could forgive.
이스마엘 씨.
You play Limbus for the gambling aspect and the release of dopamine whenever you win a clash. You have no time to read what Tony Macaroni III's passive fish flop does due to this. You will... all of your sinners. You will lose all of your sinners in one turn. Ah, there.
저를요?
Who? Me?
아니요.
No.
구하기
Us. We who
노력도 해보지 못한
didn't even try to save them. Faust,
듣고 있습니다.
I am listening. Should we do something? Is she going to be okay? I mean, Ishmael.
명령 불복종에
I can give you answers regarding her insubordination and her emotional state.
어떤 것이든 대답은 드릴 수 있겠습니다만.
OBS! OBS, you're flashing yellow at me. Hey, are you gonna stay with us? There we go. OBS went back to green. Okay, cool. Just wanted to see. Add us back to yellow. Okay, OBS, what are you doing? Regardless.
이런 상황에서
But this is not a matter in which Faust's answer can be of much assistance.
처럼 명령 불복종과
Executive Manager, such insubordination and nigh rogue behavior would have resulted in an on-the-spot execution in any other organization.
수감자를 처분할 권한이
I'm aware that punishing the sinners is not a part of the authority given to you, but there must be penalties befitting her actions for proper management. Aldous, you're always on my side. Pretty much always, now that I think about it.
저도 한때 몇
I have been a leader of men once, as you are now. I can sympathize with your troubles. I don't know if I can manage Ismail anymore. I just don't. Though it looked like she was acting rash, maybe she knew the right thing to do in this scenario. If Ishmael suddenly decides to quit or something, Faust will doubtless proceed to educate me on the various clauses that prevent Ishmael from quitting. But it's not like I could force her to come along should this hostility escalate. Besides, she'd already acted without my orders earlier. She did say that she'd follow my orders, but I wasn't sure how long that would last.
그게 무엇이 중요합니까?
Executive Manager, that doesn't matter.
10이라는 숫자가
We don't need there to be 12 sinners. Ah, I disagree. Are you saying that we leave Ishmael? Executive Manager, I've wandered for many years in far, far lands before making my journey here, and I've done so with steadfast determination. For a single clause on my contract with the company,
그 목적을 위한
I came ready to face all the hardships that the journey entails. Adversity, conflict, and loss of comrades are simply facts of this quest that I must weather. Truth be told, I expect all of them to happen at some point in our journey. Oh,
물론
I will always remain by your side, of
언제나
course.
함께하겠지만 말입니다.
She smoothly added the last part, but but there was a growing suspicion at the back of my mind that maybe not everyone felt a sense of belonging from this group. Maybe I was the only one who sought a sense of belonging from them. That we'd fight as one no matter what ordeal this journey threw in our way. Poor manager. Dante's just a tiny bit naive. A tiny bit. The location, as marked by the pirate's blood, led us to the entrance of a club. Faint music could be heard echoing out from behind the doors. So this is the place? Hey, we have some more unces from the Untuns factory.
우리 중에 이런 요란한
And you must have been to a loud, flamboyant deluxe dance club like this before?
굳이 우리 중에 고르자면은
Well, if I had to guess,
당신
my bet would be on you.
없어 보이는데.
그거 편견이야.
Oh, come on. A flashy bar like this? At my back streets?
장사가 잘 될
I
리가
doubt it would have
없었잖아.
had much business back there.
뭐, 뒷골목에서
People would
몰래
sometimes
보는
host secret
숫자들은
backstreets
있었지.
parties. But Sonia somehow
매번
always
기습에
caught
잡아서
on.
잡아왔었지.
So, why are we talking about this?
모르겠어, 단테?
Don't you see, Dante?
경호원들이
Bouncers at the gate.
몇 명이서 오셨죠?
Welcome. How many do you have with you today?
있잖아. 2명. 섭섭해.
2. Come on, man. Don't you remember me? I'm on the list. Oh, my apologies.
확인했습니다.
Please enter.
저것 봐, 저것 봐. 뭔가
Look,
습득하면서
look.
물어보잖아.
They're checking something with the guests before letting them in.
한다는 건데.
We gotta squeeze in there all smooth somehow. Well, since Rhodia's out, Next in the line is...
어?
Huh?
뭐야? 나?
What, me?
무슨 말 같지도 않은
The hell are you
소리야?
blathering about? I'll smash your skull in!
나라면
I take that as a compliment if it were you, he... Sh
그런가?
should I? Poor Heath.
어,
Sorry to disappoint,
기다릴 게 버리게
but my
되어서
syndicate was
아쉽지만
less about music and dance and more about
피와
blood,
땀과
loyalty,
의리로 섞여
things like
있는
that.
그런 조직 출신이라서 말이야. 아쉽지만
I'm more of a small watering hole or an old pub bloke than a fancy clubber. Getting sloshed, drinking from old rickety tables. Yeah, that's more like it. Eh,
나
me.
음악과 함께 울려
Music.
퍼지는 비밀.
Screams of fear and pain.
벽
Deluxe. Walls painted red with blood. Dance. People with crushed joints forced to dance. No. Yeah, that's not a club. Well,
역시
I can't think of anyone else then.
가보았다.
I have been to such a club. Result. Surprise chef, surprise clubber, surprise everything.
다소 자주.
Quite often. You're joking.
농담이지.
농담이 아니다.
I am
왜
not.
그렇게
I
생각하는지.
fail to see why that is difficult for you to accept.
인생에서 즐길 거리를
It was merely one of the places I visited when I used to wander in search of life's joys.
저 클럽의 절차를
A cursory observation of their procedures revealed that it is, in fact, a private club. As a general rule, visitors must receive the bouncer's permission prior to entry.
문지기들은 대체로
Most bouncers are of above average mass and are likely to be armed.
이들 사이를
Key
무사히
elements to getting past the bouncers are... Ow. Why is the ceiling of my tent still made out of concrete? I don't know.
일반적인 클럽이라면
You'd be right.
그게
If this
맞는
was just
말이겠죠.
any other club.
이스?
Bounced off the ceiling. Bounced off the ceiling. I bounced. Is she? Ishmael walked past us and up to the club entrance.
이곳은 조직의 보스가
This is a
있는
home to a leader of a
당연히
syndicate.
일반적이지 않은
The
방식으로
question you should be
입장하지
asking
않는 방식도
is,
있을 테고.
what are the other ways of entering this establishment?
그 답도
And I'm sure the answer lies with the syndicate member. Easy
당신이잖아요.
enough, right?
어떻게 오셨죠?
What brings you here, if I may ask?
저는
I'm
퀴케고
Kikek's friend.
네가
Your
뭐라고?
whose friend?
퀴케그
Kikek.
그 이름을
You recognize that name, didn't you? At the mere mention of that name, the bouncer's expression changed from that of indifference to disbelief.
잠깐.
Wait. The bouncer whispers something into the radio. Is he really going to let us in?
당신이 정말
Are you truly a friend of this Queequeg? You just imagine Bristol in the club providing with the most blank face as EDM and over-the-top laser lights are. Like Bristol is just DJing and he's like, he's just staring while like the best absolute beats are going on in the background and he's just like. I love that thought. What if I am?
그렇다면요.
지금 어디지?
Where is Keequeg?
보스께서 물어보신다.
It's the boss asking.
그러니까
Right.
당신들
So your
보스가
boss is in the club,
지금 이 안에
huh?
있다는 거네요.
다시 한번 묻는다.
I ask again.
퀴케그는
Where is Keek?
우리 쌍갈고리가 향하는 중. 다시 말한다.
The twin hooks are on our way. I repeat, we are. I thought we were trying to sneak in.
아니요.
No.
이 안에 조직의 보스가
I just
있는지
wanted to
확인할
know
방법이
if their
있다면
boss was home.
대가리가
We should be
가장
able to get
많은
all the
정보를
intel we
알고
want
있을
from
테니
them.
가장 빠르고 확실하죠.
Either that or in the crowd or mosh pit, just standing there as everyone's dancing. Yeah. I still love the idea that like he's the one DJing, because if he's just standing there, then it's like, okay, he just comes off as a bouncer, right? But if he's DJing, he is clearly not a bouncer. And it's funny to me.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 이깟 파도.
Right, this is where this begins to happen. Okay. Going to have to defend more.
순식간에 끝내죠.
You like that thought too, yeah. Ah, we got a stagger. We got staggered there.
재정비를 해보는 게 좋아.
Do you have enough health? You could probably survive the first stagger. Or at least not get staggered the first time. You're going to defend again.
순식간에 끝내죠. 효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
유효타 좋아. 계속.
Okay, let's see. Great! Absolute resonance time! Woo!
멈춰라.
Granted, I should be saving this for the second wave, but I don't care right now. I need everyone to get more sanity built up.
적확한 한압이었어.
행복하겠는가?
Ba-na-na-na-da. All the staggers going through. Yay!
다소 유리하구려.
There. Ba-na, da-na, da-na,
무슨 맛이?
da-na, na-na, 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 na-na.
탱고다. 아, 옛날 버릇. 적사살 좋아.
Okay, let's see.
이리로.
I should be able to get through the rest of this fairly simply. I've accumulated enough sanity except for maybe Ishmael, because Ishmael does not get a lot of sanity. But considering she's building up fairly fast, we should be good.
다소 유리하구려.
Ah! We have like 2 gaps. Ugh. 2 gaps messing up with the whole plan. Yeah. Ba-bam. I'll just barely not a stagger, frick.
행복하겠는가? 보냈고. 힘은 확실히 빼는 편이 좋지. 이제 쓸만해졌고.
다소 유리하구려.
Unfortunate, but we can get a fairly large resonance anyways, so it's not the most necessary thing. It's just so satisfying when you can get that offense level and power level up on every single move in a party. Ah, it's so satisfying. Ah, I love it so freaking much.
이 정도면 조기 소진 걱정은 안 해도 되겠는가?
Let's see, I don't think... Oh, this has a different enemy type, but this is... Oh, this is also pre-battle, okay.
와, 어느새
Whoa.
무지개님들이
I can't believe they're letting us in like this. Let's go. I wanted to correct him that the bouncers weren't letting us in, that they were either face down in some ditch or fleeing, and we were just letting ourselves in. But I guess I wasn't in the mood.
몇 명이서 오셨어?
Hey, you here with everyone?
13명이서 왔습니다.
Yes, I have 12 companions with me.
열?
12? There, get him! Sorry for disturbing you! Okay, everyone, let's do the famous Marlin dance of our beloved Marlin Port. Arms out, like this. Swing and lock, swing and lock! What's with all the booming bass? It feels as though the sound waves are vibrating my entire brain matter.
다 앞에서 꺼지세요.
Get out of my way, or you'll all be sorry. Ishmael swung her mace, shattering a nearby table to pieces. And that was more than enough for the clubbers to realize the seriousness of the situation. They quickly ran to the exit and vacated the club. Ah! Time to fight in the club! Hey! Technically, I could skip this, but you do actually fight in the club, and the music actually does change. Okay, you fight in the club. I thought the music changed, but apparently it doesn't. Ah!
생명은 어떻게라도 보존될 테니.
무슨 맛일까?
Na, na, na. Ba, da. Ah! That 2 gap. That 2 gap is so annoying. Na, na, na.
적확한 한압이었어.
Ba, da.
한 방 먹였네. 이 기세를 모아서 뚫어보자고.
순식간에 끝내죠.
I am perhaps fighting a little too hard, tooth and nail, to get the absolute resonance I want.
귀찮게 끌지 말지. 다소 유리하구려.
Yeah, we are a little bit under-leveled for where we are, but hey! Well, frick. Gonna have to try to hope you don't get staggered before you can counter. Oh, dang. Yeah, there we go.
다소 유리하구려.
Duh. Nah, Dawn can't survive much more. I still try it though.
무슨 맛이?
You might see a sinner death though.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
That is if we don't kill absolutely everyone else first.
탱고더. 아 옛날 버릇이. 적사살 좋아.
순식간에 끝내죠. 확실히
가라.
Da, da, da. Da, da,
다소 유리하구려.
da, da, da.
침착하게.
어려울 때는 귀찮게 끌지 말지.
보냈고
Ba-da, ba,
힘은
ba,
확실히 빼는
da.
저주 속에
I'm just grooving to the song a little bit. I hope nobody minds. I hope nobody minds.
깔끔하게 해결했네요. 가는 길에 우육면 드실래요?
I'm curious right now, actually. Hang on. Let's see. The viewer count has dropped a slight bit. I have a theory that some of my friends have just started streaming. Ah! Let's see if I'm right. Let's see. We have Jawaffly, Neo, Strawberry Cherry, Arya. Yeah, a few of my friends have started streaming. I kind of love being able to tell because chat will begin to get quiet and I might even lose a couple viewers when my friends start streaming because, like, I don't think I'm a lot of people's first pick. Oh, wow, I didn't grab these. Huh. I forgot to grab some lunacy. Oh, we're on 5-8, so time to extract another 10. Ding. Dang it. Ah! I love moving. I will say though, it's kind of funny to me that I could frequently tell when friends start streaming by when people are in my stream and out of my stream. Oh yeah, you have a slightly different, like, enemies that will go into you.
좋은 경험이 되기를.
How much speaking is going on, that kind of thing. It's like, I don't know, it's kind of interesting to me. Yeah, I'm gonna have to not do entirely. There we go.
효과적이네요. 이 도시를 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
내가 응원하는 게 도움이 되긴 하려나? 힘내긴 해보자고.
Let's see. Oh, this is only hopeless because it has. I see. Let me take a quick look to refresh myself on how the skill usually looks. It's usually +3. So if you look at that, that's usually 5 + 5. That's usually +3. So we can tell that the first one's going to be a failure. So we're looking at 4 + 3 + 3 for our max, which is going to be 10. And we're looking at a 5 + 4 + 4 for our max, which is going to be about 13. It claims it's going to go up to 16. I get myself struggling to neutral odds of winning that one. And that's only because there's only one paralysis on there, so like one coin is gonna be destroyed and the other two are gonna go off. Ah! I was wrong. Well, no, I wasn't wrong. It's just it didn't work out, but that happens. It's part of probabilities. Yeah, that's not. Just gonna defend and hope you don't get staggered. Donut, 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 donut.
좋다. 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
Ah, why are you only getting sloths in this slot? Ah, I need more than sloth in that one slot. Come on, please. Ah! Yisang, stop being a sloth and get something else in your slot, please. Yeah. Na 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 na. Na 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 na.
이런 상황인데도 어떻게 끝이 보이지?
Ah, the next one in that slot, I can just barely see it. It looks to be lost. Finally. Hi Rose, how are you doing today?
침착하게.
I hope you're having a wonderful day today, Rose.
유쾌한 결투였네.
Stagger, yes! Woo! That's a good stagger to get. Da na 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 na.
쓸만해졌고. 사냥이 성공적이었네요.
No, you sang! Why did you do this to me? Ah! It wasn't Sloth, it was Wrath, and then you got another slot, and you just has Sloth in it. Ah! Ah! Fine, lust. Sloth. Lust. Ah.
멈춰라.
Not as satisfying. Ah! Just having a lot of fun dancing to the music. I don't fully comprehend why I'm like having such a fun time with that today, but I am.
그대로.
You know, all this sloth and lust and slots talk sounds like right. Don't. Please don't explain.
어려울 것도 없었어. 빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠. 빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠.
Wah!
침착하게만 해나간다면 이 정도 의뢰는 완벽하게 해결해 보일 수 있어.
Okay. I just read something a friend sent me, which is funny.
좋은 말 할 때 당신들 대장이 있는 방이
You better tell us what your boss is before the things turn ugly. Go drink some milk before you start tossing around threats like that, laddie. I am serious. Talk where the next thing getting smashed is your head,
깨지는 건 머리통이에요.
your skull. Okay, let's calm down. Captain ain't here. If it's hostages you're looking for, the first bit should know. I get the feeling people are gonna be very fascinated to see what happens next.
어디인데요?
Directions. The last room. At the end of that corridor. Go. Ah!
그쪽 말고
Not that way.
입구로 나가서
Get out of this club. I'm sorry. Sinclair has a murderous look.
야, 너
Oi, kid.
늘었는데?
You're getting better at this, aren't you?
이런 걸로 칭찬 듣고 싶지
I don't want to get complimented for doing something like this.
조금이라도
I just think we have to get to the hostage as soon as possible. We're about to see something fun and interesting. Free battle! Yay!
요란
Da
수리도
da
해요.
da!
어느 선장이 보낸 거야? 아니면
Ba ba!
감옥에 또 그새 형사님이라도
Sorry. Whoa, you certainly made a mess out there. Tell me, who sent you? A rival captain? Or are you looking to collect my hand for the bounty? Huh.
당신이 여기 보스야?
So you're the boss through here?
그래?
Yeah,
내가 싼
I'm
거
Smee,
보내줬다네.
first mate of the Twin Hook Pirates.
날 보고 싶어 했다며?
Heard you wanted to see me. What? Want an autograph? It's Peter Pan, everybody! Ah! Like, obviously, it's not, like, Moby Dick does not run into Peter Pan, but the Twin Hook Pirates, Smee is a first mate. We have all these talk of mermaids. It's Peter Pan!
당신은 2인자라고 들었다.
We were last informed that you were the second in command.
우리는 보스를 원한다.
We seek your superior.
어디 있지?
Tell us of their whereabouts.
후크 그놈은
Hook?
어디서 또 요정
That asshat has to be drowning in bottles of fairy wine somewhere. 3 sheets to the wind.
그러니까 실질적으로
So, I
내가
pretty much run this
있는
joint.
거라
De facto and all, you know?
그리고 이
And you gotta
한국에서
understand a
사람만
predicament.
하기엔
The perfume business has never been the most lucrative venture at this port.
부업들 좀
So we're just looking to branch out. A purely business decision, devised by none other than yours truly.
이해했다.
Understood.
우리가 원했던
So
정보.
you must have the information we seek.
우린 너희 조직이
We are in search of a certain individual held hostage by this establishment. Hand over the information regarding his whereabouts.
인질이라니 말 너무 험악하게
Hostage? Oh, what a crude choice of words.
손님이라고
We prefer to call him our guest. Guest? Yep.
자,
Well,
그럼
then,
우리
how
팀은
about a deal?
퀵해그에 대한
Tell me
정보를
everything you
나한테
know
넣어.
about Keyqueg,
그럼 내가
and I'll see to
손님을
it that the guest you're looking for is safely returned.
심지어
She's trying to extort us again.
고문신 손님이던데.
Besides, that guest of ours, he's a big shot, ain't he?
팀장이라고
LC
했으니까.
something's team leader?
그쪽에 퀵해그에
Oh, and one of you's a friend of Keyqueg, right?
퀵해그에 대해 알고
Tell
있는
me
걸
everything you
전부만.
know about Keyqueg.
지금 어디서 뭘 하고
What she's up to,
있는지, 주위에
who
뭘
she's
하는
with, the last thing she said to you.
제일
I want to
최근에
hear
언급한 말이
all of it.
무엇인지 전부. 누가 이 거래에서
I'm sure there's no need to remind you who's got the upper hand here. I wish I could tell you. I really do.
진심으로 좋았을 텐데요.
Oh, hang on, am I? Ah! I am now just a little below the extra, the extra little bit of energy I had saved for this particular stream. Yay!
좋은 것이 좋겠어.
And that's why I haven't done any of chapter 5.5 yet. Any of the Blade lineage stuff, because I've been saving for the stream.
최선을 다해보지. 아이, 방금 벌레 말은 듣지 않다는 사람 누구야?
3 waves, and on the final wave, we are fighting someone who's fairly obvious based on the dialogue.
멈춰라.
Na 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 na.
적확한 합이었어.
한방 걸렸네. 있어, 버스 들어보자고.
I didn't buy the boxes instead. I did not. Ah!
무슨 맛일까?
I've been playing this game since release. It's fine. Besides which, I've been able to get the stuff from all the previous like events, and you definitely do not need the whole time
기억하는 게 좋.
to get all the things you want from the event. The extra ticket pulls are great, and they're very tempting, but aside from that, eh. True, true.
이리로 와.
Frick. Really? You got no heads on that at all? Dang. Ah, sanity is not good at the moment.
쓸만해져.
Na, 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 na. There we go. That was a great counter. Yeah.
인데도 어떻게 끝이 보이네요.
Da, 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 da.
무슨 맛일까? 유쾌한 결투였네.
Yeah.
이제 쓸만해져.
The other thing that is tempting is the free lunacy from clearing the event stages. True. Very true. Let's see. Trying to maneuver and keep the extreme resonance bonus for wave 3. Yeah! Frick. Frick! Okay, well, at least got rid of one of the coins, so that's good. Ah! My sinners are struggling.
제가 묻었네요.
And counter! Yeah! Look at that counter! It's a big, meaty counter.
보내줬다. 재정비를 해보는 게 좋아.
I probably should not phrase it. Oh my gosh. He's saying you are not looking good. Ah! You can do it, you saying. I believe in you. Maybe? Yeah, this is not going too well. I might be pushing for that absolute resonance in wave 3 a little too hard.
계속 집중하자.
Come on. Frick.
다소 유리하구려.
유쾌한 결투였네. 저 시시게.
빨리 치고 그냥 가죠.
따라나,
힘은 확실히 빼면
나나나. Dead. Ah!
쓸만해졌고. 사냥이 성공적이었네요.
Yep, right at the very end. Ah, well, I can fake it. Yay! Fake the total absolute resonance.
이리로 와.
Da-da-da-da. Look at that freaking bonus. Ah! Even moves that are endured against and non-effective hit like a truck.
여기에는 이 약한
Bang.
자, 여기
Da da. Na, na. Got the staggers, turned 1 against me. Yes! Woo! Oh, I'm happy about that. I'm happy. Yay. Ryoshi just tends to do that. Even better for the enemy's lower health. Learned that in Railway 2. Yeah. Freaking team comp for the win! Yay! Although I didn't really think hard about this team comp until someone else pointed out, hey, you have a lot of lust resonance. I'm like, I do! And then I leaned hard into it and it's worked out wonderfully. When I can get it to work. When it doesn't work, it is misery.
귀찮게 끌지 말지. 어려울 것
따따따따따따라.
보냈고.
저주 속에 가라앉는 것.
깔끔하게 해결했네요. 가는 길에
I do kind of wish that you could play like previous railways just for the heck of it. Like self-challenge stuff. That'd be so great. Anyways, back to story. Yay, we beat me up.
잠깐.
Wait, you better stay away.
안 돼.
Lay a finger on me,
진짜
and you regret it.
후회하게 될 걸? 난 뒷배가 있어.
You have no idea who's looking out for me.
뒷배?
What?
그것도 무려.
It's... Don't freak out now.
먹지 마.
A big brother from the
자기
middle.
손님이야.
Or challenge them for loot and not the profile. Thanks, maybe. Oh-ho.
형.
A BB.
게다가 퀵해가
And this Keyclag? The middle put a pretty hefty bounty on her pretty head. In case you didn't know,
감히 중지에 탈.
she not only dared to quit the middle, but also decided to fall off the face of the earth.
멍청한
Now that's what you call prime stupidity.
중지는 결코
Given that the middle
방법이 없는
never forgets. About the middle. Okay. Are you finished?
잠깐.
Wait, really? You're still going to kill me?
정말 나 죽인다고?
I forget if Limbus Company explains about what the middle is one of.
저희가 어질렀으니
It's our mess.
정리해.
I'm not about to leave any loose threads behind.
중지.
It's the middle we're talking about. The middle. Don't you know who they are?
잠깐.
Wait, fine. I'll tell you where your friend is.
알려줄게. 그
The shipping container you're looking for.
컨테이너.
We kept our living hostages in shipping containers marked with a green triangle. And since he's a recent catch, you can go find him on the east side, probably.
세운 거면 동쪽 구역일 거고.
They have a system for this. Okay.
초록색 세면?
Green triangle.
그게 한
Huh?
개가 아닐 수도 있을
What if there's more than one of those? What if it's in a different shade of green? What if you're just lying to get out of a pinch?
알 수 있어.
You should be able to tell! You should be able to tell right away! I'm serious. Please!
들었죠?
There you have it.
방금의 키워드 정도면
I say that's more than enough confirmation. Happy now, Sinclair?
싱클레어 씨.
Holy cow, Sinclair is not doing good. Ishmael's doing worse. Ah! Sinclair was frowning, but Ishmael didn't seem to care. She stood there, rubbing the wrist of her weapon arm. It almost appeared as though she was measuring the amount of strength needed to turn Smee's head into pulp in one fell swoop. Wait, killing her could cause us a lot of trouble. No, let's let Ryoshi try. We know where the hostage is, and I think that's good enough. Let's head back.
설득할 필요성은 안 느껴져서요.
I don't feel the need to convince you, manager. Kindly get out of my way.
이런 거에 시간 낭비.
I don't want to waste any more time on this. You know what else is a waste of time? Kelly Ree! How about we just go on our merry ways, huh?
아닐걸.
I disagree. Ishmael! I could be pretty fast. Ishmael's eyes were still lost and wandering. She swung back her harpoon arm, ready to strike, and before I even realized what I was doing, I was leaping in the way.
관리자님,
Executive Manager!
단테
Dante, are you insane?
미친 게 누구냔 말이다.
You're the one who's insane! You dare lay your hands on our executive manager? Was insubordination not enough? It's a
뭐
smart choice.
잘 선택한 거야. 만약 날
If he
죽였으면
killed me,
작은 형님이나
a big brother or even a big sister would have gone after you. I recalled the time when the exact opposite happened. When Ishmael leaped in front of me, taking the malfunctioning machine's bullets in my place, and called my name as her body liquefied. As though she had faith that my name alone could make everything right again.
방금
Did you just
새끼를 감싸준 거야.
take a harpoon for that bitch?
조금만 더 옆으로 갔으면
If I aimed a bit to the side, I would have hit you in the face! Your stupid clock face! Do you understand? Yeah, I do. Boy, you really did wet the heck out of that harpoon. This really hurts.
뭔
What? Can you please stop it? With your stupid goddamn quips!
관리자님,
Executive Manager.
방금 처자의 행동은
Her words and actions just now are more than enough to constitute a full-on mutiny. She made an attempt on the life of her direct superior.
더 이상 방관할 수 없어.
I can no longer sit idly by and watch, though you may not have the punitive authority.
지금 당장 윗선에
We must
나타나지
make a
말고
detailed report of these incidents and relay it to the higher-ups of the company to discuss our future actions. It's okay, Altus. I chose to get in her way.
괜찮지 않습니다.
This is not okay!
처자는
That individual has consistently and repeatedly caused serious setbacks to our mission.
선을
And that executive manager is crossing the line. Ishmael is not okay this chapter. Altus, I said it's okay. I didn't take the harpoon for that woman. I took it for Ishmael.
이제
What?
아예 성인군들을
Did he flip a
다
switch
소외되도록
and decide to become a
만드는 거야?
humanitarian all of a sudden?
지금껏 손에 피 한 방울
You never had to
묻히지
dirty your hands with a drop of blood. Not even once.
않고 오히려
You just sat back and ordered us to bloody ours in your stead.
이제 사람은
And
더
now
이상
you're telling us to, what,
너희가 정신적으로
ease up on the
만들지
murders?
않았으면
What are you even trying to say?
그런
That you don't want us to get traumatized anymore?
소리라도 하고 싶은
Some
거예요?
touchy-feely shit like that? No, it's just my intuition. That probably wasn't very convincing, was it? No,
당연하죠.
of course not.
감히
Intuition comes from
경험과 기억에서
experience,
오는 거
from
아닌가요?
memories.
시계 이전에
You
당신은
remember jack all before the clock, Dante. How can I trust your intuition?
더라고요.
That woman, I think she's in a pretty important position of power, at least in this district. Killing her before thinking things through could complicate things.
반대로
Did it not occur to you that not killing her could also complicate things? Shut up, Ishmael. Just... I just think that killing everyone in our way left and right like this won't help us in the future. In the future. Huh? Sorry, I don't have any better explanation for what I just did.
앞으로라는 게
I don't know how far in the future you're talking about, but
저는 모르지만 적어도 제 앞과
I'm sure we have different things in store for us there,
다른
Dante.
게 확실하겠네요.
This is so fascinating from a character perspective. So fascinating. Because it shows something very, 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 very clear. Ishmael doesn't care about her future. She doesn't care what's gonna happen. She has a goal. She's obsessed with it. She doesn't care what consequences happen. Dante, thinking about the consequences, is like, hey, no. If we do this, we're all screwed. And Ishmael is like, I don't care. She doesn't care about her future right now, and she's willing to drag down everyone around her for it. Dante.
다시는 몸을
Do not ever put yourself at risk in such a manner again. Come on. That advice coming from one of you guys? Not very convincing.
그대는 12의
Responsibility of 12 lives weigh upon your shoulders, Dante. Thus you must watch yourself 12-fold. And this is so fascinating from the other end. We just barely got done with chapter 4, where Yi Sang finds the motivation to look for the future, to continue going for the future. That's a lot of, like, the point of his chapter. Letting go of the past and going for the future. It's so fascinating. Ah! And so Yi Sang saying to Dante, hey, risking yourself here when all of our lives depend on you is a more immediate risk to our future is very interesting. Ah.
또한 그대의 죽음은
Doubly so, in that, should you perish, we do not possess the means to bring you back.
그리고
And
되돌릴 수 없는 것은
ones that cannot be brought back
아픔으로
leave behind an unbearably painful void. Which, Yi Sang was right. My shoulder was in an unbearable amount of pain. And Dante misses it. Okay.
야, 시계대가리.
Oi, you were alright, Clockhead? And Heathcliff just caring a bit. Yeah, I'm good. The clock still works.
뭐?
What?
아니 내 말.
That's not what I...
이제 보니 너도
Loony
정신
bugger.
나간 놈이었네.
You're not all there either.
이제서야
Or maybe
마지막
it just took you a while to lose it, eh? And this character moment for Heathcliff. Heathcliff! Ah! Everyone else is like, hey. Our lives are on your head. Take care, right? That's the reason. Heathcliff here is just going up and is like, hey, dude, are you okay? And then when Dante is like, I can bring you back just fine. Heathcliff doesn't care about that part first and foremost. Everyone else's first concern is like, can Dante bring us back? Heathcliff's first concern is Dante alright? Out of everyone in the Sinners who would ask, where is Dante first, Heathcliff would ask, how is Dante? Ah!
우리만 문제일 줄 알았더니.
And here I thought we at least had one sane person on the bus. But you're no different. Heathcliff shook his head and walked away. Ah! It's so good. There's so many layers. Ah! I love this, man. I love this game. I love everything about it. It's so good. Ah! I am geeking over this because I like it. Ah! I like this so much. You think all these shipping containers are full of...
뭐가 들어있을지 하세요.
Right. Let's try not to linger on that thought. I tried my best to not speculate about what terrible things pirates might be hiding in that mountain of shipping containers.
거기 누구냐?
Hey,
여긴 어떻게
who's there?
된 거야?
How'd you find this place?
우린 이 초록색
Hey,
하나만 열어보고
we're just here to check out that shipping container with the green triangle over here. And we'll be right out of your hair, okay? Let's take them out before anything worse happens to our agent. Na na na. Na 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 na. We fought them all before. Let's see, and the enemy info here. We fought all these enemies before, so we don't need a refresher. How close are we? Oh, this is the... Okay, we've passed the end of the first section, I think. Right? This is around when the first update ended?
이 컨테이너일 거예요.
This one.
이제
It's gotta be this shipping container.
LCC
And in here,
팀장이 이곳에
ship the LCCB team captain. I really thought I was done for. Name's Pilot. LCCB Preliminary Observation Unit 3 Assistant Manager.
당신
Wait,
팀장이 아니었어요?
you're not the team leader.
그놈들은
But the pirate said to capture the LCCB team leader. Hey, I'm standing right here. What's up with the obvious disappointment?
구해주셔서 감사합니다.
Anyways, thank you for saving my life. I heard so many stories about y'all. The LCB, huh? What kind of stories, I wonder?
실제로 만나뵙게 된
Happy to make your acquaintance, sirs and ladies. I've been a huge fan ever since I joined the company.
다들 표정이
Uh,
왜들 그럽니까?
Why are you all looking at me like that? Long story short,
아니, 우리가 지난번
there's a whole mess. This other guy claimed to be a fan, so yeah, you gotta understand.
그리고
Oh, I have a message delivered to you guys.
당신들 이번에도
Hey,
우왕좌왕하면서
I bet you guys are chaotically running around
정신없이
somewhere in New Corp
굶겠네.
like headless chickens and messing everything up.
대파괴 시간이
Time for OOF. Obliteration of forehead.
아닙니다.
Well, wait,
그게 아니라
I'm just delivering the message exactly as she said it. Intonations and all.
조심해야 해.
Watch out.
우리랑 이야기할
Don't you think it might have been better to start with, and I quote, and tell us who this she is too?
단축과 생략은 뉘앙스
Abbreviations
전혀
and
다르다.
omissions are two completely
조금
different
더
things.
한 번만
I'll
넣어.
let this slide, fledgling. Just this once.
주어 말입니까?
Who she is? Well, of course, it's none other than
소드 과장님이시죠?
Manager Miss Sod herself.
소드 씨가
Sod
살아
is alive?
과장?
Manager?
승진한 건가?
Did she get promoted? Hang on.
아직 재활 중에 계십니다만
She's still in recovery.
다행히
But after Tate arrived just in the nick of time and treated her wounds, saving her life.
주소
I'm glad it wasn't a posthumous promotion.
소드 과장님도
Manager Sod wanted to name me all of you too,
임무가 엇갈려서
but couldn't make it on account of her being on a different mission. I'm glad she's okay.
소드 씨는
Is Sod
괜찮으시
okay?
물론입니다.
Of course.
고비는 몇 번 넘기셔서
It wasn't the smoothest recovery, but she's now healthy enough to eat some grub and hold a lengthy conversation.
아니 그건
That's
다행인데
great,
그걸 묻는 게 아니라
but I was asking because
파트너를 잃었잖아.
she lost her partner
바로 코앞.
right before her eyes. Oh. Pilot produced a piece of old folded paper and began reading from it.
LCCB 사원 여러분들은
This
한
is
번
a
더
reminder
기억해
to all
주시기 바랍니다.
LCCB employees. We, the Before team, are assigned the paramount task of clearing the path before anyone else does. Every bloodied step, every flesh given becomes another stepping stone for your fellow Limbus Company employees to follow into the future.
나아갈 수 있습니다. 입사하자마자 받는 신입 교육
That's the very first line from the new hire training guide we were issued.
저는 말입니다.
And I'm proud of it.
자랑스럽게
I'm proud of the sacrifices we make. Most of my coworkers at LCCB just want to make a quick buck before quitting and say I'm the odd one, though.
희생이
You're
자랑스러워?
proud of sacrifice.
진심이에요?
Seriously?
자자 이스.
Now, is she? What? You want sardine well-flavored ice cream? No way, me too! Why don't we head out and get some together? And here's Rodion just being like, okay, we're done. We're done with the issue about pushes everyone's buttons.
아니
Hey,
뭐라고요?
let me go. God, how are you so strong? Good, Rodion. Rodion grabbed Ishmael's arm and began practically dragging her outside. Rodion has had enough. So much of enough. She's just like, no, we're not doing this again. We're not doing this again with another person on something we need to do. Well, just in case she gets into another fight, I decided to sneakily follow them from a distance.
이스, 자꾸 그러면 분위기 너무 처지잖아.
Is she? You gotta stop bringing down the mood like that. We saved his life, didn't we? I understand that things are a bit rough right now, but let's be a bit more patient, okay?
저건 그냥 세뇌잖아요.
Rodion, that back there, that's just indoctrination. They're brainwashing them. Yeah. Ishmael's right too.
개 죽음일 수 있다는 걸
No
아무도
one wants to
인정하고
admit
싶지
that they're
않아서
just throwing themselves
희생이라고
into a meat
포장만 하네.
grinder. So they wrap that neatly in the name of self-sacrifice.
알아.
I know.
그럼
Then why
하지만 그렇게라도 생각해야
people need a way to endure that reality and go on living somehow? Some people live from paycheck to paycheck. Sometimes they just don't have a choice.
저 의욕 넘치는 친구한테
Let's hear out
빨리
our
전화를
overzealous
걸어줘.
friend.
응?
How about that?
아, 새끼 달려드시.
Don't talk down to me like you're coddling some baby.
저희가 그럴 정도의
We're not that
사람이
close, Rodion.
아니지. 휘둘려주는
But
것도 이번 뿐이에요.
I'll listen. Just this once.
알았어.
Fine. Rhodia seemed to have noticed that I was following them all along. She signaled me with a quick wink. And I was able to return to where the other sinners were before they did. It takes a little bit to fully get in to the themes of chapter 5. We just did. Like, we can see a little bit of that with how the pirates are. But that's all set up for this freaking dude. Put into that horrifying situation and then come out being like, it's okay. It's okay. It's self-sacrifice. It's all good. And just... This emotionally gets to me. And I will stop if it gets to be too much. "'Tis injustice that thou hast left me out of thine ice-creamed jaunt. It tastes like fish, not worth a walk. Maybe they put ground mermaid in there." Ground mermaid and ice cream? Boy, I'm nervous. What an audience, huh? TOSTOOF. I don't have any idea what that could be. I recognize obliteration of forehead at the end, but TOST? No. I'm sorry.
빨리 말해달래.
Talk.
싱.
SFS. Huh.
아니면
Or suffer the obliteration of forehead. Ah, there we go. Talk or suffer the obliteration of forehead. There we go.
알려주셔서
I appreciate you
고맙습니다.
translating it. I feel a bit better.
왜냐하면 방금
She reminded me a lot of our LCCB4 team director just now.
정말 혹독하게 다뤄줬나
Must be a hell of a boss, huh?
그러니까
Where do I begin?
저희도 황금가지가
It took us a hot minute to pinpoint the location of the Lobotomy Corp branch housing the Golden Bow. Actually,
저와 대원들은 꽤
being my
친하게
teammates,
지내는
we ran a pretty
성격이었습니다만
tight ship.
결국
But the twin-hook pirates of U-Corp backstreets caught wind of us sniffing around.
덜미를 잡혀버리고 만 것이 아니겠습니까?
그러니까 이 정도면 진짜
Listen here, lad. This be the cheapest bottle of gel oil in all the Great Lake, I tell ye. What? How? That's ridiculous. Y'all tell me that this willow oil of dubious origin is worth how much?
이렇게 비쌀 수 있는 겁니까?
잠깐.
Wait,
너희가 대단한
yeah,
심기를
no
거스르는
wonder. You pretty much antagonized them into their faces.
아니, 그놈들은
Okay,
글쎄
in my
대놓고
defense,
저희에게
those
사기를
fellers
치려고
were
하는
about to rob us blind.
아휴,
I mean,
정보를 알아내게 한
couldn't you have just paid a bit of money for some intel, though?
아무튼
Well, anyway,
저희 비포팀의 철저한
after a
수색
thorough
끝에
search,
저희는
we identified the exact
황금가지가
location of the
있는
Lobotomy Corp
로봇
branch
지구의
with the Golden
위치까지
Bow.
알아냈습니다.
황금가지는
Did you
무사히
find the
존재하잖아요.
Golden Bow?
네. 그
Yep.
유명한
Saw that fabled golden light too. Too bright, not too bright, was it?
빛도 봤습니다. 직접 보니
I had to see it with my own two eyes to understand what that meant.
로보토미 지부선의 깊숙이
Boy, what an
곳에서
incredibly incandescent glow that was,
영롱하게
even from
스며나오고
deep within the
있었습니다.
Lobotomy Corp branch ship.
관측과 통로 개척까지
Observation,
마친 뒤에
check.
보고서를 작성하고
Confirmation,
돌아가고
check.
있습니다.
All we had left to do on the docket was a report.
저희 비포팀
Oh,
업무는
our job, by the way, was advanced reconnaissance to confirm the presence of a golden bow.
그 과정에서
They say that plenty of advanced reconnaissance teams encounter abnormalities or get wiped out in the process.
작전을 성공적으로
We were about to
완수했다고
make our
판단해서
return journey,
복귀하려던
considering the
차에
mission a resounding success when...
그 해적 놈들에게 덜미를 잡고
So those
있던 거야.
pirates followed you guys there, huh?
현장의 하루 팀장님은
Team leader Haru assured us that nothing was out of the ordinary, and that these interruptions by opposing parties happened all the time. But,
하지만
나는 너희가 이
so,
수수한
I don't really
곳에서
care
만나다.
what you're doing all the way out here on this creepy ship, but
이분께서
this gentleman here was rather curious about what business you guys were up to, so I tagged along. No objections, hmm? There's someone behind. Pilot's face turned pale with fear for the first time since he started recounting the story.
그때 팀장님
That's when I heard the weapon slip out of our team leader's hand and onto the ground.
저희 팀장님 현장에서
Our
진짜
team leader's an
명망을
experienced
보신
field
분입니다.
agent with a decorated track record.
포기를 모르는
She...
마음 굳센
I've never seen her just give up like that. She ain't the kind to be so easily rattled.
옆을 돌아봐
So I turned to
팀장님
look at her,
보니
and the look on her face was...
허탈함이었습니다.
I say... That was a look of resignation.
그러고 남긴
Would I be
말씀
correct in assuming that she had something to say at that moment?
이번 작전은 실패.
Mission failed. Verbatim.
그렇게 말씀하셨습니다.
대체 누구를 받길래
Who should
그렇게
say?
반응한 거야?
To immediately give up like that.
이곳에 중지 간부가
An
있어서
officer
아닌
from the
거라고
middle
하셨습니다.
shouldn't be here. Again. Verbatim.
엄청나게 휘갈겨.
I'm guessing the guy had like a huge fancy tattoo?
그리고
that glowed purple?
빛도 나고.
어떻게 하셨습니까?
How do you know?
제일 먼저
That was the very
눈에
first thing I
보이는
noticed about him, actually.
알수 없는
That
모양의
weird looking
보라색으로 빛나는
purple glowing
물신이었습니다.
tattoo.
그래도
Still,
저는
I thought that
승산이
maybe,
있지 않을까
just maybe,
생각했습니다.
we had a shot.
우리 삼과는
We're Unit 3 after all.
대단한
We weren't no
분들이
slouches, and we
많으니까.
had some impressive names with us.
그럴 리가 있냐?
You didn't.
그 이후로는
And I do not recall much more after that.
정신을 차렸을 때는 제
When I
뺨이
came
바닥에
to,
붙어 있었습니다.
I was on the floor, face down.
처음엔 아무 소리도
At
들리지
first, I
않았다고
thought I gone
생각했습니다.
deaf and couldn't hear a thing. You know,
가까운 데서 폭탄이
when a bomb goes
터지면
off right next to you,
귀
your ear
근처로
starts
울리지
ringing
않습니까?
and all. Thought I'd
거북이
burst my
터졌다고
eardrums.
생각했습니다. 하지만 그게
But that wasn't
저희
it.
팀원들의
No,
고함과 비명이
it was my team.
끊이지 않고
Shouting and
섞였던
screaming,
소리라는 걸
shouting and screaming,
금방
and all of it combined
깨달았습니다.
into some kind of incomprehensible cacophony. I just couldn't register that at first.
그걸 구분할 수 있게 되니까
Once I recognized that,
그 소리가
I also
가장
noticed
밑바닥에 무슨
a deep
울림이
rumbling
있다는 것도
echoing
깨달았습니다.
underneath all that.
마치 지붕
A bizarre,
먼 곳에서부터 울려 퍼지고
terrible
있는
rumbling
듯한 기괴한 울림.
that sounded like it was echoing from a place far away from the branch.
기괴한
Bizarre rumbling.
예, 마치
Yes,
폭발
ma'am.
소리 같았습니다.
It was almost like a distant explosion,
근데 그 울림을
and it seemed
분간할
like
수 있는
others were
것이
picking up on that odd
저만
noise
아니었던 것
too.
같습니다. 그 해적들도
The pirates
갑자기
suddenly
이상하다는
started
듯이
acting all nervous,
뛰어내렸습니다. 심지어 그
and even the
존재,
big brother from the
작은
middle
형님이 울리는
was
자주처럼
rattled.
당황해한 것 같았습니다.
작은 형님?
They all called him the big brother? Did you hear that right?
아까 해적 부선장 말이
I guess there really was the big fish looking out for the pirates. Yes, ma'am.
그렇게
Loud and clear. They called him Big Brother. Ha! I wonder how those fools are doing nowadays. Stretching.
돈이 될 만한 놈들만 챙겨.
Take only high-value hostages. We're leaving now.
저건 오재앙 중 하나.
That right there is one of the 5 calamities. We have to book it before that thing gets here. We're all dead meat if we don't.
하나 더 기억나는 건
One last thing I remember
팀장입니다.
is our team leader.
제가
Right before I lost
직접
consciousness,
팀장님이
the team leader, she
제 가슴팍에
stuck her employee card badge to my chest when the pirates weren't looking.
해적들이 안 보는 틈을 타서 그때는 이해가 안
Back
됐었습니다.
then, I didn't understand what she was doing, but now that I had some time to think about it,
막내인 제
she
몸값을
did that
높여서
so I'll look more valuable.
발견되었을
So they take
때는
me hostage instead of leaving me to
목숨을
die.
걸고
Me,
어떻게든
who's just a
높여주려고
rookie.
하셨던 것이었습니다.
To summarize, every LCCB agent was either injured or unconscious. Thank you for the head pat, Smith.
계획에는 어떤 중지가 끼어들고
The middle got involved out of
거기서
nowhere,
그 녀석들도
and there is
좀
this calamity that even the middle bloke was scared of.
파일럿 씨, 지부의 좌표를
Can you give us the
전달해 주실 수
coordinates to the
있을까요?
Lobotomy Corp branch, Mr. Pilot?
물론입니다.
Of course. Pilot produced a piece of paper that had been folded over many times and handed it over to Faust.
꼼꼼하게
It's all right there,
적어놓았습니다.
ma'am. Down to every last bit of detail you'll need. I hid it from them to the best of my abilities. I'm glad that I was able to complete my mission, at least.
잠깐만요.
Wait,
그 재앙 말인데
that calamity.
다른
Was there
특징
anything
같은
else about it
게
that stood out?
있을 텐데.
There's got to be more.
흰색,
Pale.
분명 흰색인데
It was white.
생전 처음
An
보는
off-white color unlike anything I'd ever laid my eyes on before.
뭔가 거대하고
It was
창백한 인상이었다는
towering
사실만
and
기억에
pallid.
남습니다.
And that rumbling.
그리고 그
I'm sure I've heard of it
떨리는
before.
소리. 아이, 분명 어디서 들어봤는데. 아,
Ah,
유사의 그
right.
특징 있지
It
않습니까?
reminded me of U-Corp's singularity.
부실 때 나는
That
소리가
rumbling
비슷했습니다.
sounded a lot like them tuning forks when they combine stuff together.
그래,
Yeah,
거의 다 왔어.
almost there.
저도 같이 가겠습니다.
Let me tag along with y'all.
어쩌면 지부 안내.
I could be your guide in the Lobotomy Corp branch.
LCCB와의 작전 동행.
Indeed. This has to be a joint operation with the LCCB, where they are supposed to accompany us to the Lobotomy Corp branch.
단테.
What is your decision, Dante? Tell him that while I appreciate his offer, I decline. People that get involved with us often don't make it out in one piece.
동카.
I.A.
우리가 너 살려준 거야.
We just saved your life, mate.
고마워.
Show some gratitude.
고맙습니다.
Thank you.
파일럿 씨는
Mr.
LCCB
Pilot,
팀이 도착할
remain on
때까지
standby until the
기다리시다가
after team arrives.
본부로
Then return to base and report your
돌아가셨습니다.
findings.
아, 함께하지 않는다는
So they declined,
결정이셨습니까? 역시 들은
The
대로
stories were
시끌시끌한
true.
소리밖에
I don't hear
들리지
nothing
않습니다.
but the ticking of the clock.
마음 넓으신 관리자님께서
Executive Manager,
마음
in their endless generosity, has also deigned to thank you for your offer. Remember that as you return.
알겠습니다.
Alright.
그럼
Well, then,
몸 조심하십시오.
best of luck to y'all.
그럼
That's all I needed. Bye. Ishmael was the first to leave the room. Well, this meeting was pretty short-lived.
얼마 되지도 않았는데 바로 소드 씨에게 안부 전해줘.
But say hello to Sod for us, will ya? And please tell her that I'm thankful for what she did for us.
말씀해 주세요. 그때 저는
Back then,
그런 얘기도
I couldn't bring myself to tell her even that.
꼭
I'll be
있습니다.
sure to tell her that
파일럿군.
you have endured well despite the tribulations, pilot. Aw, you say? How kind of you.
누군가는
It appeared to me that he deserved such words.
저희 팀원들이
I want to see my team again.
막내라고
They were also kind to me being the rookie of the team and all.
어쩌면
Maybe there are survivors at the Lobotomy Corp branch.
생존자가 있을지도 모른다.
Pilot's eyes, which had been welling up for a while, eventually broke like a dam. Tears flowed down his cheeks to the ground.
우리가 꼭 구해 보이겠어.
We shall bring them home. You have my word.
네.
And mine,
반드시
too.
이번에야말로
We won't fail again.
파일럿이가 전달하신
I have examined the variable coordinates Mr. Pilot provided us. What exactly are variable coordinates?
저희가 찾고 있는
Ships beyond a certain magnitude, like a Lobotomy Corp branch or the Marlin port, receive partial laws of the Great Lake in an encrypted form from U-Corp. U-Corp holds a strict monopoly on the intel regarding the laws of the Great Lake within the nest. Of course, the vessels that receive that intel pay various prices for that privilege. They use that partial information to calculate at which location their vessels must be during which specific period to ensure a safe voyage, and finalize it into a standardized form known as variable coordinates. Port ships often send out their coordinates to other vessels, as they want to host as many guests as possible, but vessels that prioritize privacy and secrecy, like the former L-Corp branch in question, will never do so. So, the Lobotomy Corp branch we're looking for is kind of like a treasure ship, huh? Then there's gotta be a black market out there for people willing to pay big money for its coordinates. LBS, I see you flashing yellow. Are you okay? Is everyone able to see the stream? I hope we're fine. Impressive deduction. Also, unlike normal coordinates, variable coordinates are composed of lengthy and encrypted codes. You can see it. Yay, that's good. See and hear. Yay! OBS has been occasionally saying, hey, the signal's doing bad. The signal's slightly bad. And I'm just like, I really hope that's not impacting the stream. Therefore, vessels sailing across the Great Lakes start by entering the variable coordinates of their destination. Based on that information, said vessels will follow a certain route charted via the automated navigation system that periodically confirms the current location of their destination. Wow, that's a lot of big words. So basically, if we enter the information we get from Mr. Pilot here, we can somehow find a way to the Lobotomy Corp branch? It's useless in the waters of the outskirts, beyond the borders of the U-Corp. Indeed, but the Lobotomy Corp branch is within U-Corp's borders. We will have no trouble analyzing the vessel's travel patterns as long as we have its variable coordinates. Gotcha. Then let's get a move on. Yiseng and Sinclair nodded with determination, while the other sinners followed suit and hurried on. Though I didn't catch a clear view, I think Ishmael nodded too. This chapter goes places. Ice cream. We made our way past the mountains of shipping containers and back to where we first docked. I saw Virgilius and Charon on a bench, watching us approach. The latter of the two was clearly suffering from crushing boredom. Charon ate ice cream. It was cold, but disappeared fast. Did it not have the putrid scent of the sea? Putrid?
칼은
Charon doesn't know what that means.
그
Tis a flavor not unlike licking a fish.
노랑머리
Blonde girl licks fish.
달타
Funny taste.
그런
Charon, shudder, shudder.
칼은 덜덜
다들 얼굴들이
Something happened. By the looks on your faces.
무슨 일이 있었지?
Explain.
아니
Allow me to explain! Upon an arrival at the promised location,
같은 건
that
관심
is
없어.
none of my
무슨
concern.
정보를 얻었는지
I only want to know what intel you have learned, and make it short.
황금 가지의 위치를
We know where the
알아냈지.
Golden Bell is. It's in a lobotomy court branch in the middle of the Great Lake.
당연히 지분
Of course it's in a lobotomy court branch.
그것뿐인
Did he learn anything else?
변동 좌표를
We
얻었습니다.
obtained its variable coordinates.
뭐 당신은 고작 좌표
I know what you're about to say. That's it? That's all you got? Or something. But just listen to the trouble we went through to...
아니
No,
그거면
that's good enough. Almost makes me want to applaud you all.
어머나?
Oh my.
그리고
For Gilius, there was... I know exactly what you're about to tell me.
알아서 하지.
I will deal with it. Stay out of this.
이스마엘
You look impatient, Ishmael.
아마
I see that our earlier consultation
마음을
did not ease your anxiety.
당연하죠.
Of course not. I don't even know what's happening with my mission. We're wading blindly through a misty sea.
이일 저일 챙겨.
Yet here we are, shoving our noses in everything, everywhere. It's driving me up the wall.
버리겠는데.
진정해.
Relax.
네
You must know that no path is ever direct in the Great Lake.
모든 목적지를
I did not expect this much lack of patience from someone who spent most of her life here.
그런 걸 겪었던 자치군 제법 참을성이 없군. 관리자의
Can I assume the mess you've left the manager's shoulder in
어절부절
is also a consequence of your impatience?
성미가 남긴 작품인가?
그건
That's,
뭐
well,
의도하지
clearly
않았다는 건
an unintentional mistake.
만에
If it
하나
wasn't,
일이 있었으면
you wouldn't be sitting before me with your throat
내 앞에
intact.
자리하고 있진 않을 테니. 왜 생각
Why do you fail to look further, Ishmael? By now, you must have realized what awaits you at the end of this journey. That contract clause you're so impatient about is bound to make an appearance as long as you follow the manager's peculiar misadventures. Vergilius isn't having Ishmael's crap either. Your combative attitude against the manager will only delay that inevitability.
겨우 4번 겪은
It happened 4
말인가요?
times. That's not a very big sample. Well,
나는
I'm good at reading how these things usually flow. You know what to do. Hydrate. Oh, okay. Thankies. I need to refill my water bottle next break. It's empty. And yeah. I think I'm either gonna end in half an hour or have the final break of the stream in half an hour. It depends on how I'm feeling then. If you're so sure about it, then fine. I won't let frustration get the better of me. I won't step out of line. Not any more than necessary. Gotta stay hydrated even in the middle of the sea. Even in the middle of the sea. Ishmael, what happened, happened. You will still have to write up a form explaining your actions and the circumstances surrounding them.
얼마든지 해드리죠.
Gladly.
저 길잡이의 말이
As long as the guide is right.
혹시
Have you brought us any ice cream? By any
아니요.
bother not. I was merely curious of the famed ice cream of Marlin Port. I shall board the bus boat post haste.
이상 씨.
I appreciate the effort, he's saying.
알아주면
Your appreciation is more than enough. He's not going to answer me anyway, but What were you two up to?
단테 씨가 물어봐도
Dante is asking a
의미가
meaningless
없는
question.
것을 물어보시는군요.
Ah! Don't let them rub off on you, Dante. What? Was I actually supposed to bring a tub of whale ice cream for everyone? Oh my gosh. Banana. Banana. It's more pirates fights. Let's see, there's story there. So it's more pirates fights. It's more pirates fights. And that's where the pirate fights, like, not like Dante can eat anyways. Yeah, true enough. But it's gonna be reading story for a little bit because I'm trying to, like, get through a bunch of it. I'm trying to get through a lot of this. Because I tried to go through every single stage in chapter 4 at first, and then I wasn't able to get through the full chapter, and yeah. Shark. So, Ishmael, the Sodomy Corp branch is still a ways away. Why don't you rest up for a bit while you can? That's what you always do anyway. Or at least let me take the next shift. I've done my fair share of night watches. Frick. Gregor's yawn betrayed his confidence. Ishmael didn't care. She wasn't going to move from her station anyway. Ishmael looked like she was waiting for something to happen. Or maybe she was deathly afraid of something. She did not even for a second, leave the telescope, courtesy of Rain most likely, installed on the modified Mephistopheles. That's a good attitude, Swabby. It has been my long-held belief that letting your guard down is to let your comrades down. I asked Aldous for her thoughts out of curiosity, but she simply replied that Virgilius had already acted upon the matter. If the executive manager would not take action, then that was that. She also explained that while she would not hesitate to clash with Ishmael again should the need arise, she would not continue this pointless tussle that only lowered the team's morale. I guess that's good enough. But we're in the middle of a lake. And as long as we stick to the laws of the Great Lake, I don't see us getting... Sorry, itch. There, ahead! Ishmael suddenly got up and hurried into the cabin as though she noticed something through the telescope. Attacked by anything. My bad. Time to drift again, redhead. Kara just wants to see the boat drift again. It's too late to change course. That trick won't help us here. They went through the trouble of hiding themselves in an artificial fog of war. We're obviously their target. It's a matter of time before they catch up with the ship, now that they know our location. Deal with them as you will. Manager, permit us to board their ship. Are you sure that boarding their ship is the best course of action if we want to save our ship? According to my experience, yes. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. I hope you'll continue to make wise choices like that. I sighed with relief as she seemed to be going along with me for now. With that, I took a few steps behind the other sinners and watched her. We'll hook the ship with harpoons! Force them into a melee range. Somebody grab the helm and turn on my signal! Then someone should be on standby, ready to shut the engine off at the right moment. Hey, you! Bring some extra rope. You, wait for a signal inside the wheelhouse. Ishmael's explanations were rapid and confident. Aldous nodded along affirmatively. The other sinners were quick to follow their instructions. Watching Ishmael throw her razor-sharp harpoon toward the pirate ship, I started to feel that something was off. There they were, the sinners working so well together like clockwork. But underneath all that, maybe all that mattered to them was their own goals. I was wondering if all the times I've spent thinking, hoping, and contemplating about our futures together were pointless. This thought lingered for a while in my head. So yeah. Actually, I should probably do this fight just to break up the monotony of all the story constantly, and also because change of scenery.
제가 앞에 서죠.
We are on a ship. Yeah, look at that pirate ship. Ah!
최후의 혈구 하나만 남아 있다면 생명은 어떻게라도 보존될 이리로 와.
Oh, come on. Ah! Sometimes the luck is just rotten.
제가 묻었네요. 효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
But the freaking art for the ship. Ah! It's so good.
보다 유리하지 않겠어. 침착.
I was about to not do it. Ah. I'm alive. PC survived. Yay! Like, congratulations on being alive. Ah.
저들이 추풍과 같이 흔들려 보다 유리하지 않겠어.
Let's see.
이리로 와.
You got more space now and got Wi-Fi installed. Yay! That is fantastic to hear. Yeah.
다소 유리하구려.
Get ready. Okay. Let's do that then. Everyone, prepare your headphones. Make sure you're wearing them. Cool, cool.
한 하나비였어.
Brush each short right now though. Back head hurts, legs cramp, hungry. Oh, take care of yourself. Also, everyone, we know what's happening. There.
쓸만해져.
That's what 3D does.
저주 속에 가라앉는 걸.
Ah.
아, 옛날 버릇이. 적사살 좋아.
Anyways, Crown Clown, I did it. What? I said, didn't you hear that? Now we gotta redeem more imagination. Yeah, you used up some of the points from the public imagination pool, and it's no longer at 0 elf. Ah, sad day, sad day. I thought you made sure your headsets are on. What? Now Santa won't come. Santa doesn't like humans.
나의 박
Although my community doesn't understand that yet because we haven't covered that that extra bit.
행복하겠는가?
Need a bigger imagination thing. Ah. Yeah.
유쾌한 결투였네.
So for people who don't know, just so you are aware, imagination, you can add 1 imagination and 10 imagination fairly easily. Oh, there it goes. Yeah. But, really quick way to add imagination. Every subscriber adds 1,000 imagination to the count. So that's a fast way to get it really high, really fast.
침착하게.
Wants to pour imagination like a broken faucet. Ah.
행복하겠는가?
Make sure to self-care though, okay?
힘은 확실히 빼는 편 좋지.
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
Take care of yourself first before deciding you want to go and increase the imagination tenfold.
침착하게. 어려울 것도 없었어.
보람차군. 그대들도 뛰어나네만 내가 조금 더 나았군.
BRB, you got food and you haven't eaten yet, but you want to get comfy first. Okay. Then eat your food. That sounds like a wonderful idea, Late. Okay, so now we've seen that, so we don't have to do the fight again. You crafty bastards! We were going to board your ship first!
우리가 좀 바빠서
We've
말이야.
got places to be, things to do, okay? Now, answer my question. Lie or flap your gums meaninglessly, and I'll tear the lips off your mugs. Speak. Who sent you pluckers after us? We can't let someone who dared to lay a finger on our first bait leave in one piece. Your very breath brings shame to our syndicate. By Captain Hook's orders, you won't leave here alive. Ain't that bloody marvelous? I like seeing a good camaraderie. So, what I say about flapping your gums meaninglessly? Think your threats are at us? We're no tenderfoots, you stupid sons of bachelors. What a clingy bunch. We spared their first mate's life, and this is the things we get. You think this is what we meant? That we'll regret it if we... No. You're juvenile whining. That's not from shame. Ishmael's not okay. Ishmael's not okay. Ishmael is not okay. Huh? When all of your mates lay dead, consumed, manipulated, and led into a meat grinder by a collective insanity of a mad woman, when you are left in that endless void where the only sound is the beating of your heart. Wait. And when you realize that your heart continues to beat because it's still desperately, pathetically clinging onto life despite all that. That's when you'll feel true shame. Wait. Looking at the sorry state of your boat, I can hazard you have no clue what you're doing out here. Spare me and I'll tell you what you need to know. I've even put in a good word to the boss man for ye. Nothing to lose here. And alas, she will have anyone to put in a good word if you kill me. We're gonna through tea. Spare me, and you might just sail out of this lake with the... I'm tired of listening to these inane, meaningless pleas. That was the last one, right? Let's go back to our ship. The ship was still as death. Its sails fluttered a forlorn dance in the winds. Ishmael's not okay. Ishmael's not okay. Na, 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 na. This is only a post-battle. Oh boy.
뒤따르죠.
So something's been bothering me. Wasn't it weird how they all seem so certain? Ish is not okay, Gregor's not okay. Who's okay between the sinners? Yi-Sang. Yi-Sang is more okay between the sinners. And Rodion seems better. that if we kept going this way, we'd run into some other huge disaster?
특기할 점은 아닙니다.
It is nothing of note, manager. It is but a byproduct of their firm belief in their advantage over us.
그것보다 특이했던 것은
I've observed an oddity, however.
날카로운 것.
They had installed numerous spikes on the lower side of their ship's hull.
백끼리의 충돌을 대비한 것
Are
아니야?
they not for ramming into other vessels?
세상 근접전.
I've heard that such tactics were occasionally used in naval combat.
충각을 노렸다기에
They were installed far too low in the water to be useful as a means of ramming another ship. It can be extrapolated from the metal's level of corrosion that the spikes concentrated on the keel of their boat have been installed recently.
배 밑바닥을 보아.
How did you see the keel of the boat?
가까우니
The
맑아서
water was clearer up close than it appeared from a distance. Maybe they're trying to stop something from climbing up to the ship? Can't imagine that any fish would swim blindly into the keel of a boat. They're not birds crashing into windows.
별거 아닐 수도 있잖아.
Maybe it's nothing.
미신 같은
You
거
know how
잡는
superstitious pirates can
건
be.
장시간이야?
What if it's like a good luck charm? Maybe you should have let assistant manager pilot tag along. Know anything about this, Frau Faust?
관련된 정보는
No
아직
pertinent
업데이트
information
중입니다.
has been updated.
호수의 규칙을 유념하여 나아가는
The most we could do is to ensure that we do not violate any laws of the Great Lake. Thus continued our journey to the Lobotomy Corp branch with the variable coordinates pilot gave us. Paranoia of the unknown weighing heavily on our shoulders. After an indeterminate amount of time,
오티스
Autis,
방향
we will have to steer the short port side.
뭐?
What? Altus, who was looking out ahead from the bow of the ship, whipped around. Whatever Faust said seemed to have hit her unexpectedly.
어이. 몇십 분
Hey.
전만 해도
It hasn't been an hour since you told us that we'll have to cross the zone in a straight line.
예측했던 속도에
We are
도달하지
falling
못했으나
short of our target speed.
이대로 이 구역을
At our current
벗어나게
rate, we will be struck by the next zone's waves as soon as we exit here.
크게 이번 구역에 빌어먹을 규칙이
Is that the damn law of this zone?
맞습니다.
Indeed.
해적과의 전투가 빠르게
Though our encounter with the pirates was rapidly resolved, we still fell behind schedule. The variable coordinates now points to a different route.
여기서
How much time are we going to have to waste here?
안내대로라면
According to the variable coordinates, the necessary roundabout path will cost us 3 more days. Huh. Aldous bit her lip with discontent before suddenly turning my direction.
관리자님.
Executive Manager, I have a genius plan. A plan that will not only accelerate this operation, but also increase the chances of securing and rescuing the lives of the LCCB agents.
적어도
If we were to waste 3 more days at sea, there is very little guarantee for their well-being.
장담 없습니다.
Well, what's the plan? We keep going forward. With that, Altus slowly raised the acceleration lever.
뭐라고요?
What?
제정신인가요?
Are you nuts?
파도가 올
We'd be
것이라는
sailing right into the waves. You know that?
파도에 대해서는 나도
I know what the waves are, Swabby. I'm not as ignorant of the Great Lake as you might
네
think.
녀석도
You've had plenty of experience weathering and conquering waves as well, haven't you?
그야 당연하죠.
Yeah, but that's because they were unavoidable. Because we lacked enough information to take the roundabout path. I've never sailed knowingly into the waves before.
하지만
But you still prevailed, didn't you?
심지어 지금처럼
And that was when you didn't have someone to bring you back.
말이지.
I say that this is well within our
우리가
capabilities.
충분히 이겨낼 수 있음을 의미한다. 더불어
Besides,
속도의 단축과 관리,
there is the added benefit of accelerating our mission
구출 확률
and the higher possibility of rescue that the executive manager and a few underlings wanted.
이스마일.
It was clear to me that you, Ishmael, weren't so happy with how slow our progress has been. What is it?
3일간
Did you suddenly gain a yearning for a 3-day sunbathing break? Instead of responding to Aldous' sarcastic remark, Ishmael squinted in the direction the boat was speeding in.
물결,
The tides,
냄새,
the odor,
속도,
the speed, the color. That lake over there is
흐리고 비린
the blue whirling lake of murk and fish reek.
직접 겪어본
I haven't
것은
suffered
아니지만
its waves before,
저 호수의
but I know many ships that have. Many which are now lying at the bottom of the lake.
그게
Fine,
우리가 되지
as long as we don't join them.
저
What
만일
if we just
갔다가요.
went to take a quick look, and if we feel like it's too much for us, we could just go back the way we came from, right?
다시 돌아간다고요?
Go back There's no such thing
왔던 길로
as going
돌아가는
back in this
개념이
lake.
없단 말이에요. 어떻게 할까요, 단테?
Your decision, Dante. Let's try following Aldous' plan.
네.
Understood. Crossing the zone's borders to the target lake.
맙소사.
You've got to be kidding me. Aldous,
오티스 씨,
you better be right.
당신의 생각에 맞아들어야 할 거예요.
As soon as those words left Ishmael's mouth, there was a flash in the sky. Thunder? It's really starting to pour.
태풍의 눈가에
We're in the eye of the storm. Wait, but the sky was clear just moments ago. How could this...
이미 파도가 밀려와.
The waves are already here, manager. That was an entertaining display. Caron. This seems like a good opportunity to test that function.
버티기 모드.
Switching to endure mode. That's when reality began to sink in. What had happened to, what happens to, and what will happen to everyone and everything that entered this lake without preparation for what's to come. What do we do now, Ishmael?
대호수에
There's this
처음
adage
도착하는
that every
분위기
greenhorn
때문에
sailor of the Great Lake hears before they set their first sail.
만약 네가
There is but one thing you can count on if you find yourself in an unfamiliar lake whose waves are alien to you. A colossal wave rises to its quest before us. SIC.
이라도 늦게 돼지고
Ready your weapons if you want to delay the inevitable.
그건 너의
It's not your sailing prowess, your far-seeing eyes of a pathfinder, or the unbreakable bond between you and your mates.
많은 이들이
Many sailors fail to endure this trial, and instead choose to become sacrifices to the depths of the lake. Huh? Something climbing onto our ship?
그저 어떠한 분노도
Trust nothing but your own resolve to hold steadfast in the face of terror, in the face of calamity. Just a little bit of Lovecraftian horror as well.
고작
Though the raging lake may remain indifferent to the will of your meager existence. Endure mode is basically give yourself enough space on the ship to fight. Ah!
무슨 맛일까?
Nyah. Frick. Ah! That was close.
귀찮게 끌지 말지.
놀라운 능력이요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
I think I'm gonna be done after this battle. This seems like a good place. A final stand for the stream. Ah!
무슨 맛일까?
적확한 한압이었어. 저주 속에
And in case you didn't notice, with each enemy we are defeating, the hand in the background takes damage and flashes red.
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
Oh, there's no info tab. I was kind of hoping. Will of the Poor's hand takes damage when this unit is defeated. Both the hand and the mermaids, yeah. I guess we haven't mentioned that, but these are mermaids.
빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠.
보냈고
금방의 싸움 우수했어.
I can fake absolute resonance here. Total absolute resonance.
무슨 맛일까?
유도타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
Frick. No. It's not that big, it's just using game mechanics to your advantage. Yeah. Fair enough, fair enough. But it feels like I didn't earn it. Doesn't feel as satisfying, you know?
그대로 멈춰라.
유쾌한 결투였네. 유쾌한 결투였네.
어려울 것도 없었어.
Ow. This big one's being an issue.
이런 상황인데도 어떻게 끝이 보이네요.
Ba-da-ba.
이리로 와.
Hop. Boink. Boink. Stagger. Yay!
빨리 해치고 그냥
Yay!
승리야. 계속 밀어붙이자.
So we're gonna go through the post-battle, and I think... Yeah. But don't run off quite yet, because I'm gonna be showing you
뛰어난 내만 내가
a streamer that I will be continuing to introduce to Limbus Company tomorrow. So, yeah. I just need to remember where we are. So, post-battle. No words come to mind to rightly describe that creature.
호수 밑에 사는
The unfathomable entities inhabiting the depths of the lake are called whales,
그 안에서 나오는
and those that emerge from them are called mermaids.
구멍 손바닥
That's the will of the poorest hand. I was
마주치고 싶지 않은
really hoping to avoid that one. Is that one of the whales they were talking about at U-Corp?
민호가 이렇게
Do mermaids raid ships too?
습격해서
I read about that once as a child, but these don't look anything like how they did in the books.
민호라 어릴
Mermaids.
때 형이
I still remember the horrible bedtime stories my brother used to tell me about them.
그러니까
So, they make perfumes out of these
뭔지를 만든단 말이야.
things?
베르,
Virgie,
이번에는 좀 도와주지.
isn't this a good time for you to lend us a hand for once?
잊었어?
Really?
저 양반.
That's the guy who practically spectated like bystander when we got slaughtered back at K-Corp.
있었잖아.
He didn't even blink.
아 강간
Ah,
여기서 손까지
he did wave at us, though.
아, 죄송해요.
But I couldn't wave back because my wrists were getting snapped in half.
하진 못했지만요.
Ah! Of course, I won't sit hiding by as Mephistopheles sings, if it ever comes to that. But know that I will take action only under a very particular set of circumstances, in which all of you are decimated. The enemies have crushed the manager's head and are about to tear the hands off that clock. Are you serious right now? Dante, I can't allow them to take the company's precious assets right before my eyes now, can I? So I'm afraid that you won't see me step in before every single one of you are dead.
길잡이 씨, 실력 좋다는
Mr. Guide,
빌려진 게
are you really as good as they say? Maybe the stories about you were just tall tales, you know? That's... No! Do not! Yeah, that's just... not... 2 previous victims of Regilius interjected, albeit in hollow voices, to rebut Rhodia's rather dangerous remark. So either take them out, welcome them aboard with open arms, or whatever. I'm leaving it up to all of you. Okay. Just give me a quick second. I want to check something. Oh. Ah! Okay. So, I'm gonna leave it off there. I will be continuing more Limbus Company in a couple of weeks. We still have a bunch of story to go through, and I don't think I could do all of this in the rest of today. Oh, thanks for the head pats. But let me think. Next week, Friday, is going to be a collab between me and other people, so it's not going to be then. But 2 weeks from now, I'll finish out Chapter 5. Yay! If you want to see more Limbus Company from me, though. 6 hours? Good God, great job. Yeah, it's been a 6-hour stream. If you want to see more Limbus from me, though, tomorrow I will be collabing with, hang on. Tomorrow I'll be collabing. I'll be on Solar Hawk 77's channel, playing Limbus Company and introducing her further to the end of Chapter 1. With that in mind, we are going to raid Solar Hawk 77. Yay! I'll be on her channel tomorrow, so might as well get you all used to her now. Just be careful because she does the headphone check and does it a million times better than I do. Solar Hawk 77 seems familiar. Yeah. Let's see, what's a good raid message? Don't forget to self-care. I am gonna self-care. Raid message. What's a good raid message? Something with C. Well, ice cream! Something about mermaids. Well, ice cream! It's gonna be well, ice cream raid. Make sure to copy that message, put whatever emotes you want onto the beginning and end of it, and have a great time. So anyway, thank you all so much for watching. Please remember to always be awesome, always be kind, and keep observing. Something silly may happen. I hope to see you later. My next stream on this channel will be on Sunday, and next time you can see me will be on Solar's channel tomorrow. Take care. Yay! You take care too. Bye, and thank you so much for watching.